Tell me what can I do now? 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 Tell me what can I do now?
Hello everybody and welcome to the University Esports Masters 2024 League of Legends Swiss qualifier, where 18 teams from 14 different countries will go head to head for the trophy, for glory, for bragging rights. I'm Ashi and I'm here with the ever wonderful Black Boxer. How are you doing today?
Oh, so excited. It's always great to be back on the University Esports Masters. I mean, this is the pinnacle, right? I love University Esports, but these guys are the absolute best that Europe has to offer, and it's always such a great time to get to watch these teams compete, see the absolutely wild picks that get pulled out, and the just crazy upsets that always seem to happen. It's so exciting.
Yeah, you've been here before. This is my first time on University Esports Masters, so I'm very excited to see how different this is to University Esports just in general. So you know, obviously it's a little bit of a step up. The level of play is going to be a lot higher. So I think that it's just going to be really exciting.
Absolutely, it is going to be. We're going to have a quick look right here at the calendar, just to show you what's been going on across all of the different games. We are the League of Legends, obviously, here with the Swiss phase. Tomorrow will just be for tiebreakers for the top 8, so nothing too interesting will be missed out on. We'll be back again for the playoffs, and then, as of yet, undecided grand final date, but plenty of other games as well. If League of Legends isn't fully your cup of tea, there's all of the other games that you saw on your screen right there available to watch, so you know, whatever game you like, there is going to be one for you.
Yeah. We are here for, most of the day today, so stick around and make sure you watch all the games, because we do have a, pretty big prize pool up for grabs for the University Esports Masters, €5,500. So the team who comes first taking away, a really, almost half of that, which is, if you think about it, that's a lot of money. For playing League of Legends, but I think
it really is. Yeah, it's a lot to go off of, especially, university students living off of their pot noodles and scraps most of the time. Every player walking away with about €500 is going to be absolutely excellent for them, and a little bit of extra incentive. Obviously, the bragging rights is the main thing that everybody's looking for. But we'll have a quick look at what teams are going to be competing here today. The Swiss leaderboards, we are in a Swiss round right now, so top team versus bottom team to start with, and then if you win, you go against winners. If you lose, you go against losers. Now, there are a couple of names that if you are a returning viewer, you will know about. Kid SC White, they've won twice here. UDL Esports from France has been back multiple different times. Obviously, both of us over here from the UK are going to be interested in the journeys the Jetto Gap is gonna be taking throughout. You know, some really interesting teams we're sending from the UK. We never really do that well, but you know, gotta support the boys.
Yeah, I mean, I'm personally excited to see how well Jetto Gap do, because you know we saw them win UK University Esports. You know, we watched them play a couple of games, so it's going to be really exciting to see exactly how they do in this tournament. So I think we are going to pop over and look at the schedule for today. So today we are starting round 1 at 1 p.m, but that's Central European time, so that's just about now. And then round 2, obviously, we're going to have an hour between each round, up to round 6. So stick around until about 5 p.m. British Summer Time or 6 p.m. Central European Time.
We are here all day, a ton of League of Legends to bring you, and it is Swiss, which is always awesome. I love getting to do Swiss because it means that we get to see all of these different teams compete against teams of the same quality level. It's great. Round 1 is going to be potentially a little bit of a mess, potentially, especially because we are matching top teams against bottom teams. But this is just the seeding, this is just the expectations coming in. Obviously, some of these teams are going to be a lot stronger than we were expecting, some of these teams are going to be a lot weaker than we're expecting, the ones we've known about from previous years. That's going to give us a little bit of a view on what they're doing, but, you know, I've only seen an Irish team compete once. They didn't do so good. Maybe this is going to be a much better showing from Ireland. I certainly hope so. It would be great to see them do well. So with Swiss, you know, it's always a good time.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see which countries do well, especially ones, like you said, we haven't seen do incredible in the past. We're going to be able to see if they can, you know, bring back that glory for the country. And is there anybody that you're particularly looking at, like today, maybe to see who can pull through first day of Swiss?
Ooh, people that I'm particularly looking forward to watch. It's a little bit of a cheat answer, it really is, but Gentleman Hero up in the top lane for KSC White has been around for ages, has won this tournament a couple of times, and just is such an incredibly good player. If he's not gapping in the top lane, then watch out for whatever top laner is, you know, able to go head to head. Last time they got knocked out, first year I was here, you know, I'd heard about this team, I'd never watched them play. They were so good during the group stage, didn't drop a single game, got into the knockouts, and all of a sudden they just got destroyed by our eventual runners-up. I was shocked to see them go out, so it's really good to see them back again, because they didn't compete for us last year either. So it will be great to see what they can do, and Gentleman Hero on that team, returning member, an incredible part of the team, and honestly, the whole squad looks really solid this year. Even, you know, if they aren't as the same heights that we used to see from them all those years ago.
See, you definitely know a lot more about these teams than I do. This is my first time here. I've seen like very little of any of these teams, so I'm just excited to see who's going to be good and who's going to be exciting to watch. It's you know, it's definitely the best way to do it, I think. I think going in blind is very fun.
Oh yeah. It's so much fun getting to see all of these teams for the first time. I mean, I am a little bit heartbroken to not have my favorite Turkish team here. The absolute just nutters that were Yenomizler from Turkey. Just a brilliant team to watch. I'm sure somebody else is going to step up and fill that little void in my heart that's missing out on all of the chaos. I mean, potentially even in our first matchup, you know, for the Czech team we're following, Basilek 2 has got 4 million mastery points on Draven. I mean, if you're wanting something a little bit insane, that is a bit insane. I am a lover of Warwick. I think Warwick's a great champion. I don't even have 1 million mastery points on that champ, and I one-trick it. How you get 4 million mastery points on Draven is beyond me.
Maybe a lack of, you know, sunlight gain from gaining 4 million mastery points, but, you know, that's nothing that anybody can say. We're all League of Legends players, so, you know, we're all in the same boat here a little bit.
So we're just going to have a little bit of a delay, a couple tech issues coming through for the Great Britain team, but it just gives us more time to chat about this potential matchup. Now, we both watched Southampton a lot more. I didn't get to see them actually win out in University Esports. Unfortunately, it would have been really nice to have been able to see them win, but was off doing some other things. So how did they look in those finals? Were they looking like the kind of team that can take on the Masters and pull some glory out?
They were a lot stronger than we'd seen them previously. I mean, obviously we watched them lose to Bath, but then they came back and won against Bath. So, you know, it's definitely interesting because they were able to regroup themselves and do better. The second time they came, they were very, very strong. And a couple of the games did come down to really, really close fights. They did pull through and did show strength. But like I said, I've not seen any of these team play, so I don't actually know how they do compare to the Masters. But they've got through, and they are, you know, they can call themselves one of the Masters because they are in this group, they are in this Swiss. So I think they're definitely going to be able to put up a fight. Whether we're going to see them progress very far or not, I can't say. But I'm hoping we do, because it would be very, very exciting.
It would be very exciting. No bias here. Well, you know, maybe a little bit, just in terms of it would be interesting to see the UK do well. I joined right at the very tail end of Warwick's dominance over the UK scene, and they got here. They nearly made it out of the group stage, nearly made it to the playoffs portion. I'm almost certain they got knocked out off of game time. They didn't have the faster game time, and there weren't proper tiebreakers, which was a truly devastating thing to watch. But watching the fact that Warwick, who were easily the most dominant team we'd ever seen in the UK, not managed to make it through, it makes me a little bit nervy for whichever UK team we end up seeing, especially because it looks like this Czech team are incredibly strong, super high ranked from what we're seeing. Obviously winning out in their region, which has a lot of good competition, but at the same time, the Czech teams have not gotten particularly far in previous series that we've seen. You know, they always get themselves a good couple of wins during the group stage, but then again, it has been group stages rather than Swiss, so maybe with the advent of Swiss, we're going to be getting things a little bit different, and this Czech team might be able to show us that their region actually is one of the stronger ones and deserves a spot in that top 8 playoffs.
Yeah, like you say, it being Swiss is, you know, interesting because it places those, you know, the top teams of the leaderboards against the bottom one. So it gives them a chance. It's not necessarily giving them a chance to stomp on a match. It's giving that lower team a chance to prove themselves against that higher team. Set themselves in, say, you know, we can actually defend ourselves. We can defend our honor. We can win against these teams. So it's going to be very exciting to see if Southampton can do that.
And if not, if it is a stomp, then all power to the Czech team, and maybe that stomp is what they need to be able to ramp themselves up, because it is going to be, you know, those top teams versus those bottom teams, but the second round, it's winner versus winner. So whoever manages to come out on top right here is going to have another one of those winning teams, plus the team we keep chatting about, KSC White, they've got a bye in this first round, so they're sitting pretty. They're going to get an extra hour to just get themselves prepared, play a couple warm-up ARAMs, and then they're ramping into that next game, whereas you've already had to play one. Maybe that means they're a little rusty. Maybe that means that the team that comes against them is going to be really sharp. But either way, it's going to be a fascinating matchup for that second round. For this first one, though, bot lane, it was not particularly the strongest point, I don't think, for Jetogap when we were watching them. There was no overriding issues that I saw out of Snow and Believer, but it wasn't like I was watching this bot lane and going, yes, this is the way that they're playing.
It is pretty much true. I mean, we got Snow Believer, you know, pretty big Nautilus enjoyer. As we saw, he played Nautilus quite a lot throughout the matches, so it's going to be interesting to see if that either gets banned or he picks it. But it wasn't outstandingly strong, but it wasn't exactly weak either. It was sort of just, you know, a bit leveling. They won their lanes, they won their matchups, but they didn't stomp their matchups. Yeah. You know, it's interesting to mention as well that I don't think we're going to be seeing Syracuse in the mid lane. Who has been sort of a rock, not a star player, but like certainly one of the stronger players on the team, one of the teams, you know, one of the players leading their team to victory. It's going to be interesting to see what they do with that switch up if we do not see Syracuse today.
Yeah, exactly. That mid lane was sort of the linchpin of the team. Not necessarily where all of your kills were going, but also certainly a big part of it, and especially because of the pickups that were going into that mid lane, plenty of the very standard picks, Azirs, the Syndras, all of that, you can build around those kind of picks. If we're talking about real linchpins of the team, though, annoyingly, it was Cassante in the top lane. Now, that's not Cassante the champion, This is Cassante, the player. He's called Cassante, he does not play Cassante. If we see a Cassante picked up, something has gone a little bit weird. Plus the jungle. It was that top jungle duo that really seemed to be popping off in a lot of these games, and using the pressure that they could generate there to then spread that around, try to get the bot lane going, try to get the mid lane unlocked as well. And some really good effective team fighting was another thing that we were really seeing from this team, and they're going to need to showcase that to the absolute fullest extent if they want to be able to come out on top on this matchup.
Absolutely. I mean, you say that top jungle sort of, link. In the matches against Bath, we definitely saw a lot of jungle like dives in the top lane. So it's really going to be interesting to see if they hold that sort of synergy.
Yeah, absolutely. If they're able to pop off in the way that we know they can, that would be really, really fascinating. But of course, there's some brilliant players across the board from this Czech team. It's not like they're going to be completely stomping in all of the lanes like they were able to a lot of the time in the UK. And the level of competition here is absolutely insane. The amount of challengers and grandmasters there are around is just nuts. This is an incredibly stacked competition right now. I'm seeing in a couple of these different places challenger 700, 800 LP. These players are seriously good, and some of them will be playing for very high level teams within their respective countries as well.
Yeah, it's a really high numbered lobby. I mean, it's ranks that I've never seen before, ranks that I've never really spectated before. You only really see sort of these ranks, streamers, high level streamers, high level players, things like that. Yeah. But it's we've got a lot of high level League of Legends again to look forward to today. So it's really going to be interesting, because obviously, I've spectated and I've casted over the UK University Esports, and the high level league, but nothing this high, nothing this extreme. Yeah. No ranks proven that high.
Yeah, and it's really interesting that a lot of these players probably will end up playing for some pretty high level teams within their respective regions as well. Recently got the absolute pleasure of joining into the Masters, but for just the pro leagues instead of the universities. And these are the kind of players that you're going to see there at some point, who can play for their regions, really elevate the talent pool. It does look, unfortunately, like we're having a couple of technical issues with getting into a game, so I think we're going to head to a quick break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes, hopefully bringing you this game, if not one of them at least.
You must think that I'm a restless case, because I ran away, If you listen to the words I say, you know that I'm okay, you know it's just a phase. Don't think I'm leaving, 'cause I'm not at all. And if you get hurt, it's unintentional. I just wanted you to realize that I'm the one you like, that I'm the one you like. So where do we go from here? I ever wanted was to make it through. Tell me, how about you? How about you? So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from You say you love me, say you're thinking of me, but you're just lonely. Tell me I'm special, but to you I'm anybody. To you I'm anybody. To you I'm anybody. To you I'm anybody. Anybody. To you I'm anybody. To you I'm anybody. To you I'm anybody. You say you love me. Say you're thinking of me, but you're just lonely. Tell me I'm special, but to you I'm anybody. 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 Anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. Anybody. But to you. But to you. To you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the University Esports Masters Swiss stage. Apologies for the technical issues, but we are back now, and it looks like we are just about ready to go into the pick ban. How you doing, I've messed up my words there. How you doing, Boxer?
I'm so good, so good. Excited to be getting into this one. Yeah, we do apologise for the little bit of a delay, but it's fine. First game of the day, things will be running smoother afterwards, and with Champ Select just a couple of seconds around the corner, we spent our time having a little bit more of a dig through the OP.GGs of these teams, and we have found even more insanity on the player that had 4 million mastery points on Draven. That's not the only million mastery points champion they have.
No. 5 million points on Draven. See, Draven ban instantly from the side of Southampton, not letting that through, but he has a backup. He has 2 million points on Jhin and 1 million points on Senna. There's like what do you ban? Do you just ban ADCs? Or what's the idea here?
I could see a situation where you do just straight up ban away all of the ADCs that you're worried about, but at the same time you are then leaving a ton of other really good stuff available. I mean, top lane plays plenty of Cassante, no, not that Cassante, the actual champion Cassante, as well as things like the Jace, the Rumble. These are really strong pickups at the moment and could definitely take over the game through that lane. It's a situation where right now, if you just try to ban out everything that your opponents are best on, maybe that's not the best way to go about it. Maybe it's just ban out the best in role if you can. At the same time, for the minute, it looks like they are just planning on banning as many of those bot lane champions as possible. The Sona is not an ADC, but it is still down into that bottom side, and it will be the Xin Zhao as that first pickup. So what's the response right here? We are on a patch where you've got the Volibear nerf, so that one's not as good at the moment. If Jetterpuff's able to play something like Poppy, I could see that be potentially quite useful. Instead, we're going to see straight towards this bot lane pickup. Got the Jinx, you'd probably like a Lulu or a Milio to be able to pair that one up with at the moment. Maybe even a Braum or something if you just want to keep it a little bit safer. But you can wait to pick your support for a little bit longer, as it is going to be the Jax. That could be top, could be jungle.
We did see a Cassante Jax pick in the finals against Bath, so I'm sort of swaying towards it being a Jax top. You know, we've got the Jinx pickup, Snow enjoying those ADCs, those crit ADCs, along with he sort of enjoying those, you know, cross map ults, pretty good at them. We do have the Jhin coming out if we are correct, and it is, I'm going to scuff this name, but Basilisek, I'm assuming that's how you pronounce that. If that is that Jhin, that is one of his backups. That is still 2 million points. Still a lot of games on Jhin. We have the Ahri coming out as well for the side of VUT. So it's, you know, it's going to be interesting to see what Southampton can play in return to this mid lane.
It is going to be that Lulu picked up. Jinx Lulu is a super strong bot lane at the moment, but you've got to be really, really careful. It wants to scale into the late stages of the game. Responds well to gank, so there is the potential pathing for Jetterpuff. Start towards the top side, move your way down, maybe even 3 camp to gank potentially to just try to get into this lane, influence things, because if you let a Jhin just get rolling, he can be so incredibly strong. Also scales very, very well, but is just looking to blow people up. Jhin does really struggle with tanks though, so if you've got something particularly tanky into the top lane with Cassante, maybe Jetterpuff builds a tankier version of the Jax rather than the more duelist build, that could be a way to get you into a really strong position to stop this Jhin from being such a threat, because he will one-shot a squishy, meaning your Jinx is going to be in a lot of threat right now. You're still looking for top laners probably for both of these teams. Mid lane something that you're still looking for as Southampton. And right now, with the mid lane pool being squeezed a little bit with that Talia ban, you've still got a lot of just the main standard pickups potentially. Not sure what Spartan likes to go towards at the moment, but with this composition you've got at the moment, standard things like the Orianna, the Syndra, the Azir, all of those would be pretty good, slot into this teamfight composition well. Maybe even something like an Ornn in the top lane would round this one out as just a great front-to-back composition.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what VUT pick up in the support role, because Marley, I mean, getting a little bit target ban here. The Sona and the Janna ban, 2 of his top champions, you know, from like solo queue, but you know, it's going to be interesting to see what picks up instead of that. We are going to see a Swain come out. Now, it's interesting because that was one of Syracuse's main picks, so it's going to see if Spot Hen can, bring out the same performance.
Yeah, if you can, that's going to be a great way to be able to pull you through this one. And I really do like the Swain. It's not quite as standard as I was potentially hoping for, but at the same time, just can keep you alive for so long, be such a good disruptor. Oh, this is going to suck. Aye, okay, we are going to get the Cassante in the top lane for Cali, playing it up against Cassante the player. It was always a potential option. Luckily, we didn't have too many Cassante players in the UK scene. And with a Soraka to round this one out, this is a super, super interesting comp. We'll get into exactly why a little bit later on. But I like what the Czech team has built for themselves. What are you going to pick finally? With a Soraka there, you're going to need a way to be able to just burst her down. Because if you leave her alive for too long, that just stops working as a way to teamfight. You're just going to have so many heals coming through that you can never actually get through. I would quite like the Fiora for that job. The Renekton also has good backline access and can potentially disrupt both the Jhin and the Soraka from being able to just sit there and do their thing.
It looks like I am going to be wrong with the assumption of a Jax top. Looks like we are going to be having a Jax jungle. And it's going to be interesting. Cassante versus Cassante. We might get a little bit confused at some points. We'll have to make sure to clarify that when we say Cassante, we will mean the player and not the champion. Because,
yes,
that's going to get interesting.
Just a little bit. It wouldn't be UK Esports without a little bit of troll right there. And so these compositions, super standard, front to back looking out of Southampton. They're just going to look to get their Jinx that first initial kill, survive with all of the sustainability that you have from your top mid jungle, and then get your Jinx that first kill, roll through the team fight. Whereas it's a lot more about finding somebody a little bit out of position, using that Xin Zhao to pick them up. The charm also going to be huge, and the Jhin, just an artillery weapon further back, all supported by that Soraka, who I think is going to be the main linchpin of the composition. You need that Soraka healthy, sat in the backline without any threat on top of her, because if you are able to just sit and heal people, it's going to be incredibly difficult to get through these tanky champions. Jins are annoying anyway to get through. Everybody knows with a Cassante, you think he's dead, he looks dead, he doesn't seem to have a shield or anything, and then he just lives. Well, imagine that, plus there's a Soraka healing him on top of all of that. Actually insane if you think about it, and so being able to get on top of this Soraka is going to be a big problem potentially, and with the composition that kind of wants to front to back instead of dive all the way in, that could be a bit of a problem for the Great British squad.
Yeah, Cassante, just as a champion, pretty unkillable anyway. Paired with a Soraka, it's going to be really, really difficult for Southampton to be able to just kind of, deal with that. They are going to have to get onto that Soraka as soon as possible. They are going to have to get that anti-healing. I think anti-heal is going to be, a pretty staple point throughout the entire team of Southampton, I'd hope. But, we've got things like the Jhin, like you said, incredibly annoying anyway, but in the hands of someone who has that amount of experience on Jhin, we were talking about the Draven, but we can't understate the fact that there's still 2 million points flying around on that Jhin pick. It's going to be really, really interesting to see the spot lane, because like we said before, we've seen Snow and Believer play before, and we've seen them hold their own. We've seen them have strong lanes. Are they going to have a strong lane against this? Are they going to be able to do that?
Yeah, exactly. Like with Jinx Lulu, that's not the sort of lane that you're looking at to dominate. But at the same time, you don't really need it to. We've all experienced it where you've got a Jinx and it's doing fine, and then you get that first kill, and then you just keep hitting. But that's what it is. You're going to have to be able to sit and hit, but there is a lot of backline access right here. Ahri is always super slippery. Xin Zhao's able to get into backlines pretty easily as well. And Cassante on a flank, especially if you get a TP flank around one of these big team fights, is going to be huge. And that's where I think you're going to need a lot of vision set up for both of these teams potentially. If you can't get good setup and you're walking into these blind, it's going to be incredibly risky to just get somebody jumped on. And once you're in a 4v5, you're not going to be in a good spot at all.
30 seconds until
Are going
minions
to be getting
fall.
into the first seconds of this game here. I'm very, very excited to see this. Doesn't look like there's going to be any form of invade shenanigans going on at the moment. We might see that a little bit later. It just looks like everyone's sort of defending in the spots that they ought to be, ready to make it aware if there is a jungler coming into the wrong jungle.
Yeah, it would be good to be able to spot one of those out. So we take a look at everything for the beginning. Don't see any rooms that are particularly out of the ordinary. It is going to be the Flash Ghost Jhin, so looking to get pretty aggressive with that one. To be fair, Flash Ghost has been standard for quite a while and is going to be matched by Snow on this Jinx as well. Spartan 2 with the Ghost, so we're going to see a lot of speedy champions in this one, just running straight at each other. Both these junglers going to be looking to start towards the top side, recognizing that the bot lane is most likely where it's at, in terms of just being able to get yourself ahead. Cassandra second Renekton, pretty mobile. Mid lane as well, potentially a good ganking spot pre-6. Post-6 it becomes a lot harder, especially to gank onto this tech mid laner. So we'll have to see what these junglers. If it's going to be full clears, or if you just want to take one camp and then head on down to the bottom side and try to get yourself in position to potentially threaten.
It's going to be very interesting to see where Southampton go early in this game, because VUG have a lot of like sort of mid-game power, so when those champions are getting those higher levels, you know, Cassandra level 6, Ahri level 6, Jhin, Soroka, it's going to be really difficult for Southampton to deal with that if they don't get that early lead.
Yeah, you need to get yourself into a good spot as early as possible, otherwise this lane, yeah, it becomes pretty unfun incredibly fast. Now, I'm not expecting to see too many hyphy plays in the mid lane. Solo kills are a little bit of a rarity nowadays in the mid lane. It's quite a shame, but especially at this high level competitive scene, you don't really get solo kills. You are much more looking at these mid laners for times that they can get elsewhere. If that changes, if we do see a solo kill, as we are getting pretty close to seeing right here, might have to blow flash? Not quite. If we do see players getting that low, it's usually mechanical misplays, and so it's huge out of Spartan to be able to put that mid laner so down. EXO gonna have to go back to base already. Jetterpuff going for an invade is going to be spotted out here. Who's going to get the smite fight?
Jetterpuff, you know, looking to get this red buff, is going to be able to hit it with the W, gets the smite off, has to flash.
Thought it was the charm.
Yeah, making sure he doesn't get hit by that charm, you know, could be considered, you know, pretty good. You know, it would have been difficult to get hit by a charm there, but it wasn't a charm. Didn't need to flash, but did anyway.
It's all good. A little bit nervy, perhaps. It is the first game of the day, and still, you're able to get in there, steal away the red buff. Red buff for flash, maybe not the most worth of all trades. We are going to see a potential lane gank come through from this Jhin, although there are wards. Gonna know that this is happening. Not going to be able to move forwards in this lane. Plus, the bot lane of Southampton are pretty pushed in anyway. It will be a very hard gank to get off.
The ward doesn't seem to be in the bush.
Oh no.
Do VUT know that that ward is in the bush? Because a ping did come out that there was something in that bush, so it looks like they don't know that it's not in the bush. A little bit lucky from Southampton there. Cassandra maybe looking to die.
Yo!
First blood coming out for Cassandra, not the champion. Kali is going to fall. Very, very surprising there. Just going to get a little bit too low against a Renekton. An early game Renekton can just basically shred through that health, and you know, Cassandra proves that.
Yeah, just going to be able to get through the Cassandra right now. You can see Kali comes straight back with that Bramble Vest, is not looking to die to this Renekton again, but forcing that early Bramble Vest is going to be pretty huge right here out of Cassandra. You're going to be very happy with the way that this early matchup has gone, and this could be a gank bot lane. Jetterpuff going to get in, blows the flash, is going to get stunned up, should be able to just walk this one out, and getting the flash out of Basilisk is going to be huge. Having this Jhin in a less mobile position means a repeat gank within the next 5 minutes could be great.
Marley, is going to take a couple tower shots just to slow down the backs of Southampton. That could mean, like, everything, really. Southampton, their backs being delayed there means they lose this wave of minions. Omega B is looking to get this dragon for the side of VUT. Jetterpuff nowhere near to contest this, nor is the Southampton bot lane.
Now just going to be able to step up onto this one. And with this first Drake going down over to the side of the Czech squad, they're going to have a lot of extra pressure when it comes to the remaining Drakes. You've put the English squad, you know, behind in a position where they can't continually say, hey, we can just leave the Drakes, because you are threatening early with that potential soul. We're going to head on over to the grubs right here. This one also going to be uncontested, and so it is a 1-for-1 trade. And to be fair, getting this first set of grubs really does unlock you, because you don't have to fight for this next set. If you get 3 apiece, fine, whatever, you're not going to be too mad about that one. But if you are able to get all 6, that can be pretty huge once you get on top of towers, and we already know how quickly a Jinx, a Jax, a Renekton can shred through a tower put in front of them.
A little bit of a, a trade of power there, really. Like you said, VUT getting that first Drake gives them the strength and the power to be able to go on and get the next Drakes, gives them that little bit of priority. But Southampton getting the first set of grubs lets them have the power to get the other set of grubs. Kali is falling quite low again against this Renekton. Ulting.
They're diving.
Is going to be diving. Jetpuff is going to come in. The E and the Q are going to come out, and the Kali is going to fall again. Another kill coming out for the side of Southampton on a dive. 2 dive kills. And Casanti is going to be able to get this wave, is going to be able to get some plates. No real... Nothing that Kali can do about that. No TP either, so misses a lot of wave. Jetpuff is also going to take the blue buff away. Jetpuff being a pretty... like a little bit of a bug in the side of Omega B. Taking away these buffs, taking away these, jungle camps, but it looks like Omega B has done a little bit of the same, maybe taking away that Gromp. I didn't see specifically, but it's just a bit of a early game power. I said Southampton did need to do that.
Yeah, they've got a composition that scales well. Was that stolen? No. Oh my god, it was stolen.
Looks like it was.
Oh, believer, alright. I think Lulu always does a surprising amount of damage. The extra that Pix gives you, constantly buffing up whatever you do, just gives you that little bit extra. Omega B was clearly focused on Jettopuff, who was beginning to step up, didn't want to have it stolen by the enemy jungler, isn't watching, didn't have a smite to be able to take that one down, is going to land. That wind becomes lightning, doesn't decide to follow it though. Spartan is going to be allowed to continue farming this one up. And there are some CS gaps beginning to form. Top lane, obviously. We've seen just how much pressure Cassante has been having against Kali. In this mid lane, though, again, pretty good for Spartan. Got that early pressure onto EXO, which seemed to give them the edge in the lane. But bot lane, as we were a little bit expecting, to be fair, Basilisk is in a strong spot, has already got those Swifties completed. And so at the point at which Basilisk decides to just go forwards, with that Ghost as well, it's going to be super speedy and just going to be able to stick on whatever target they want to. Super Mega Death Rocket, just going to go wide. Clearly just being used for a little bit of extra poke. It would not have killed out onto Marley there.
No, a little bit of an interesting choice from Snow maybe, but it looks like Snow is just looking to kind of back. Probably get this wave and get out of there, spend a little bit of gold, get a little bit of strength back. But even though Southampton are sort of coming out with this early game power, it's not really where they want it to be. Because even though Kali is 0-2, Cassante as a champion can sort of just hold his own even if he's a little bit behind. Whereas Southampton really do want to be getting onto this bot lane, getting those kills on Basilisks, getting kills on Marley, taking that power away from the Soraka and the Jhin. EXO, looking to do a little bit of poke. Spartan gonna have to just kind of wander out into the jungle.
And having a look at the items that are coming through, it looks like it is going to be that Triforce straight up for Jettopuff. So not going for a tankier build will leave him a little bit vulnerable to Basilisk when you don't have that counter stance up and available. At the same time, though, going to be plenty enough damage once you can get off top of a potential opposition member. Dive coming through. This is all going to be blocked, not going to be able to get anything with the curtains cool, but there are now 4 members threatening around this bottom lane. It would be a pretty hard dive to pull off, but they're going to go for it.
EXO and Omega B coming in from behind. Molly is there. Molly not going to be able to really do anything. It is sort of around the wall, not actually in the fight at the moment. Heals coming out, Q's coming out. Spartan is going to come in with the Swain ult. Spartan and Snow getting super low, but not falling. Jettopuff is going to carry on chasing Marley, but Basilisk and Marley not really getting anything from that.
No mana on either of these guys.
Jettopuff is not going to be able to get, finish Marley off, but that's very, very, very sort of bad for VUT. Believer, the only one to fall, a Lulu, the only one to fall, a kill coming out for both Jettopuff and Snow. Not what you want.
No, not what you want at all. The dive going wrong, and I said it was going to be a risk to try to dive up against this composition. Jetterpuff is going to get chased right here. Doesn't have the flash. Used it in that most recent. Does have the leap strike at least. Is going to be able to get away from this one. Oh, does this just get smitten away? No. It's going to be a nice pickup right there. So with the jungler pretty low, looks like Czech are just going to be able to pick themselves up. These next two is going to be 4 to 5. So a little bit of a victory right there for the UK team. Not going to be the end of the world either way, though. One extra grab either way is unlikely to change the outcome of this game significantly. What is more likely to was that bot lane play. Spartan getting down there and surviving just about that demonic ascension, just giving him enough healing. Despite the fact that the wish did come down, it was huge healing. Even at this early level, Adam Marley wasn't quite able to keep the members alive, though. And fascinatingly, that's also going to be a pair of Swifties on top of Marley.
That is something that I haven't seen. Swifty Soroka, I won't question it because these people are a lot higher ranked than me. So, you know, they know what they're doing. And if this guy, if Marley wants to buy Swifties, let him buy Swifties. Jetpuff starting the dragon isn't going to be able to do anything. Sort of gets caught here, but able to sort of get the counter strike off. Exo going low. Jetpuff getting ulted by the Lulu is going to be able to live. Spartan picking out the demonic ascension is going to be able to grab Omega B here. Omega B TP's coming in. Cassante, sorry, Kali is coming in, getting the kills. Bit confusing with both names, and you know, just as it went wrong for VUT under the tower, it's gone wrong for Southampton.
Has indeed. It's only 1 kill apiece, which the fact that it was... Although, did Believer die? I think Believer died as well. So it's going to be 2 for 1 plus the Drake for the Czech Republic right there. But it definitely could have been a lot worse. Cassante did not have the teleport. Instead, Kali was able to get there. Is instead going to try to get on top of Exo. Not going to be able to find that one. And the kills do go over to Czech Republic in that fight. Basilisk specifically going to find himself a lot of power in that one. The curtain call was huge. Just managing to snipe out Believer, do a ton of extra damage as well. But Jetterpuff living for so long there, never actually going down in that fight. Now coming back with that Trinity Force and the magical footwear puts him in a super strong position. You really do need to play around this top side of the map at the moment, but as first items are being completed pretty much across the board, especially for Southampton, they're going to be feeling good about potentially pulling the trigger on another play. You've got yourself that Rift Herald spawning in under a minute's time. This could be another place to go brawl, and not having the teleport on the top laners means a lot less when you're brawling up next to their lane.
You talk about power from items. Basilisk now has that Storm Razor. Like you said, you was talking about earlier, Jhin being a really pretty sticky champion. You can't really get away from a Jhin, especially not now he's got a Storm Razor. You know, although he was a kill behind, he is just about 30-something minions up. So it's allowed him, after he gets that kill, to get the item power, to get that lead. And it's going to be a little bit difficult for Snow to sort of match that now. Omega B is looking to come in here. Are they going to look to dive again? Omega B going around the back. Believer.
No TPs.
No TPs, no wards. Omega B just kind of has the power to do this if he wants to. Looks like
They know something's up.
They know something. Yeah.
Just gonna step out, use that Wind Become Lightning as a warning. Hey, we're here. You are aware that we're here, but still, that's a lot of time wasted. You do secure your bot lane first tower. Jetterpuff is going to be able to turn that one back around with that Herald, and unfortunate right there for Southampton that they weren't able to delay that bot lane tower going down by a little bit more. First blood tower going over, but still Cassante able to respond to pick up that top lane tower as well, sorry. Pings down onto the mid lane. You could potentially drop the Herald immediately, although there would be a potential 4-man collapse with a lot of members hanging around in this mid lane section.
They really don't want to be doing this without much vision around the sort of, you know,
this could be a full collapse
side of UT. Exo is spotted out in the bush, does get caught out by Spartan, is going to use the ult to sort of get out. Cassante is going to carry on grabbing the flash. The Mega Death Rocket landing, Snow picking up the kill. Cassante using flash to get onto that. The Rift Herald is coming out. 5 members of Southampton are towards the mid lane now. What can VUC do? You've got Kali coming over. You've got Marley. You've got Omega B. You've got Basilisk backing, but they just can't stop it. Rift Herald just going to, get the charge into the tower. They have the wave of minions. They are going to back off now after getting the charge, but nothing that the side of VUT could actually do about that.
No, really good collapse right there. I thought the collapse was going to be in the favour of the Czech Republic, but instead, it looked like the UK squad had their numbers, were able to fully collapse down onto EXO, using all of those Spirit Rushes to try to get away. Instead, the Super Mega Death Rocket out of Snow was incredible, and with the 2 tower charges coming out from that Rift Herald as well, just huge power out of that one. Getting extra, you traded it just for that bot lane tower in the previous play, remember, and so you're going to be very happy with what you get from that one. And this is not what we were expecting, was it actually? We were expecting to enjoy watching our UK boys, but not watch them get very far. This Czech team looked like the significantly stronger one, but at the moment, other than sort of a bright spark right now in Basilisk, everywhere else seems to be doing incredibly well for the UK.
This just goes to show it does not matter what is on the down on paper or on the Excel sheet, but it does not matter what the numbers say, what the words say. What matters is how they perform in the match, how they perform on the day, and Southampton are performing. They are, they're taking control of this map. If we see VUT doesn't have any vision on this map apart from in the top side, and it's not where they want to have vision. They need to have vision for this dragon that's coming up in 20 seconds, but they just don't. Southampton have all of the control that they could want, and they can just run over the map. They've got the teleport on Cassante. They've got Spartan just hovering in the bot lane, farming up, can just rotate to this dragon. Jetpuff is just going to start it. It looks like Southampton are going to be able to pick up the third dragon finally without much competition, but VUT can look to trade it with a tower, or they do have a strong 4 people in mid lane that they could walk down with.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard right here for Snow to try to stop this one. It's going to be the teleport in, Cassante into the back line.
Getting charmed by EXO. They're going to, use the E to get out. Omega B, it is a 5v5 near this mid lane, though. Jetpuff is sort of, hovering towards the bot lane, so VUT might look to do something here.
Ooh, now this play right here, I understand trying to pull the trigger right there. See if you can catch all of the Czech Republic members too far pressed up in a situation where you can catch them out. You do get to rotate that into the Drake, save the mid lane tower, pick up the bot lane tower. But we're 18 minutes, 40 seconds into this game. We are nearly at 20 minutes. You now have no teleports. You're already down a teleport because you don't have one in the mid lane. Spartan decided to go instead towards that Ghost. You're up against a composition that has 2 teleports. 2 teleports that are up right now. Once that Baron spawns, you put yourself in a really bad position right here because you can't rotate around the map as effectively. You're going to have to send someone bot lane to try to defend that bot lane tier 2. But you don't really care right here as the Czech Republic. You can send either the Cassante or the Ahri down there. They can push as much as possible, teleport up to the fight, and if somebody comes to respond, you've got much faster map rotation. It takes 20 seconds to get from the bot lane up to the top side to fight around this Baron. And so, despite the fact that you get a lot of immediate gold and some immediate stats out of the Drake for Great Britain, this could come back to bite them once we get to these Baron fights.
Basilisk is going to get caught in the Jinx traps. Spartan is coming around to the side, going to catch the E onto Omega B. They're not going to be able to really, dive onto or do anything from here, but they are going to be able to defend the tower. Like you said, they've got those TPs. They don't really care about where they position on the map right now, but they are sort of like, they're heavy 5-manning mid over and over and over. We're seeing, 5 numbers in mid, like, a couple of times here from VUT. They really want this tower, but over and over, they haven't been able to get it. Cassante is being a problem in the bot lane, just kind of doing what top laners do, shredding those towers, getting those pushes. He's going to sort of hover to, go straight back in. Wants to get this kill on EXO, maybe, if he can.
Would be pretty hard. The Ahri does have that ult up and available. Blowing that ult off of the Ahri would be pretty huge. And looks like finally this mid lane turret is going to fall. It took a long time for the Czech Republic to be able to push forwards, pick this one up. It is going to go down though. And so you're sat in a pretty even position in terms of towers. The gold still significantly in the favour of Great Britain. Not as far as it was previously. We saw about a 5k gold lead a little while ago. It has come back down to around about 2 and a bit, 3k at the moment. We can see the individual gold leads. Thank you very much, production. There's a pretty dang big one in the bot lane for the side of the Czech Republic. But everywhere else doing pretty nice in comparison to their oppositions right here. Jetterpuff, Spartan, they've had particularly well executed games so far, as we are going to see a couple of recalls potentially coming through. You want to get back by your next set of items before this big fight comes down in the mid lane. And I really like that Malignance and Rylai's completed in the inventory of Spartan. It makes playing these team fights that much trickier right here for VUT. They're not going to be able to just move around. The slows you get out of that Demonic Ascension with the Rylai's is absolutely insane. It makes playing these fights so tricky, and that could definitely be a game changer.
It's going to be very interesting to see this next fight. I think every single spell, every single summoner spell as well, up for both teams apart from that teleport for Cassante, but it is coming up very soon. So it's going to be interesting to see how they go about this. Is this going to be a small skirmish that turns into a 5v5 with all of the teleports coming out? Or is this just going to be a big fight that happens in the mid lane or around those objectives? We've got Baron spawned, we've got Dragon spawning in a minute. VUT really want this third Dragon, they want Soul Point, but are they going to be able to get it? Like I said, everything up for both teams.
Yeah. And you said it. Everything up for both teams. That window where there was a Baron spawned and no teleports anywhere on SVG, it was not made use of. There was just the window came and it went. And now you're back in an even state where you do have the ability to send Cassante to the bot lane to pick up these waves. He can teleport back in. You can look for a big flank potentially. A Renekton on the flank can be huge. And so you're not going to be capitalizing on this one. Could be potentially a collapse bot side. Always a risk when there is a Baron up and available. You're fine for the minute because Jetterpuff is just sat out of vision. Could be threatening onto the mid lane though. This could be a collapse.
Could be a collapse onto the mid lane. Jetterpuff is going to, jump in. Omega B and Marley getting out. Nothing really going to happen. A little bit of a slow sort of burning few minutes. Nothing really happening. A lot being tried, but nothing really coming from it. Dragon is going to be spawning just about now. Which team is going to be able to pick this up? It looks like Southampton are just going to run straight for the Dragon, whereas VUT are going to, push this mid lane. They are going to force these, players from Southampton to come and deal with them. Are they going to be able to get the dive onto Snow? Exo in the top lane, sort of getting that damage on the top tower while Jetterpuff does do the Dragon. It does look like Kali is going to be walking around to the Dragon. No, it does not. They are just going to give the Drake for these towers.
And this is the joys of picking up that first and then second Drake. You really don't care. As SVG, you do not want to give over that potential soul point, so you're having to commit heavily towards the bottom side, and so immediately VUT pull the trigger. They go mid, try to pick up that mid lane tier 2, can't quite get that. They are able to pick up that mid lane, so that top lane tier 2, as we are going to see a fight and an engage. Doesn't quite end in any stun, so Omega B is going to be able to walk that one out. And overall, you got to be happy with that trade as VUT. You're going to be closing that gold lead down again, getting it nearly to just about 1k, almost a negligible point. And in the inventories of your gym right now, you've got a completed Storm Razor and Eye Edge, well on the way to that next energized item as well. Super strong position for this Jhin to be in. And if you're not able to get on top of him and shut him down, you're going to be in a really tricky spot, as Jetterpuff is just having a gander into the enemy jungle. He doesn't need to get too aggressive right here, just wants to see exactly where it is that Omega B and Marley are. Going to be able to spot out this roaming 3 squad right here, as resets do come through for the rest of the GB members. They're going to be on their way back. And this Baron is going to be the next big fight point. We've seen a lot of good map rotation, a lot of macro at the moment, but come on, let's see some fighting. Let's see how the micro of these teams is.
Jetterpuff really wants this Scuttle Crab. Is not going to get it, I want to say.
He's get it.
Does get it.
Nice. That's huge.
Scuttle Crab steals we've seen this game. Very interesting, but yeah, not going to be able to get caught out by that roaming 3 squad of VUT. But still, again, no fights happening. Nobody's died in a long time.
It has been a little bit, as we are going to see Cassante... Oh, hang on. Oh, has
so
to flash.
It's going to go in. Jetterpuff is going to flash through. Flashes through to Marley. with the flash.
Death Rocket
Gets
again!
Death Rocket once more. The TP is coming in from Cassante in the backlines. Southampton are looking to win this. Jetpuff is getting quite low. Is just going to get one shot. Shutdown coming out. Cassante is in under the tower, just shredding through them underneath the tower. Cali, though, is just going to live for quite a long time. Is not going to be able to do it, though. The 4 kills, the ace, sorry, coming out for Southampton with minimal loss. Jetpuff falling pretty early in the fight, and it just not mattering. Cassante TP coming in and just kind of shredding through them under the tower, tanking all of that damage. Can Southampton just push to win here?
They can try. They have got a Soraka to play up against 10 seconds until the Jhin is going to be available. They have got a ton of damage onto these towers already. This next one going to fall pretty low. They could just go for the end. They're just going to win this one.
Southampton are just going to be able to pull out the ult coming out from Basilisk, blocking from Cassante. Cassante, they are just going to be able to last hit this Nexus. Cassante picking up that 50 gold.
Oh my lord. Now that is not what I was expecting out of that game 1 right there. Huge plays out of Southampton. The UK boys are going to be able to do it in that round 1 up against the Czech Republic with winning a team fight out of nowhere. They were just won a team fight with a good pushing minion wave. It was an ace. They didn't even need a Baron. 26 minutes, no Barons to end this game. Just insane.
You know, against all odds, Southampton did pull through and win that game. Against our odds, really, we sort of didn't expect them to. We weren't shunning them too hard, but on paper, like I said, it really looked favorable for VUT. You know, they had the higher ranked players. They had that history, and Southampton showing that does not matter whatsoever when it comes to the game. Southampton, you know, coming out strong. They proved everything that they had.
Huge plays right there. Big congratulations to Southampton. Czech Republic will go down to face another of the round 1 losers. UK will go on to face another winner from round 1. We're going to head to a short break. We'll bring you round 2 in just a couple of minutes.
I don't wanna fall for you, oh no. But you make it so hard. Watching you dance all night, baby, is making me fall hard. Trying to take a deep breath, but I just can't control my lungs. Ooh. Trying to hide my cold sweat, but I just keep on talking in tongues. It's a funny situation that I got myself into. I can't help my own frustration, 'cause I think, yeah, I think I like it. I think I like it. Got nothing to lose. 'Cause I think I like it. Tell me if you like me too. How can you move the way you do? It's making me crazy, yeah. You're moving just like you own the room. Make it look easy.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to University Esports Masters. We have just watched Southampton beat out VUT in the first round of today. And, first of all, what are your thoughts about that, Boxer?
Oh, I'm surprised, and I feel a little bit bad for being surprised, but I just don't expect that much from the UK teams on the international stage, but they proved us wrong. That was a really impressive performance up against the Czech Republic. Congratulations to them. They'll be moving on to face up against another set of winners. And unfortunately for the Czech Republic, although they showed some pretty good stuff, I think that bot lane is definitely someone to be watching out for. It just didn't work out for them. Their game plan didn't quite ever get off of the floor. Unfortunate for them, but still, it was a great start. We'll have a quick look in at the leaderboard, I think, right here, and see who it is that won, who it is that lost.
So, as you can see, we've got, the teams with the wins. We've got KIT, we've got, I'm going to mess up that pronunciation. I'm just going to call them DL. We've got FOI, Unina, Polytechna, UDL, BME, and Steel Crows, and Jetagap getting the wins, whereas the rest had a loss. Obviously, where there are winners, there have to be losers. So for this second game, we are going to be focusing on two of those teams that did lose out in that first round. We are going to be following PXL, which is a Belgian team, and Pesigod, which is an Italian team. You know a little bit about Pesigod?
I do. I have watched them before. They've been here previously. They did okay, didn't quite make it out of the group stage. Got a couple of wins, though. Were certainly no slouches. This is pretty much all new players, though, and so I'm not entirely sure how this team will be looking to play. They didn't have the best round one. We've decided to follow two losing teams just to get them a little bit of show onto here. Maybe you just came up against an incredibly strong team in your first round and you're going to be able to bounce back and look good. That would be, my hope for both of these teams. UDL just beat out the Belgian team. That is one of the strongest French teams. They are perennial University Masters players. They're always here, and so no surprise that they were able to beat out in round one. That doesn't make me think any less of this Belgian squad that they lost out to UDL, whereas it was the Poland squad that beat out onto Pesigod, and so we'll have to see how good that Polish squad was, if it is going to be a really good performance out of Pesigod again. I mean, both of these squads, they are easily the best in their regions. We were just reading up on how the Belgian team plays a lot in their regional leagues as well. And so these players are incredibly good, and it will be great to see how they match up against each other and get that next win on the board. Going down 0-2, though, is pretty bad for your chances of moving on into that top 8.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult for the team that loses this game to sort of, bring that back. They're going to have to win a couple games in a row to get, even slightly into that top 8. But that, it's possible. It's the hope. But we are going to be looking at both of these teams for, to bring that little bit of sort of kick in the teeth, that first loss can always be a bit of a stab, bit of an ouch. It can harm mentalities, but it can also, bring them back stronger. We saw that with Southampton in UK University Esports, that, they lost to Bath originally. They came back and won the whole tournament, So it's going to be interesting to see how both teams deal with that first loss and how they play against each other, having both lost.
Yeah, absolutely. These two teams are still in a perfectly fine position. Losing the first one, it stings, but you're not out of the running, of course. And like we keep saying, top 8 is what you're looking for. Top 8 move on to the playoffs. If we've got any tiebreakers at the end of today, we will be having some tiebreaker matches tomorrow. Not streamed, unfortunately, but it does mean that, we're not coming down to game time or total kills that you've gotten. We do actually get to see proper matches to determine that top 8, who will move on to the 19th, 20th of May to play in those playoffs. You're not out of the running right now after you've lost that first one, but you need to pick up this second win. It's not do or die, but it's getting close to that point already. The joys of Swiss means that if you start losing and keep losing, you go out very, very quickly. There's no real hope for comebacks later on. So we'll have to see how these two teams do. Pezigod, in the past, I've known them as a pretty fast-paced team. They like to get things going as quickly as possible and see if they can just keep that tempo as high as possible. And so we'll have to see if that's also what's going to be happening right here, as we are going to jump on into Champion Select. You are going to get Pezigod over onto the blue side. Draven ban again. Now, apparently we've got a Draven player in this lobby as well.
Very interesting to see, you know, both teams that we spectate having a Draven player, both getting banned out. Not going to see Draven in either of these games. Interestingly, you know, we're not really, you know, very aware of much of PXL's squad, so we don't really know who plays what. But, you know, Thresh ban coming out, a Camille ban coming out for the side of Pezigod. It's, you know, we've not done too much looking into these teams, so it's going to be a bit of a surprise of what we get, but I am very, very excited. You know, those bot lanes, we said before, bot lanes are pretty, you know, standard. It doesn't really decide the outcome of the game, whether the bot lane wins or loses, but if a bot lane stomps, that can absolutely mean everything. But I'm certainly going to be looking at, you know, these mid lanes, these top lanes, junglers especially as well. You know, jungle's such a strong part of the game now with the like power on those objectives, you know, the grubs, the dragons. It's important to really like weigh which you want to do. We get the Kai'Sa looking to be picked first for the side of Pezigod, is going to get locked in. Kai'Sa, very strong. You know, you can sort of build whatever you want on Kai'Sa. You can't really counter build a Kai'Sa.
No, and we've seen a disturbing introduction of Kai'Sa mid lane back into the meta once again. I'm not sure if we're going to get it right now. It is one patch behind live that we're playing on right now, 14.7, and so it's not quite as strong and prevalent as it is currently on live patch. We'll see if it is going to be that Kai'Sa mid with the AP variant or not. It's going to be the Orianna locked in straight away. Orianna absolutely fine into whatever matchup. She doesn't really have any matchups she's particularly hard losers, especially not that's currently strong in the meta right now. Always a good one to just pick up nice and safely. You could also potentially try to take your bot laner right now. Kai'Sa doesn't love a lot of range, a lot of poke. Exactly. That Varus is going to be great into it, especially with the poke variant rather than the on-hit. Although obviously you can do either. You have to see what your opposition are picking up.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've got two early picks. Like you said, Kai'Sa really doesn't do well into a lot of poke, into a lot of, you know, sustained damage. Got the Zac coming out, though. Zac is going to be really good against that Varus. You know, he has a lot of range, but Zac can jump onto that. Isn't actually going to pick Zac. We were wrong. Is hovering, is looking to pick the Ahri. So it isn't going to be a Kai'Sa mid, I don't think. Like you mentioned, could be. It looks like it is going to be a Kai'Sa ADC, but, you know, both mid laners being picked. Like you said, Orianna doesn't really do very terribly into most matchups, so it's, you know, Ahri's a pretty safe pick. Ahri's a pretty easy pick. Volibear coming out. We did get a Volibear nerf this patch, so it's going to be interesting to see how much stronger or how much weaker he's going to be than we have seen previously. But like you said, I don't think it matters either. Volibear still a pretty strong pick.
Yeah, I mean, the changes that were put onto the Volibear were nothing that huge. As, hang on a minute, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Is that a Kindred?
I haven't seen a Kindred in a long time. That's a
I saw it recently. I saw a Kindred really recently. It didn't have a great time. It had a Gragas picked into it, so just got bopped out of the ult every single time. Didn't go that well. So that is always a potential pickup if you do have a top laner who can play that Gragas. But Kindred is so huge. It absolutely changes the way that the game is played, not just for your team, but for the other team too. Sirius is going to have to really respect the fact that you're going to have invades constantly, but you can also play around that, especially as a Volibear. You are great in the straight up 1v1s, the same as a Kindred, but if you can get right on top of her with the heals, with the shields that you get through, just going to be able to beat this Kindred down. And so you've got to be really careful as Jormag to not overstep, not push too far in, looking for those marks constantly, because if you die a couple of times while on the hunt for marks, that can put you out of this game incredibly quickly. I've seen far too many Kindreds not even make it to that first 4 mark point where they get the beginnings of their strength upgrades, and it just go wrong overall.
Yeah, I know. Kindred is... I really didn't expect to see a Kindred at all today. So to see one, you know, this early in second game, it's going to be really interesting. Like you said, Kindred can go wrong really, really wrong, because we see Braum ban coming out. They really don't want to see a Braum in this game. I mean, Braum would actually be a very, very strong pick for the side of Pezigod, but it's not going to happen. Leona ban coming out, responding with their own support ban. But yeah, Kindred is, like you said, going to be very strong in that 1v1, but so is Volibear. So it's going to be interesting to see if the Kindred can pick up those marks.
And we are going to get the Renekton locked in. We saw in the previous game just how strong that can be. Getting solo kills on a Cassante is not a particularly easy feat. So, how well is this one going to be able to do? The responding pick, I mean, Renekton, you're not unlikely to be able to beat him out in the straight-up laning phase. You can try to pick something aggressive. We've seen plenty of Aatrox Renekton matchups that are just complete bloodbaths in the top lane. You are going to have to show what you're looking towards right now. The counter pick saved for the support. I always quite like that. So is he going to be able to look towards this Nautilus, towards this Kai'Sa, know that you've got a very aggressive bot lane that you're matching up into, potentially another Enchanter to just stay far away from the bot lane, maybe another hook champ. I can understand why the Leona was taken off of the board. If you do have that Nautilus, you end up in a situation where you just stood and looking at each other, and I did say it. I did say that the Gragas can really disrupt the plans of a Kindred, and here it is. If you manage to get that barrel put down into the middle of that Kindred ult, bop everybody out of it once they've gotten themselves low, you can completely destroy the game plan that you're looking towards as a Kindred.
Absolutely. I mean, you called it. You said the Gragas would mess it up, and the Gragas has arrived. So, we're going to have to see whether that is the case. Is the Gragas going to be able to do what he needs to? Gragas versus Renekton, I'm not really very aware of the matchup, so I'm not exactly sure how that goes, but Gragas is just a pretty overpowered top laner in the like as an overall. So it's going to be very strong, and it's going to be very interesting to see how much that Kindred can actually get. Like you said, Kindred super weak if you can't really get those those marks, and it's going to be weak if you don't get those marks. So
yeah, not a super stable position to be in, but at the same time, it's a Kindred. I've seen plenty of Kindreds also just steal away the game, get into the backline, constantly be able to pick things up. You've got a really strong teamfight composition right here for this Italian squad. You're going to be plenty happy to just keep on stepping up heals and shields for days. As long as you can keep your Kai'Sa and your Ahri with enough space, things are going to be just fine. But that's not to say that there isn't good team fighting out of this Belgian squad either. You want to poke a lot more to begin these team fights off, and then you just want to go all in. I'm going to be fascinated to see what the builds are out of both this Varus and this Kai'Sa. Are we going towards on hit for both of them? That'd be pretty boring. That'd be very standard. Are we going to go towards lethality? Maybe you can go towards the AP for either of these guys, potentially the Kai'Sa a little bit more than the Varus, but who knows? These bot laners, they can build whatever the hell they want, and I really like that versatility that you've got out of these pickups.
It's a very interesting bot lane. Both bot laners can just kind of go into the shop and right click on whatever they want, and it'll probably work. We've seen a lot of stuff for Varus. We've seen AP Varus all the time.
I've seen
on
tank
hit,
Varus. I mean, like,
tank Varus top lane quite recently. Not a great pick, but a pick nonetheless. Kai'Sa, I absolutely despise playing against Kaisers at the moment because you can't build against them.
No.
Because you build MR, they'll build AD. You build armor, they'll build AP, and it doesn't matter. They can just kind of go into the shop and they'll probably get a good build at some point. It doesn't matter what they build. But yeah, I really like the Alistar pick. I think that's going to be really, really good to respond to that Nautilus. Getting on, pushes straight off. Can't really get anything to do with that. It's pretty difficult.
I think you've highlighted that perfectly. This is not a pick that's going to be looking to get aggressive in the laning phase. If it does, I'm going to be very, very surprised. Instead, you are just looking to protect your Varus, give them enough space to sit back, farm, poke out with those piercing arrows as best as possible, because the second that you go all in as an Alistar, you're just going to get locked up by this Nautilus. Nautilus invites a really interesting kind of matchup with a lot of his enemy supports when they're quite aggressive supports, where it's just like, hey, whoever goes in first probably loses this one. So instead, you're just sitting there, Russian roulette, staring at it, waiting. At some point, you're going to have to go for the play. Otherwise, we're going to get some junglers involved in the bot lane. Now, you don't have very much setup as a Kindred. You're much more reliant on your Alistar being able to start things for you, whereas it's completely different over on the other side. There's tons more setup in the bot lane if you are this Italian squad, and so you're going to be much happier to try to get proactive in the spot lane. And so I'm watching where these junglers are going to be. Starting towards the top side, do you want to get involved down bot? Or maybe do you want to go up towards the top side of the map and try to get your Renekton going? Renekton Gragas, I mean, the Gragas comes out on top a little bit more simply because you can get rid of the Renekton once you're later on into the game, but in the straight up 1v1 matchup, this Renekton should be able to play around those heals out of the Fury more effectively and just keep this Gragas on his toes the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the Gragas is going to have to really try hard not to die early to this Renekton. You know, we saw last game how strong that early Renekton can be, so it's like, it's going to be interesting to see if we see that again. I mean, Renekton, pretty notorious lane bully. You know, you can't really do much against the Renekton no matter what. You know, so it's going to be really good to see that matchup. As we get, you know, we get straight into the game, Cyril is going to be able to get a lot of damage out onto Yormag. Not a great start for Yormag. Are they going to carry on to push in to try and stop this back? Yormag is going to have to stop his back there, sorry. Is Sirius looking
He's going to stop it again?
Stop it again. Yormag really not having a great start to this game. Is he going to be able to, you know, get back and, you know, keep on top of that? A little bit of a fight going out in the mid lane as well. Ooh, Kribob not going to be able to land the hook onto Bram, and it's what a start to the game.
I mean, just insane plays right here, and you highlighted it perfectly. Yormag not going to be able to get back in time to start his camps up at the point at which he would have liked to. Going to be really late to this one. A full 15 seconds behind the curve is going to be huge because Kindreds, they just want to farm as much as possible. You're really good on the engages, but you have to have your laners set them up for you. You can't set it up for yourself. So being this far behind the curve is not what you want. Not when you can clear faster than a Volibear. Now the Volibear is going to be able to get through this clear a lot more effectively. It'll be fascinating to see where Sirius decides to go with this one. He's starting towards the top side. Looks like they're just going to go for a full clear, not a 3-camp to gank. It would have been risky trying to immediately go for a gank down onto the bottom lane. So instead, just going to look to full clear. Both of these junglers are. So it's all onto the laners to get the fights going.
Kribob is going to get a hook onto Sis. Ignite coming out is not going to be able to get enough damage to, you know, secure that kill. But a lot of damage coming out. Early stages of this game, everywhere is fighting.
Stay?
Sis, he's looking to stay. You can't really back at this stage. You know, you have to stay for that XP. You can't get this far behind. Even though you're on that low HP, he has the pots regenerating. So hopefully, you know, he has the Alistar passive as well, has the Aftershock. So hopefully he can get a little bit of health. Sirius might look to gank here mid, but also could just look for the invade to, you know, shut down this Kindred even more. Might wait for the blue buff, doesn't wait. Yormag is going to be able to, you know, come around and see. Though Sis is behind them.
Whoa.
Looks like a first blood coming
Okay.
out. Sorry, not Sis is not behind them. Gilles and Kribob were behind Sis. Gilles and Kribob gonna come. Ooh, Bram gonna have to flash out of there. Flashes after by
This is a disaster.
Hoopern. A disaster. Yeah, you said it. You know, Yormag gonna have to come off of the blue buff as well.
Does
Does
get it.
actually get the blue buff, but has to back off so far. Can't
That's,
really look for his Sirius. Super low HP, but doesn't have to worry about Yormag pushing through because there's no way that he can do anything. Not with Gilles and Kribob on this ward here, though.
Oh no. Oh no. This could go pretty wrong right here for Pezigod. They're gonna... Oh, the hook lands onto the wall, not actually onto the champion looking for Gilles. Flashes away, just gonna get taken down.
Gilles is going to fall to Xing, and Kribob looks to fall as well. Can Sis, you know, keep him in here? He can. Yormag going to get an early kill. Really good for the Kindred to pick up that kill there, I think, after having such a really, you know, a pretty disrupted early game.
Seriously disrupted, and it was such a good play out of Pezigod. They were able to find themselves multiple kills, really just shut down the jungle as well. Things looking great, and then they overstay on top of a ward. Looks like Sirius is going to go for a gank top lane. Zenko's low.
Sirius is just kind of walking in. Zenko, he is, yeah, like you said, pretty low, but is also Renekton, so he's just going to be able to get out there. Not going to have to burn any summoner spells. Just, you know, just kind of saying, get out of my lane. I don't need you here. You know, Suru not going to be able to get anything from that.
with Suru without any mana, it was unlikely that that play was going to be able to actually go well. You've got plenty of dashes as the Renekton, of course. Slice and dices his way out, although this could turn into another fight top lane.
You know, there's so much fighting going on, I can't really keep up. Flash coming out for Yormag, but, you know, doesn't... Ooh, I don't think Yormag even got the assist.
I agree with that play, because as the Kindred, you really need to get yourself kills early. Losing your flash there does suck, but it was a nice read right there, actually, out of Sirius to go, oh, I'm dying. I'd much rather give this kill over to the Renekton than I would to the Kindred. So just steps back under tower, accepts his fate. We've overpressed on this one. But that's now another bit of overpressing out of both of these teams. Both Belgium and Italy have made mistakes in this one. And they really need to calm things down a little bit. Get your feet back under you. You've got such good scaling in a lot of places right here as PXL. The Renekton is kind of your early game insurance. You can play around that. It is getting an early kill, so you're going to be in a nice spot. But the rest of your composition scales super well. You don't need to be over-aggressive. The onus is not on you to press this game too much. The onus is a lot more on Sirius to get things going, because the Volley Bear, he doesn't fall off. He's always useful, but he's a much stronger early ganker, so you need to use that effectively in the time where the Kindred isn't at her strongest.
Yeah, it's I mean, already this game we've seen more fighting than we saw in the entire last game. I think, you know, we've got basically half the kills we saw in that game already. 2 deaths in the mid lane, but still I think everywhere sort of like, you know, relatively even. Pupo gonna go in, get a lot of damage onto Bram. Can he pick up the kill? Not gonna be able to do enough damage, but is gonna force Bram sort of out of lane. Bram looking to stay, doesn't want to lose any minions here. Doesn't want to fall further behind. You know, the Ahri has the kill and the CS lead. It's a difficult one, but you know, we were talking about the bot lane in Champ Select. We've got to look at the bot lane now. 1 CS lead, you know, not, you know, they're sort of matched in CS, but you know, there's the Kai'Sa does have the kill lead.
Yeah, she's got a lot of pressure as well when you want to exert that, but they're going to get pushed in the bottom lane. It's going to be a trade. Grubs going over to Pezzy-Gods. PXL going to be happy to just pick themselves up this Drake instead. I like this trade. You're going to be happy, honestly, as both. We saw how Drakes were really impactful in the previous game. Getting that first one, allowing the team to just not really care about the next couple. You've got at least 3 until there's any real threat giving over those Drakes. Quite pushed up is this Ahri. Doesn't have the ult, actually. This could potentially be a gank, although it looks like Pupon is going to be well away, sat on the other side of the lane. Instead, things are just going to go back to farming. Stolen buff. This poor Kindred just keeps getting stuff stolen away. And it's usually the Kindred heading into the enemy jungle, picking up marks, nicking stuff that way. Sirius knows where Yormag is. I don't think he's going to go in onto that one, though. Oh, never mind.
I think he might. He has the ult at his disposal. Zinko is kind of, you know, there, though. Doesn't really want to get that rotate. Is Sirius just going to wait here, or is he going to take the chickens? Might look to jump under the tower, disable that tower, and get the kill on Bram, but again, I don't think he's going to. Though it looks like Yormag is looking for a lane gank in the top lane against Suru, and it looks like they are going to go and, you know, deny that mark from the Kindred again.
Yeah, Suru is pretty low right here. If he steps up, could be a very bad spot for him, but he's now got his friends rolling on in.
Oh, it's so much in the top lane. Zinko is
gonna
not be able to do enough damage to stop that from happening. Yormag is just gonna fall to the damage of Sirius. Suru is gonna carry on going in. Zinko gonna take so much damage. Sirius is just gonna be able to get the ult there, and another kill going over to Pupo. And Kribob's here as well.
Just for fun. Just gonna step on in, say hi, make sure that everything's all fine. To be fair, not needed in the bot lane right now. Giving over some solar XP to Gilles is going to be a really good idea right now. Keep them in a good place up against Jing. And that play in the top lane, you could see how long Yormag spent just waiting, trying to find the right moment. Clearly thought it was the right moment when Suru stepped up, but Suru knew something that they didn't, had a load more friends. Sisei is going to look for this one. Not going to go through. Instead, that ward just going to keep Gilles safe. Backs off of this bot lane. And we talked about how the Volley Bear had a nerf, but we weren't really sure that was going to matter too much. And about the fact that Kindreds can go wrong. Now, this isn't a complete disaster. It looked like it was going to be in the very early stages of the game. But it's certainly not good. This is not the early game you're looking for as a Kindred.
No, I'm not exactly sure if there's a way for us to check how many marks the Kindred has, but I don't think it's a lot. I think one mark at 9 minutes. Now, I'm not a Kindred player, and I don't really know the marks per minute you're meant to have on Kindred, but I definitely know that you're not meant to have one at 10 minutes.
No.
You know,
By this point, you'd like to have at least 2. 3 is ideal. Obviously, 4, that's the point at which you begin to get your first sets of extra damage, extra range. That's the point at which you really come online. A Kindred who never gets to 4 marks is pretty much completely useless. It's not the end of the world right now, but still risky, as we're going to see more brawls here.
So much fighting going on in this game. Sirius is going to get caught out by Sis. Sis is looking to take a lot of damage. Kribob just going to die, though. Yormag picking up the kill. Doesn't get a mark, though. Still has the mark on Sirius and is not able to kill him.
Oh boy, this one is such a bloody game, back and forth kills, and it seems like whoever thinks they've got the play going is actually wrong. Over aggressive, not going to be in a good spot. You're going to see that first Malignance coming through onto Pupone, and that's a really strong position for this Ahri to be in. It gets you unlocked those ultimates up that much more often. You're a lot safer with it as well, but you can try to play these ones out a little bit more aggressive. The next set of grubs will be spawning pretty dang soon. Same thing with the next Drake, and so you need to be, a little bit careful to not over-aggress onto one of these objectives and get caught out. Yormag looking in the jungle, potentially trying to steal something away, something that he's had happen to him quite a lot recently. Could go for a dive, does have the ulti available.
Zinko has ulted, but just isn't able to do the damage to Suru. Suru just kind of bumping him away. Doesn't want to let him get a fight out. Yormag is going to look to get these grubs, though. And, Puko not going to be able to sort of deny this because Bram is there. Though Suru is sort of looking to walk down, just taking the ward, though. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to do anything to contest these grubs. But instead, it does now because Sirius has ulted in and is going to be able to get through. Zenko is going to have to flash out of the pit there. They are going to pick up an extra 2 grubs, it looks like. Unless Yormag is going to jump in, gets the smite, smites. Oh. Pupone is going to pick up the last hit on the grubs there. And Yormag is just going to, just leave. Doesn't want to be there.
That's going to be 5 over to Yatori Pepsi. They're going to be very happy with picking up all of those. Obviously, like we said, it's not going to be the end of the world to lose out on a couple of grubs. Once you start pushing those towers, being able to take them down that much quicker is going to be huge. And you don't have the fastest tower push on this Italian squad, so you are going to like to have this one. Yormag once again looking for a lane gank. I mean, he's got into these bushes undetected, but I don't know how much Suru is going to look to step up. Doesn't have the friends available like he did on the last one. Instead, seems to be perfectly happy to just keep himself alive.
We have to consider that it went really wrong for Yormag last time he tried to do this, and
he doesn't get that.
Just doesn't get anything. Suru is safe under his tower. Yormag cannot dive, not in the slightest. Zinko doesn't have the ult at his disposal, so there's no dives possible. Suru, looking to sort of play aggressive, maybe a little bit of a bait. Has to flash out. Can't really do much. The smite coming out. Is Suru going to fall?
Wait, the tower! The tower!
Yormag is going to take... Oh! Yormag is going to pick up the kill. A little bit of strength. Yormag is going to be able to get off the ult as well, though. Sirius is going to pick up the Drake. The flash hook coming out from Kribob. Not going to hit, but is going to land the stun on Sis. Sis going to just ult, say, no, I don't want any part of this, and is going to just wander off.
Oh, they could look to dive, though. You've got the volley bear. It doesn't quite have the ult available to turn the tower off. Still, though, plenty of damage, plenty to lay down. Instead, he's just going to be able to get away with that one. And the fact that that top lane gank worked is huge for Yormag right there. 3-1-0 now. Does have the completed boots and Kraken Slayer, so is in a pretty strong position. Be interesting to see how many marks once again. If we could just get a quick check on that one in a second production, as this is going to be TP in, never mind.
TP in from Zinko.
Wait, just
He's
dead.
going to get onto there. Yormag is going to get left alone here. 4 members of PXL are just going to leave Yormag to fend for himself. Pupone, Kribob, and Sirius just going to be able to dive on him. Pupone going to be in no position to die here with the ult up. Is just dead. Can't go and get that mark from the chickens like he would want to. And, Rift heralds up, so it looks like Sirius is going to just look to do this. Yormag not having a great game, still on 1 mark. Like I said, hasn't been able to pick up the mark on Sirius yet, not able to kill. I'm not sure exactly how Kindred works. Can he switch that mark to a different champion?
Yes, can switch it around.
Don't know why he hasn't.
Clearly just really wants that kill right now. Really wants to pick up the kill on the Sirius if possible. Has got another mark available on the opposition chickens. Could head down to that one, but it looks like instead Pupone just going to cover that one off. Kribob is up here. The tower is super low. This could be a dangerous position for Zinko.
Kribob here, but so is Yormag. Kribob is, you know, going to get the hook on Zinko, but Zinko not taking a lot of damage.
So many more
going to go
people
back
arriving.
in. An ult coming out, going to stop Yormag from doing anything. But yeah, so many more people arriving. Sirius is going to almost fall.
Oh, it's going to live because of the embers.
It's going to live because of the embers. Speeding him up. Cornflakes on the ground, giving him that a little bit of extra power. Pupone on the little bit of a flank. They do not see him. Gonna get the charm on Zinko, but it's gonna get dove on. Can he get the stun off? No. There are 4 members now in the blue side of YPG, and they are just gonna be able to pick the blue. Pupone really doesn't want to let them, but Sis gonna pull out the ult. Can they get on top of Sirius? Yormag really wants this mark, like he said.
Sirius.
That stun. Yormag is going to be able to pick that mark on Sirius. 2 marks finally on Kindred. 2 marks. A double kill as well.
There we go.
Coming out. That is so strong. 5 kills on the Kindred, but only 2 marks. How much?
I think Yormag can just go take this next set as well. The chickens are available. Sirius is dead. This will be 3. Then you're only 1 away from that coveted 4-mark position, at which point the Kindred really will be coming online. And it is turning into a little bit of a worry right now. The Kindred wasn't finding the marks, was finding the kills, and clearly just needed that first item completed to be able to do enough. Sirius thought he could go in there, could try to find that fight again, have the Suns and Sky. But the thing with Volibear is that you are super strong in the first 6 levels, but you don't actually continue to deal that much damage, even through items. You know, you can 1v1, but with a lot of different people on top of you, you can get bursted out before that Sky Splitter comes down. Nearly ended up dying. You are going to be able to put this Rift Herald down into the mid lane with all of the grubbies as well. This tower is just going to fall. A good injection of gold back into your Tori Pesigod. They're going to be happy to pick up a little bit back. You've got a very strong jungler, a very strong ADC for the Belgian squad right here. And up against what is going to be a terrifying Ahri. But Ahri is a really tricky champion to solo carry on.
Yormag is here, so is Sis. Pupo going to use the ult to get out. Gets knocked over the wall. Sis not going to be able to get the knock up. Pupo is going to be able to deal a lot of damage to Yormag in response.
Look at that damage.
Sort of turns around and says, what are you doing? I'm not here to mess around. Kribob, a little bit out of position. Sis and Bram are very, very close. Not going to be able to get anything serious. It is nearby. Galay's going to, you know, spam a little ability down the lane. Down the river, sorry. Not going to be able to hit anything. Takes an arrow to the face.
And that's going to begin to really hurt. It is indeed going to be that lethality on the Varus. Instead, it's just going to be the on-hit normal. Well, I don't even know if there's a normal Kai'Sa build at this point, but, you know, the one that's more like regular ADCs, not going to be the AP variant. Just straight up going to go towards dealing as much damage as possible to these big tanks. To be fair, when you've got an Alistar, when you've got a Renekton up in front of you, just being able to sit and hit is tricky, but if you can just land that damage, you're going to be in a decent spot. This is a collapse.
Yormag, that looks really bad for Yormag. Has to pop the ult. Has to flash out. Sirius is going to chase. Dead. Is just going to die. Dies to Kribob's ult. Sis is looking to fall as well, taking so much damage. There is 5 people in this fight for the side of Pesigod. It's just a collapse, like you said. You know,
yep,
bit
really
unlucky,
well.
Bit unlucky for Yormag. The shutdown, I didn't see exactly who that shutdown went over to. I think it was Kribob, which is a little bit unfortunate.
It was indeed the support, but unfortunately the depth charge had already gone through. It was necessary to just stop Yormag from being able to sneak away with the flash over the wall. So much time was bought with that Lamb's Respite, but it was really well executed right there. I love the map rotation out of Pesigod. They rotated everybody down into the bot side. No TP flanks needed. They knew where Yormag was going to be. Yormag's jungle, especially the bot side jungle, really hasn't been their own throughout this entire game. Has instead pretty much belonged to the Italians, and because everybody was roamed down on foot, you then had teleports available for Suru to just head back towards the top side and stop Xenogo from being able to just pick up the tower and really get anything in response.
Yeah, honestly, like, there's not really much that PXL can do here to respond to that. You know, it's a collapse and a couple kills come out, but they can't respond on the other sides of the map because Suru is you know, so strong, even though he's like a little bit behind in the way of kills. He's still holding his own against Zinko. Can't really die, but like, I mean, the TP came out and it was 5 people in that bot side.
Yeah.
So there was nothing that PXL could do. It does look like, you know, the Baron's spawning. They're looking to get that control early here. I don't think they're going to look to take it anytime soon, but they are certainly looking to get those, you know, positions. Zinko very, very low in this bush. He's going to dash out onto Pupo, but he's just going to die.
This is a disaster for them.
Disrespects Pupo's damage, the true damage coming out, the ult coming out from Bram, but it's just going to get dove on by Galleys and just dies. Yormag dies. Everybody is dying. Jing is the only one left alive, and I said they weren't going to get the Baron anytime soon. They proved me wrong. They can just do this now.
Turn onto it, you still got Smite available. Obviously, Jing does still do a shocking amount of damage with a piercing arrow, and without your ADC, this is going to be a very painfully slow Baron take, but still, you're going to be able to pick this one. It doesn't actually look like Jing is going to want to move up, try to steal this one. Now begins to wander over. There is a lot of wards, though. Is going to be spotted out, has absolutely no clue what is happening in the pit. Throws out the arrow, isn't even going to be able to land it, can't even step up that far. And this one is just going to go on over to Pezzygod. The Italians pick up the first Baron off of a brilliant collapse. And Zinko just stepped up way too far, was not respecting the fact that this Ahri is terrifying. Got the Lich game completed, has obviously had that Malignance in inventory for quite a while. The return of that Q, not the when it goes out, but when it comes back, does so much extra damage. True as well, so just going to shred through whoever is in front. And the return kill out of Jing is just a nice extra kill, but isn't really going to change the outcome. What can be done with the Baron, though? They've now picked this one up for themselves. All of the outer turrets are gone, so you're looking to siege onto these inners. With TPs available in the mid lane and nearly available in the top lane, you've got a lot of potential map rotation available to you. Pupone is going to be sent to the bot lane, and everybody else sort of huddles around in this top side looking for a 1-3-1.
I think Zinko made a little bit of a classic top lane mistake in that fight, thinking, you know, I'm the top laner, therefore I'm stronger than the mid laner. You know, gets proven wrong. Pupon just proving that he can hold his own against him. Siru is looking to get these Krugs. Zinko looking to try and stop him, but nothing really going to come of it. Bram sort of hiding. Sirius and Kribob are really just searching for kills here. They really want this tower. They need to get you know, value off this Baron take, like they are doing. They're going to be able to pick up this tower. It doesn't look like PXL are going to be able to do anything about this. You know, you've got half your members on the other side of the map. You can't defend this tower against 4 people, and it just looks like they are going to be able to just transition into mid lane. Suru, you know, pulling the Baron wave in. 5 people now in the mid lane. Zinko has the TP, is going to use it in the back lane. The charm lands. Sis is going to go in, takes a lot of damage though. Zing is going to take a lot of damage as well, does fall. And there's so much damage coming in. Zinko TPs into the backline, but just dies almost immediately. Sirius doing so much damage to Yormag, and Sis gonna have to back out of this. Kribob gonna flash Q, misses ever so slightly. Gilles the W though, and able to all and just do so much damage. The build, you know, no AP in that build whatsoever. It is on here. It is the Kraken Slayer. It looks like YPG.
They're just gonna
Pezzygod are just going to end. You know, Sis can't really defend against this. He can try. 4-man knockup. Doing his very, very best. Still the very end. Sis, the hero of PXL. Not going to be enough. Pezzygod are going to pull out their second game for 1-1.
Oh, what a game that was right there. Really, really impressively played out of everybody on Pezzygod. The fact that the mid lane sort of stayed stable when the rest of the map was falling, not to pieces, but wasn't going ideal, was huge. But even beyond that, even beyond the fact that the Ahri was just sweeping up the kills, it was the fact that the jungle was just never allowed to do its thing. Sure, the Kindred finally got the 4 marks, came online, got to the point where, you know, in a straight up 1v1 or even in a small 3v3 skirmish, wasn't a really strong position. But once you got all of the members involved, it didn't matter, and the Kindred was never allowed to just do their thing. Never allowed to just sit and get that farm that you really want to. Instead, there was always a volley bearer in the jungle, stealing things away, stopping the marks from going down, and I just really like the map rotation that Pezzygod showed us throughout that entire game.
I think Yormag maybe focused a little bit too much on the top side when there wasn't really anything that Zinco could do. I think Zinco spent a lot of time in the top lane not really doing anything about but farming, and he couldn't really do anything against the Gragas never really dying, and Yormag never really being able to pick up a fight, pick up a kill. I think they picked up a kill as a dive and was able to survive, but that's about it. It would have been a lot better for him to focus his attention on this bot lane. When you've got a Varus, it's a very, very strong pick if you can get some kills onto it, and that just didn't happen. But like you said, the Kindred never ever able to come online.
Yeah, absolutely. They were never quite able to get off the ground. As soon as that Gragas was locked in, it makes the job of a Kindred that much harder. You can constantly get pushed out of the Lamb's Respite. And the Volibear, clearly the nerfs did not mean that much to the bear, was just able to roll through. Really, really impressively done. Congratulations to Pezigod. They're going to head to 1-1 like you said. 0-2 for the Belgian squad is not ideal. You still are technically in it. You can still get yourself back into top 8, but you've got to start winning now. We'll check back in on the standings as we go through the day. For now, we're going to head to a short break.
You must think that I'm a restless case because I ran away, because I ran away. If you listen to the words I say, you know that I'm okay, you know it's just a phase. Don't think I'm leaving 'cause I'm not at all, and if you get hurt it's unintentional. I just wanted you to realize that I'm the one you like, that I'm the one you like. So where do we go from here? Where do we go, where do we have you missed me too? Say, have you missed me too? Was this intermission good for you? Yeah, was it good for you? Or are you just confused? Don't think I'm leaving, cause I'm not at all. So if you get hurt, it's unintentional. And I know that what I did was typical. I just needed time to show you what you got. So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? A sign from you, telling me you need me here just like I do. All I ever wanted was to make it through. Tell me, how about you? How about you? So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here?
You say you love me, say you're thinking of me, but you're just lonely. Tell me I'm special, but to you I'm anybody. 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 Anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. Say you love me. Say you're thinking of me, but you're just lonely. Tell me I'm special, but to you I'm anybody. 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 Anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. Anybody. But to you. But to you. To you Tell me what can I do now? 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 Tell me what can I do now?
I don't wanna fall for you, oh no. But you make it so hard. Watching you dance all night, baby, is making me fall hard. Trying to take a deep breath, but I just can't control my lungs. Ooh. Trying to hide my cold sweat, but I just keep on talking in tongues. It's a funny situation that I got myself into. I can't help my own frustration, 'cause I think, yeah, I think I like it. I think I like it. Got nothing to lose, 'cause I think I like it. Tell me if you like me too. How can you move the way you do? It's making me crazy, yeah. You're moving just like you own the room. Make it look easy. I wanna take you away to somewhere we can be by ourselves. I see you looking my way, so maybe it's not all in my head. It's a funny situation that I got myself into. I can't help my own frustration, 'cause I think, yeah, I think I like it. I think I like it. Got nothing to lose, 'cause I think I like it. Tell me if you
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the University Esports Masters. We're here for the third game of the day. Boxer, how are you feeling about it right now?
Oh, I am very, very excited. I mean, you know why I'm very excited. Nobody else does yet, though. The reason I'm very excited is because we are going to get just an absolute Titans matchup right here. We've shown some of the lower down teams. We wanted to get some teams who, maybe aren't going to move all the way through. But we are now going to be watching KSE White versus UDL, which is just going to be absolutely insane. You can see here, these are the teams that have already picked up 2 wins. To be fair, Kit's first win was a bye, so they haven't actually played against 2 other opponents. But still, these are some real titans of University Esports Masters that we've seen year on year on year.
You've been talking about these guys all day. You've been talking about Kit since we joined the call. Since before the stream started, you've been telling me you want to see Kit play. And, when it came to UDL being a potential for this game, you wanted it. You wanted it so bad, and then it happened. Kit versus UDL. You have told me about these teams. You've told me about these players. Tell me about some of the players on the side of Kit. I mean, you've spoken about Gentleman Hero. Pretty formidable force, would you say?
Absolutely. I mean, Gentleman Hero at the moment seems to have evolved even further because he's always been the kind of player who could just beat you. He's just going to beat you on whatever champion he wants to pick up and just win. The things like the Fiora, the Camille, all of those, so incredibly impressive. The Olaf too at the moment. But even now seems to be playing things like the Jax. Sorry, not the Jax, the Zac, and still winning on it, which is insane because the thing I don't really think of him as is, being a massive player sort of these less carry picks, but now apparently he can do it. I mean, Striker in the jungle as well, also going to be super proactive, so I just love everything that they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know much about either team, so I'm not exactly sure who's going to come out on top. But I mean, I've looked at the stats, I've looked at, their rankings and everything. They look like both strong teams, and you say it's sort of like a Titans matchup. I'm very, very excited for this game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I could possibly be more excited for a matchup. Not to get any bias, not to be too excited about one set of teams or another, but in terms of Titans matchups, this is it. Like this UDL team, sure, I keep it. They're 2-time champions for a reason, but UDL have been here year on year, and that's really impressive because it's not the same as, I think, in the Italian league. We just saw Pezzigod, who seemed to be back and back again for Italy, but never are quite able to make it that far. The French teams go really well and constantly are competing in a really sort of tough way up against a lot of hard competition, and they're always back year on year, and we know that the French league and for the universities is really strong too, so constantly being able to come back and play like that is so impressive.
I'm just excited to see, a really, really good game of League of Legends. I'm going to be honest. If this isn't a good game, I'm going to be really disappointed, and I'm going to blame it on you. You've hyped this up so much, so if we don't get a good game, I'm calling it. It's cast a curse, and you've made it.
I'm sorry. Look, I promise you, it's going to be insane. And to be fair, if this isn't a good matchup between these two teams, I would bet a lot that we're going to see them again later on. We are going to see these teams going on. Obviously, being sat at 2-0 already puts you in a really strong position. We've still got 4 more games, though. Today is a long day for all of these players, and picking up a win against what could be one of your biggest rivals this early on is going to be huge.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams are looking to get a win here. I don't want to say it definitely does, but I'm fairly certain that a win here basically solidifies their position in the top 8. So, that's exactly what we are going to be looking for, going straight into the pick and ban here. We're going to get a Senna ban first off for the side of UDL.
Yeah, just going to come out with what we've been seeing quite a lot, which is things like the Senna being taken off of the board. A lot of these really just strong ADCs that can constantly take over a game. It gives you such good late game scaling that, I can understand why you want to keep giving the Senna over. What Kit are going to go towards, again, more ADC bans. It'd be interesting to see if we see a real pinch down onto this position, because there are still some really strong junglers left available if you do just want to go. I was just going to say Volibear. You've also potentially got the Xin Zhao, the Jarvan. All of those at the moment have been some of the best junglers because they can be so proactive, can just look to get into your lanes, constantly ganking and just get a lead for your team that way.
Yeah, those are the champions that it's really, really difficult to sort of come back from if you do fall behind and you do let them get that lead. It's really difficult to shut them down and sort of make them keep them out of that game. A Kindred ban coming out, we saw it last game. I didn't expect to see it get banned this game, though. I'm not exactly sure of the roster on Kit's side,
Yeah,
so they might
Striker.
have a very. Is Striker a really, really strong Kindred?
Yeah, Strikers are pretty dang strong, Kindred. I can understand not wanting to let that one go through, to be honest. It makes a lot of sense to get rid of this one. We'll see what this final ban is going to be. We've seen pictures onto the ADC, jungle, and a little bit mid lane. Again, another jungle ban is going to come through. So a lot of these high priority skirmishing junglers have been taken out. You could potentially pick yourself up one on the first pick right now. I would love to see a Jarvan, although I think you want to take that a little bit later on if it fits into your composition. Otherwise, we've seen plenty of ADCs and supports picked within the first couple just to get yourself that priority down.
We're going to get a Jinx pick, it looks like, as the first pick. A very, very strong ADC, I think Jinx has a 25% win pick rate at the moment or something in solo queue, which is kind of crazy. But we're going to get a Talia from the side of Kit. So it's going to be interesting to see where that is. Do you reckon that'll be mid or jungle?
I think that it's most likely going to be in the jungle. I think it gives you a lot more flexibility with your overall composition. I know that Striker can play it really effectively. At the same time, polarizing is still good on it. So I could see that going into either position. I prefer it at the moment into the jungle. I always enjoy AP junglers because it gives you that extra flexibility in the mid lane to really unlock your mid lane and let them potentially pick an AD pick, or maybe put your AD in the top lane and take something a bit tankier in the mid. We're going to see the Jinx paired up with the Nautilus instead of a potential Lulu or Milio. Now, the Nautilus indicates that you want to get a lot more aggressive during the early laning phase. When you're up against an Ashe, you can understand it. You don't want to get constantly poked out. The best way to deal with an Ashe is to get right on top of her, because you're not really going to be able to outrange that W in any situation. With the Orianna locked in here too, this is already the beginnings of a really strong teamfight composition for UDL.
Yeah, Orianna, as we said before, it's a pretty strong pick. You can't really get counterpicked on Orianna, so it's a pretty safe pick for OD style. Not going to let them get that, mid lane counterpick, though. Kit are still yet to pick the mid lane. They are going to lock in Jax here. So, Jax is quite a strong pick, but also has a good few picks that can be very, very strong into it. So it's going to be interesting to see if UDL can capitalize and counterpick that Jax, though the Malphite ban is coming out for Kit, so it looks like they don't want to pair that Jax with a Malphite.
I mean, that would be pretty insane to be able to pair up with. I think pairing those two together would, not go particularly well for this Jax. Now, you've kept yourself very open right here as Kit as well. You've got yourselves the Jax and the Talia, but those can go into a couple of different lanes apiece. You're not necessarily sure where the Jax is going to go, where the Talia is going to go, and so keeping yourself this wide open really does improve things. Fascinating to see that Varus ban from UDL. Clearly they're thinking this could potentially be a Matthew pickup onto this Ashe, a support Ashe, and if it is a support Ashe, then adding on that Varus would be pretty terrifying. I think they don't necessarily know where it is, considering they then banned out the Braum as well. Varus, Ashe, that would be a lot of poke, make it very tricky for the Jinx Nautilus to be able to really do anything. So it will be the next pick right here for Kit. This would again be a pretty heavy poke lane. It's very safe, unlikely to be able to jump on top of. This gives you a little bit more early aggression, and also once we get to those team fights, we've seen what the Magnet Storm can do. If you can pull somebody in and then also get your Jax on top, that's a potential to just run through a team fight.
Yeah, that's a very, very, very strong team fight on both sides, really. You've got the Orianna Shockwave, you've got the Nautilus, you've got a Yorick. Do we have Yorick? Going to be a very, very big problem. I mean, Yorick's a very notorious top lane. I'm going to stay in top lane. This is my island. Is not going to pick it up. Is going to go for the Gragas instead. We saw it in the other game. Very, very strong pick. Can just kind of hold his own. Gragas always going to be strong. What is the last pick for UDL going to be, though?
What do they need to round out this composition? Again, a lot of great team fighting ultimates right here. You are in a really strong position once you get into the straight up 5v5. a ball delivery system as well with either your Nautilus and your Gragas, potentially another one you could look for. You're looking for either a top laner or a jungler. It is going to be the jungle Gragas, a Cassante into the top lane. He has a perfectly fine matchup into the Jax if it is going to be a Jax top. But this is the point at which you can now change things around. Rel can technically still head into the jungle if you really need it. So things are wide open, but it's got to become a little bit clearer right now for Kit. Their composition a bit more on picks. You're looking to be able to get an Ash Arrow down, lead up alongside it with the Talia. That's a very Gentleman Hero pickup. That's a very, very Gentleman Hero thing to do. Now, the late game team fight was looking very, very strong for UDL. Let's just get ourselves a Kayle. Alright, fine.
UDL need to end this game very, very, very soon. They need to end this before level 16. I mean, it would be very preferable to end it before level 11, but I really don't think that's going to happen. But yeah, I mean, you know, Kayle
that early.
Kayle is I don't know what I expected to be picked as last pick, but I think Kayle might have been like at the bottom of the list pretty much. I haven't seen a Kayle in a very, very long time, and I'm very excited for it.
Gentleman Hero is a Kayle connoisseur. Like, a Gentleman Hero loves this pick, and to be fair, it does work for the sort of team fighting that you're looking towards as Kit. You're not really looking to straight up 5v5 front to back. You're really looking for the seismic shoves to push somebody around, potentially a Enchanted Crystal Arrow to catch somebody out. You can straight up big combo potentially if you get a really good combo between the Rel and the Jax. But that's a real risk. But you've just got that extra layer of safety as well, because you've got that ultimate from the Kayle. Sure, the Kayle would usually rather put it on herself, just run through the opposition. I think Gentleman Hero will be looking to do that more often than not. But at the same time, you can give that extra level of safety to your Jax diving into the backline, to your Ashe if somebody jumps on top of you. It's a very different style of teamfight compared to what I'm looking at from UDL, which is so much more standard, you know, front to back ball delivery system on a couple different members. The only real difference that you're looking to pull through is the fact that the Gragas barrel can scatter a team fight and then you can jump onto one person.
Yeah, I think the Gragas is really going to be the turning point of most fights for UDL. Like you said, he can scatter a team fight, he can create those isolated, you know, picks, especially if he gets a good one. He could, you know, push an ADC back into the front line, or he could, you know, pull those front lines out of the front. It's a real disrupting team fight. Yeah. As we get into the very, very start of this game here, nothing like last game. I was very, very, very prepared to, you know, have to start shouting almost immediately, but it's not happening this game. No, everyone's just holding their own.
Going to be a little bit slower right here. Now, the journeys these teams have taken to get to the 2-0 point to be in this game have been pretty different. Kit's had a relatively easy go of it. They had a bye in round 1 and played against the Irish team in round 2. Ireland has never really been able to field teams that are able to stand up to the level of Kit SC White, and so I wouldn't expect that one was the hardest matchup that Kit has ever played. Whereas UDL, they've had a bit of a harder one. They played against Belgium and Poland, two squads who, you know, we saw Belgium, they weren't able to pull out that win, but still put up a pretty good fight of it, had a pretty decent performance onto the Kindred. And then the Polish squad, they've always been a very strong region as well. I remember a couple years ago where we had just mainly Polish teams in the finals. It was Poland v Poland v Poland. So, you know, not gonna be slouches either. Potentially Kit not quite as well warmed up as their opponents right here. Junglers going to be starting in very different places. It is going to be Striker going for the chickens to Krugs, to red buff, possibly straight up to a gank if he wants it. And that could spell disaster in the top lane. If you give a Kayle a kill early, that is absolutely terrifying. At the same time, though, it looked like Eldar is just going to be heading down towards the bottom side, potentially look to get involved in that Jinx Nautilus lane. A Jinx Lulu lane just looks to farm and get to the team fights. Jinx Nautilus, though, that wants to fight.
A lot of damage coming out early for Gentleman Hero onto Manu. So much poke, and he can't really do anything about it. He can't even farm. You know, it happens with that Kayle, like you said. I mean, Eldar just kind of pretty standard clear. Kit not looking for that gank level 3 like you thought he might. But I mean, like you said, it's going to be interesting to see if UDL are more warmed up than Kit. But then again, we don't know what Kit were doing in preparation while they had that bye. We can't assume that they were just lazing around, not doing anything, watching YouTube, doing whatever. They might have been warming up themselves. They might have been playing Flex. They might have been playing ARAMs, keeping themselves ready to play this game.
Knowing Kit almost certainly going to be the latter, going to be playing those games, getting ready. It's going to be both of these junglers around the bottom side right now, so we're going to see a fight top.
Gentleman Hero dealing a lot of damage to Mini Amanu. It's a very, very close fight. Mini Amanu getting him so close to death. I think we saw Mini Amanu miss a Q at the very, very start of that fight, which could have been the turning point for that. And Gentleman Hero might not have been able to pick that up if that Q had landed, but it didn't. And, you know, Gentleman Hero, you've said he's strong, you've said he just wins, he's proving it. The first blood is going to give him those Swifties, and he is just going to TP straight back into the lane, same as Mini Manu does. OD style TPing back into the mid lane as well to catch these minions. Will he stop this back as well? Polarizing is going to stop his back, but Striker is nearby.
Cull, Kale, first blood. One more time. Cull, Kale, first blood. That is about the worst possible start you could have right here as UDL. This is a Gentleman Hero clinic right now, and coming back with the Swifties as well, just exploits that weakness of the Cassante, where if you're not quite able to land those Qs, you're going to get yourself into a really rough position very quickly, and you can potentially just get chased down as well by this Kale. Both of these junglers are now towards this top side. Neither has based, potentially recognizing that the top lane is going to be a pivotal matchup in this game, really volatile at the moment, and if they can get in there and influence it, that could be huge. Right now, Gentleman Hero is just zooming Mini Manu away from this wave, not even going to be able to step up. And remember guys, this is the Kale at the single weakest point of her game. It's only down from here if you are Mini Manu, so gonna need a little bit of help potentially to get this one back together. Whilst we were busy watching this top lane clinic as well, around the jungle, Eladir was just being... Hook goes wide, everything's fine. Eladir was just being watched all through the jungle, was on vision pretty much constantly, and it meant the Striker was always able to know exactly where he was, move his way around, wasn't quite able to keep up in terms of getting on top of all of the Scuttle Crabs though.
Striker has jumped onto Hierstein where he's trying to make his way down the river into the bot lane. The flash coming out from Hierstein, but Striker is just going to stick onto him. Is Striker going to be able to pick up the kill? Polarizing putting out a lot more damage. Striker just going to bonk him. One bonk dead. OD style going to have to back. Can't really contest these chickens though. Striker's in a dangerous position here.
Has the jump, is just going to be able to get away, doesn't manage to steal away those chickens though. Still, going to get that first kill, going to be very happy with that. With the axe as well, that extra movement speed that it gives you just means it's really, really hard to run away, and especially because Haystein had already blown that flash, there's really nothing that the Nautilus could do. At that point, you're kind of praying to get one more dredge line down, as Mini Manu's just dead again.
Yeah, it looks like Mini Manu is just dead. Gentleman Hero flashing out the tower.
Had to.
Very, very much damage. You know, hitting that level 6. Mini Manu can't really do anything against this now. He let Gentleman Hero get that first kill. He's level 5. Gentleman Hero level 7. Such a massive lead. 30 minions, 2 kills. Is there any coming back for Mini Manu here?
In the 1v1? No. The 1v1 is unfortunately very, very over for Mini Manu. But in the straight-up team fights, that is where a Cassante can really pop off. If you're able to get one of those all-outs in onto Redeemed, onto Polarizing, maybe even onto Gentleman Hero, just to get him away from the rest of your team, that can be enough. The Cassante will always be tanky, will always be pretty useful. It's not a good look in the top lane. It really isn't, unfortunately. The Nash's Tooth well on the way as well. But at the same time, it's not done in terms of the team fights. You're not playing a highly aggressive pick in the top lane that has to get kills early. You are intrinsically useful as a Cassante.
I mean, yeah. Even though he's behind early, not just behind, he's absolutely behind early. You know, he is still going to be useful. He's got that CC. He's got that tankiness. But does it really matter against a Kale that has this lead early? And are they going to be able to, you know, move their way up and stop it from being that much of a problem? Eladar is sort of hovering bot lane with OD style. A hook going to land onto Matthew. Nothing going to come of it. Heistein not going to be able to, you know, keep him locked down enough. Eladar is just kind of sat here watching. Kit doesn't know he's here, or do they?
They seem to know something's up. Their spidey senses are definitely tingling. This could potentially be a dive, which would be pretty terrifying. With the level 6, you have the barrel to be able to push people away. Polarizing is sat right on top of a ward right now. Could be getting collapsed upon. Luckily does have that surfboard to be able to keep himself moving around. Gets back underneath the tower. But the bot lane control is certainly in the favor of UDL right now, and they could turn that into a Drake potentially. Striker recognizing that, steals away a couple of the topside camps and heads on to these grubs.
Yeah, it looks like UDL are really, really strong in this bot lane. They definitely have the power. It looked like what happened there was Kit knew that Eladar was in that bush and wanted to set up a counter dive with Polarizing sitting on, unfortunately, on top of a ward. Had that, you know, had that surfboard, could have just gone in and stopped that dive completely. Striker is going to be able to pick up, you know, 3 grubs, no contest. OD style and Polarizing, nothing really happening in this mid lane, you know. There's not really much of a lead on either side. The only thing is that Polarizing has an assist, but that really doesn't give you much of a lead when it comes to these, you know, these matchups.
No, not going to change things around too much. The CS gap at the top lane is insane. Production, would we be able to quickly see the gold gap? Because I'm just fascinated by how much the canyon is going to be. That's 2k. That's 2k.
We're 9 minutes
less
in.
than 10 minutes in. Actually, what is this? What am I witnessing?
I don't know, we're 9 minutes in and Gentleman Hero's got 4,200 gold to Minimanu. Minimanu's going in though. He knows his limits. He is actually beating Gentleman Hero.
Yeah.
Gentleman Hero does have the ult still though. You know, Minimanu you know, stealing that ghost away. Gonna ult as well. Did he ult? I think he ulted.
Yes.
I'm not exactly
no,
sure,
Minimanu
yeah.
didn't ult.
Minimanu
didn't
ult.
need it in that fight. Gentleman Hero didn't either. Knew his limits as well. But that was really good recognition.
I think Minimanu did ult. I think
no.
the visual for the cooldown was because he still had his ult active. Gentleman Hero gonna wait it out. Just gonna stab him.
Just
Minimanu
stab him to death.
got a good fight, a good ghost, a good ult. You know, a lot of damage onto Gentleman Hero. Didn't take very much damage at all, but sort of overstayed his welcome. Got a little bit too confident from that fight and thought, I can stay, I can get some farm. Gentleman Hero said, no, you can't. Get out.
Yeah, it's just absolute destruction up in this top lane. It was a good recognition out of Minimanu to know that he could potentially try to play that fight. There was a very little in terms of mana on Gentleman Hero, but it just didn't matter. And like you said, the visual of the ult being still active, waiting it out as Gentleman Hero steps up. A couple tower shots were taken by Minimanu. I wonder if he tried to dive. Would have been a bit of an odd choice with Kit, top laner, you know, having the ultimate still up and available, but still, this top lane continues to be a little bit of a disaster right now, and the rest of the map doesn't seem to be able to get anything going. Eladar has hovered around this bot side a ton, looked potentially for something in the mid lane, just hasn't found it yet, is now going to try his luck top. There is a ward that will spot this play out potentially, could just go over the wall and try to throw out the barrel, bop Gentleman Hero back.
I don't really know if he's able to do anything about this though. You know, Gentleman Hero still holding the ult. Cull is completed, has the Nashers too. Is so far ahead. Might even be able to 1v2 here. I really don't think there's a lot that UDL can do here. Eladar is preparing to go in though.
Really wants this. It's a big shutdown.
It is a very, very big shutdown this early in the game. Minimanu not able to get onto him though. Misses the Q. Eladar is wasting so much time up here. We can see Kit on the dragon. No contest whatsoever. The first dragon going over to Kit because Eladar's wasting so much time in the top lane. He sat in that tri-bush for at least 40 seconds.
Yeah, just been sat waiting. Gonna be a bot back right here.
Polarizing.
Oh
My gosh. That's so close.
Oh, but Eladar is here.
Eladar is, you know,
Doesn't
so
have a
low on
flash,
XP. Doesn't have a flash. Is just going to take damage. Buffs him back. Polarizing is going to fall. So much damage going out with the Gragas. That's what we like to see. Oh, and a fight going on in the bot lane. Redeemed going to do a lot of damage to Hierstein. Going to get dove on though. Is going to take a lot of damage back. Redeemed is ignited and is taking a lot of damage. Flash coming out from Dolanoy. It's not going to fall. The heal. No heal. Sorry. The pots are saving him. Was it the Triumph? Dolanoy doesn't look to fall though. Matthew isn't going to be able to put enough damage out. I think that Triumph may have saved Kit. I'm not exactly sure what he healed from, but I can't imagine it anything else but Triumph.
Yeah, it must have been the Triumph in that situation. I mean, that was seriously close, and once again, Kit gonna be able to come out on top in that fight. The mid lane fight, though, that one does go wrong. It is going to be a kill over to Elidar. And the fact that Polarizing had the flash up and available and just didn't use it, clearly thought they were out of the way of that Gragas barrel, maybe wasn't under the impression that it was available, perhaps. Either way, a little bit of an odd play, as Gentleman Hero are going to continue putting the pressure down onto this top lane turret. All of this pressure is drawing more and more members from UDL up here to try to get things going. Striper might get caught, though.
Hyastein is going to walk into Striker in the bush. Elidar is there to respond. Gets the ult from Gentleman Hero and is not going to die. Hyastein going to have to flash over the wall. Striker going to respond with a flash of his own and pick up the kill. The Ghost is going to come out from Minimanu.
Flashes over the
flash
wall
from Gentleman Hero is going to be able to pick up the kill. The tower is going to fall. Minimanu has no protection. He's still running, though.
It's going to be long, but this should be a kill.
Looks like Striker's going to be able to pick up the kill here. Gentleman Hero is going to leave this one for his jungler. He's got enough of a lead already. He has his call completed. He has 135 minions.
And a Nash's Tooth already is in just an insanely strong position. Gonna keep pressing forwards. Mid lane, gonna be a solo kill as well. The bot back comes through though. Polarizing gets caught out by that one again. But Matthew in the area is able to dissuade the kill going down. I think Elidar doesn't know where everybody else is, for good reason, perhaps.
Elidar's getting really, really greedy here. He really wants to kill on Polarizing, but he's just going to get whittled down by Striker. Not going to die. Can Striker get the Q? Can he? No, he can't. No. Just out of range. How unfortunate. But yeah, Elidar and a dive. Sorry, Hyastein coming in, jumping in on Redeemed. TP coming in behind
Redeemed's
from
gonna get one back.
Polarizing. Redeemed is going to get a kill on Hyastein, but the kill is going to go out to Dolanoy. Polarizing is going to TP in and pick up the kill on Dolanoy, though, and, you know, I don't really know if that's very worth for the side of UDL. They need to get on this board. They have got 2 kills there, which is, you know...
Something?
It's something, but it's nothing compared to, you know, the power of Gentleman Hero. But, you know, we're talking about Gentleman Hero a lot. Striker has a massive lead in the jungle. You know, we've seen Elidar do a lot with his barrel in mid lane and pick up a kill, you know, pick up a lot of damage. But Striker's doing so much more for the map.
Polarizing. He's sticking around quite a long time in this bottom lane. Now it's going to recognize that the Orianna is in the area, but with Hasteline on the way, Elidar as well, this could potentially be an issue for Polarizing. Oh, the Shockwave doesn't land, though.
Shockwave doesn't land, but it does look like Polarizing is just going to get shut down here. Hyastein going to pull out the ult. Elidar is there as well to bonk and get that shut down. Elidar pulling himself back, clawing his way back into this power in the jungle. Gentleman Hero is not forgiving, is not letting up on Minimanu, and Minimanu is just looking to fall again, and he has to give this tier 2 tower 15 minutes in, and we're a tier 2 tower. I need to see this gold. I need to see the goal difference now, because we saw it 9 minutes in, and it was 4,000, and it's almost doubled within 5-6 minutes. Oh, the ult gonna miss from Elidar. Redeemed not gonna walk back. A little bit of a misplay, but is gonna get the kill anyway. Yes, Elidar is now on a killing spree. Striker is gonna come in for the little bit of a counter gank, though. They are still technically diving. Hyastein is gonna fall. Striker gonna fall as well, though. Elidar
keep going.
Shutdown is not going to go over to Elidar. The shutdown is going to go over to Hyastein. Matthew just going to fall as well. The tower destroyed. Wow. Polarizing. Can Polarizing do anything to, like, you know, bring anything back here? Wow. So much action so quickly.
Yeah, so many things happening, and a lot of it actually pretty good for UDL. They're able to pick themselves up a bot lane tower, a couple of kills going over. Elidar is in a really strong position right now. With that Lich Bane already completed 8 stacks on the Dark Seal, is in a strong position to be able to just 100-0 some of the squishier members. Another kill also going on to Dolanoy, so keeping himself in a better position too. And while the top side is still a complete disaster, with the bottom side stabilizing just a little bit, you can begin to fight back in this game. Gentleman Hero, though, is finally going to leave his top lane Bastion. Gonna pick up this Drake entirely by himself, head back to base, probably got another full item in the inventory, 700 gold picked up off of that tier 2 tower, and then likely gonna head into the bottom lane and just continue the pressure, just keep pushing forwards, absorbing towers, because you've got to send so many members down to actually get involved in a Gentleman Hero lane. Otherwise he can 2v1, he can probably 1v2 or 3 as well.
It's absolutely crazy to like think about how much gold has been split in this top lane. You know, we look at Minimanu's build. We have no items completed compared to 2.5 items for Gentleman Hero. The Ash Arrow gonna go. I want to say very wide.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go with that.
Little bit
you know,
wide.
Kit are gonna jump onto the Rift Herald though. Redeemed is gonna, you know, seem to pick this up for himself. Striker looking to go in on Eladar. Eladar gonna cancel the range of the counter strike there. Nice little play.
Yeah, well done on the cancel there. Through that belly bop, as it is going to be a Herald picked up right here for Kit as well. And this is the problem that you're facing as UDL. Sure, your jungler's pretty strong. Sure, you've got a couple of members who are doing okay at the moment. You know, you've got the Ludens completed, the Kraken onto Lolonoy. Oh, hang on.
We've got an ult coming in from
get the kill.
Polarizing in the back. I'm
Two
not
kills.
exactly sure. 2 kills coming out for Dolanoy, a double kill. Polarizing it, a very interesting angle for the ult. Deciding instead to block their retreat instead of splitting up the team. But there was no pressure from the front.
No.
They weren't trying to run away. They were trying to get those kills, and we're able just to pick up the kill on Polarizing very easily.
And this is exactly what I was about to talk about, which is that the problem UDL are going to run into is whenever Gentleman Hero is in the area, you really can't fight that. But really good recognition out of UDL to go, hey, Gentleman Hero's bot, they're nowhere near us. We can play this fight, and the rest of your team is not that far ahead. Really, between the Jax and the Kayle, that's where most of the gold is. But that's even a lie. It's really just all on the Kayle at the moment, so as long as you keep the rest of your team around and you know where Gentleman Hero is, in a 5v4, you definitely still win those, and that was another couple of kills going on to Dolanoy, going back to base at the moment. I'd imagine to complete that second item, is it going to be an eye edge? It is indeed, so looking to pump out just the maximum amount of damage right now.
Striker is going to slap the Rift Herald down in the bot lane to create that pressure.
Ride it?
I don't think so, but it's certainly going to get a charge. You know, Gentleman Hero and Striker, Matthew coming in now. They are really powerful in this bot lane, but OD Style could look to pick out Redeemed here. Isn't going to get the chance, is spotted on a ward. You know, there's not really anything they can do against Gentleman Hero. Gentleman Hero, you know, so far ahead of everybody else in this game, level 14 now, is going to be looking to get that level 16. 20 minutes in and almost level 16 already. I was saying that UDL needed to finish this game early. There was no way they were finishing this game this early.
No, it has been incredibly accelerated right here for Gentleman Hero. Poor Minimanu has just been put down, unfortunately. Has now got that Radiance completed, but that's it, you know, not going to be able to stand up against really anybody else. The items that the Kazande has at the moment means that they're not going to get shredded, but to be fair, the second you step up to the Kayle, I don't really care how many items you've got. Level 14 will keep track of that, see when the level 16 does come through, as we see Gentleman Hero continuing to push the bot lane, looking to pick up another tier 2 tower. An issue that Kales do run into a little bit is because of the amount of AoE damage you can do, especially once you hit level 16. You end up proccing turret aggro quite often, and Kayle is very squishy at the moment. You can see when the tower decides to hit, really hurts, but doesn't really matter at this point.
Gemini Hero going to have to pop out the ult. Minimon, who is going to ghost away, pops the ult as well. Doesn't take a lot of damage from Gentleman Hero like we would think. The ult certainly saving him there, but the ghost as well doesn't fall, doesn't protect the tower though. Gentleman Hero is going to back, is going to get the Rabadons.
That's going to be a straight up death cap.
Has the Rabadons, has a Dark Seal.
Yep.
We can think about the fact that this Kayle is going to be ridiculously high AP. Because, I mean, realistically, he's not stacked much on the Dark Seal yet, but when he starts to, he's only going to get stronger, and he's only going to get harder to deal with, especially how close he will be to level 16. I know we can't exactly see the XP, but he is certainly close to it now.
The only thing to mention with this build is this is a build of somebody who knows they're ahead and wants to keep themselves ahead. The survivability is very low. You are just relying on the fact that you kill your enemies before they kill you. You know, you can deal this much damage, although Polarizing gonna do what he can as well.
Matthew gonna dive in with the Magnet Storm. You know, highest end is gonna just fall here. Gentleman Hero is gonna TP. A little bit of a, you know, didn't really need to TP for that. They had it covered, you know, but... Ooh, redeemed. Ooh, Gentleman Hero going to flash out. Like he said, you know, this glass cannon build, he is going to have to be careful of where he takes damage from. If OD Style did manage to get a little bit of an ult off there, it could have gone awfully wrong. Matthew is going to, you know, have to run away from Dolanoid. Dolanoid is going to ghost. There's no real running away from a Jinx when she's ghosted. Sorry, Matthew is going to fall. No, he isn't. The Super Mega Death Rocket is not enough to kill Kit. Sorry, Striker just did Baron.
It was
with the help of
Gentleman Hero. Yeah, I think it was more Gentleman Hero did Baron and Striker was there. Just shredded through that one. It was a good split play. You left Matthew in the middle as juicy bait, let's say, for Dolanoid. Was not able to get that kill. You blow the Ghost as well. Sure, you know, your Rel does blow all of the summoner spells too to try to survive, but you do in the end survive and you get everything you could have possibly wanted. Now you have to deal with a Kayle with Baron buff constantly pushing through. Like I said, the teleport was a little bit potentially wasted, not gonna have gotten that much out of it, and so you at least are not worried about the Kayle now coming into a team fight later on. But the amount of push potential that a Kayle with Baron buff has is absolutely insane. Plus, you're already on soul point as well.
It's level 16 as well, and there's a fight coming in. Matthew is going to get caught, and you know, hooked by Hirestein, taking so much damage. The Super Mega Death Rocket coming out didn't really need it. There's a little bit of damage to Redeemed. You know, they're really trying to do some damage in return. Gentleman Hero and Striker are just below, near the bot lane. Gentleman Hero is level 16 now. Very, very, very scary for the side of UDL, but UDL are getting these picks. You know, Gentleman Hero hasn't got a kill in quite a while.
But he continues to absorb CS, continues to absorb farm, has managed to Flame Horizon Minimanu as well. I think this Flame Horizon's been going on for a while at this point, to be fair. But there's a reason that the kills are not going over at the moment to Gentleman Hero. The second that anybody on UDL sees him, they are gone. They are booking it out of there. They do not want those fights. Blowing that flash was a real risk out of OD Style. Was well done to be able to recognize a situation where Gentleman Hero really didn't want to go in and instead was just going to flash away, but still, that's about halfway to being back up again, and Gentleman Hero, even without the flash, is still an absolute terror. You can see you have to send multiple members to the bot lane to try to clear those waves, and with the 131 in full effect right now, you're getting pulled around the map as UDL. What can the French team do to be able to actually put themselves back into this game?
Minimanu might be able to defend himself against Striker, but might need a little bit of help. But if he does get that help, that, you know, that creates that split in the mid lane. They are gonna have to let this tower fall at some point soon. Gentleman Hero getting caught out. The shutdown might come out. Gentleman Hero getting shut down. He is dead. Like you said, glass cannon. There is so much damage coming out. Eladar doing so much damage to Gentleman Hero, and Gentleman Hero can't save himself. They are going to keep chasing this. Dolanoid with the Excite is going to do so much more damage. No more kills coming out, but so much damage. It looks like it's going wrong for Kit. Like you said, Gentleman Hero, this is a very is ahead and wants to stay ahead build. There's no sustain within his kit, and he just dies when he gets dove on. You know, the shockwave coming out from OD Style and Eladar being able to deal so much damage as a Gragas, it's just insane.
Yeah, there's just so much available damage right now, and this is the thing, you can bop somebody down incredibly quickly. Now you've also got that Phantom Dancer completed too on Dolanoid. Even though it was more Eladir and OD Style who was able to just get through, there's not even a lot of healing built into this into this build as Gentleman Hero. You are just trying to auto-attack whoever in front of you down. It's going to be a Shadow Flame as the next pickup as well for Gentleman Hero, so again, you get a little bit more survivability out of that one, but you're still just moving towards damage. That's all that this Kayle really wants at this point, and they seem to be stalling out just a little bit as UDL get wise to the fact that you can't really put somebody up against this Kayle, but you can rotate everybody over to her, kill her, and then the rest of Kit just has to scatter.
Kit can't really seem to do much in a team fight without Gentleman Hero. It seems like that. Obviously, Gentleman Hero is incredibly fed. Striker really fed at this point as well. Striker's very far ahead, but you know, Eladar is able to hold his own against it. Eladar does so much damage. But Gentleman Hero, when he falls and when he's not there within the team fight, when he's just splitting, it seems that Kit can't really do anything. Redeemed Matthew can't really get into those fights and do much damage, and like polarizing as well. Polarizing making a couple of decisions that I wouldn't say were the best with his ults. Gentleman Hero is just gonna look to melt this tower here. OD Style is looking to stop him from doing so. Can he get the shockwave? Doesn't need to.
Wall in the bot lane. They killed Aladir. That's gonna be straight up pressure right now, and you can turn that back around into this soul the second that you want it. This is gonna be a very, very early soul picked up unless UDL can pull something magic out right now. You've only got one member trying to defend in the top side. It's gonna be a risk.
Looks like Matthew is looking to go in here. It's such a huge magnet storm. Striker is going to go in, do a lot of damage to Higher Stain. Is a little bit of a strange focus, leaving leaving polarizing to 1v1 Minimanu. Can he really do anything here? It looks like there's a lot of damage going on, I suppose. Gentleman Hero is just ending the game.
Oh boy, Gentleman Hero managed to kill OD Style. They left only one member there to try to deal with a Kayle. Just gonna flash forwards, pick up the kill. This is Gentleman Hero's world. We just live in it.
We were saying that he's a glass cannon, but it doesn't matter if you can't do any damage to him. Gentleman Hero, you know, pretty much closing out the game while everyone was distracted in the bot lane with that fight. It is going to go over to Kit. 3-0 for Kit at this point. 2-1 for UDL.
And UDL, they're always one of the strongest teams that we see. They pretty consistently make top 8. But Kit, they make it further than that, and they showed up right now. Gentleman Hero, oh boy, what a performance right there. We were shocked when we saw the Kayle come out, but Gentleman Hero loves that pick, and there was not really the threat on top of Gentleman Hero that you really needed. We saw the one time he died, it was because there was a shockwave and a Gragas explosive cast right on top of his head with far too much AP that the glass cannon couldn't react to, couldn't pull the ultimate down with. But if you're not able to burst that champion 100-0, yeah, that happens. What we saw happens.
It's really like difficult. I mean, that was the game that you know you made me believe. You said that game was going to be good, and it was a great game. You know, I wasn't disappointed.
Yeah, it was really, really good fun. We will be back in just a couple of minutes' time to bring you our round 4 matchups. Let's go. Today is going super fast.
To you, I don't wanna fall for you, oh no. But you make it so hard. Watching you dance all night, baby, is making me fall hard. Trying to take a deep breath, but I just can't control my lungs. Ooh. Trying to hide my cold sweat, but I just keep on talking in tongues. It's a funny situation that I got myself into. I can't help my own frustration, 'cause I think, yeah, I think I like it. I think I like it. Got nothing to lose, 'cause I think I like you. Tell me if you like me too. How can you move the way you do? It's making me crazy, yeah. You're moving just like you own the room. Make it look easy. I wanna take you away to somewhere we can be by ourselves. I see you looking my way, so maybe it's not all in my head. It's a funny situation that I got myself into. I can't help my own frustration, 'cause I think, yeah, I think I like it. I think I like you. Got nothing to lose, 'cause I think I like you. Tell me if you like me too.
Hello everybody and welcome back to round 4 of the University Esports Masters. We've had a very, very eventful day so far. We've seen a lot of teams fall. We've seen a lot of teams go really, really strong. Obviously we saw Kit absolutely stomp the last game. Tell me about it, Bloxer. Tell me about last game.
Oh, that last game was just completely nuts. Kit have now put themselves at 3-0, as we can see here on this leaderboard. They're currently playing up against that second place team from the Netherlands, and that one is going to be such a banger of a matchup. Honestly, the German and the Dutch teams tend to be the ones that come out on top when we get to the very end of these tournaments, so we could expect to see this matchup again in the future, potentially. But you can see right now, there are a lot of teams that are still doing really well for themselves, a couple of teams that have still failed to pick up their first win, going to be hunting for them right now. And with this Swiss, as you keep falling further and further down, you're going to come up against opponents that are a lot more at your level, so it's pretty unlikely that everybody's going to end without a victory at all, which is one of the joys of Swiss, you have to think. But for today, for right now, we're going to be having a really, really interesting matchup. We're going to be following another one of the GB teams, again, doing pretty well for themselves, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we haven't really been following the British teams just like specifically because, you know, we want to follow everybody. We want to see what the whole tournament has to offer. But we are going to be following SSG versus FOI, who are from Croatia. Now, FOI, I'm not going to attempt to pronounce the name. It's a Croatian name. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce it because I'll butcher it. But you know, they look like they have a very, very strong team. Just from our little bit of scouting, they have a lot of very, very high ranked players. So it's going to be interesting to see how SSG, you know, answer that. Really, you know, we see a Jinx ban, we see a Pike ban, we see a Nautilus ban. Tell me about what they're going to be looking to ban, do you reckon?
Yeah, this is a lot of the strongest pickups that we've been seeing recently. I would not be surprised if a Varus comes off of the board, if not, potentially could be one of those first picks. So flexible, like we've been saying, the sort of thing that you could just pick up whatever items on and still make it work, whatever the situation really dictates, whatever it calls for. At the same time, we could see some more of those high-level mid-lane bans. In the last game, the Orianna was very, very scary. It looked like potentially there was a situation where actually that Orianna-Gragas combo could overcome just the ridiculous strength that was Gentleman Hero on that Kayle. Didn't end up happening, but still, that could potentially be another one of those bans coming through, as it's just more of these really strong ones. The Volibear as well. I would be very surprised to see Volibear just completely fall through, but we're still at that point where, you know, if you don't play it, you don't play it. It's not like these are full professionals, so you do have the limitations of what your players enjoy doing, what their champion pools are.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, not every player is going to be playing the meta. We're going to get some crazy picks. We're going to get some, like, seriously off-meta picks. And we're going to get, you know, people playing their mains, people playing what they want to play. They're not going to play what's necessarily strong because, you know, if they enjoy something, they can probably make it work. You know, we've got first pick coming over for SSG, you know, so we're going to have to see what they sort of bring to the table for this first pick. Are they going to pick a jungler? Are they going to pick up the mid laner, you know, a safe pick? Are they going to pick up the support or the ADC? It's, you know, all in the air. They are going to pick up the Ahri, you know, pretty safe mid laner. You know, you can do a lot on Ahri, but you can also just kind of not do a lot on Ahri. Going to get answered maybe by Azir. Azir, I really, really like this pick here. I like Sylas as well. Sylas and Azir, both incredibly strong. So it's going to be interesting to see what FOI do pick here. Is it going to be one of the two, or is it going to be neither? Are we going to see a random last-minute switch? It is going to be Azir here. Tell me about Azir. Tell me about Azir into Ahri, really.
It's all about the fact that you can outrange. You can just sit super far back, constantly poke out. You do have to be a little bit careful to not get caught out with a charm, especially if you do end up in a situation where you've stepped up quite far forwards, used all of that poke and that push that you can put down. At the same time, though, as it's super safe, you can always move around with those shifting sands, and the ultimate can just be used to get an Ahri off of you if you need to. At the same time, you give so much to your team in terms of big team fights. They're very different in terms of who wants to team fight, and paired up with a Kog'Maw, that's the sort of composition where you now just need some big tanky frontline because you've got more than enough damage, whereas Ahri indicates more that you're looking to play the roaming game early on and try to get yourself more into getting picks throughout your games rather than straight up 5v5 team fighting like you want to with the pickups that you've got right now for Croatia.
I saw an Aphelios hover and I was really excited for a very, very small second, but, you know, we are going to get an Ashe. It's a very, very safe pick. You know, you can sit back, you can poke, especially against a Kog'Maw. You're going to need to want to do that because Kog'Maw is going to try his best to just kind of mow you down as soon as possible, really. And, you know, it's going to be interesting to see what they do pair with this Ashe and with this Kog'Maw. Are we going to get a Kog'Maw Lulu? Are we going to get an Ashe, maybe, you know, Braum, maybe even a Thresh, a Talon locked in? Now, I don't know how this is going to go, but
that's a talent juggle as well.
That is a talent juggle. Those ganks are going to be very, very interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how many, like, maybe dives we can get as well. But, you know, answered by a Lee Sin, the blind monk, and it is locked in. I love Lee Sin. I love seeing Lee Sin played. It's so strong.
Lee Sin gives you a lot of, again, pick potential that you can really try to play around. It can work well for just a ton of ganks too, to try to get your Azir or your Kog'Maw ahead. Now, this isn't really indicative of a protect the puppy composition, though. It's not like you've gone with the Sejuani and you're just looking to be tanky, sort of a layup kills on a silver platter for this Kog'Maw. Instead, you're looking to get a little bit more aggressive, try to play around the Kog'Maw like that. Up against the Talon, though, this Kog'Maw pick, which already is pretty squishy once you can get on top of it, just got a hell of a lot less safe, especially with Ashe arrows flying around, charms around the corner, and a Talon who can leap over any available wall. It's really hard to just sit and hit, which is exactly what you're really trying to do on a Kog'Maw. As we see the next sets of bans coming through, interesting that Croatia is actually going to ban away the Milio for themselves, which is another one of those really good pairings that works well with the Kog'Maw. They are going to get rid of that one. They're potentially just trying to force the British team into banning away the Lulu, but if you leave it open, you'd have to think that one's slammed. Yeah, just going to have to take that one out right there. So you are leaving yourself with the best pairings with a Kog'Maw gone. The Janna 2 being off of the board can also go pretty well with the Kog'Maw. We'll see what could potentially happen. A Braum, a Tarek, those are still potential options that can work well.
Yeah, I mean, you say banning the Melio is a bit of an interesting choice for FOI, but I think it goes back to that they're not playing the meta, they're playing what they are strong on, and I have a feeling that they think, oh, their Melio might be stronger than our Melio, so they are going to ban it, and they are going to pick up the Thresh. I like Thresh. Thresh is such a safe pick because you have that aggression with the hook, but you also have that complete safety with the Lantern. You don't have to worry about your ADC and yourself getting out. Renata coming out as well. Renata is going to be incredibly dangerous for the side of FOI later in those big team fights. If a big ult from Renata Glass lands, that is going to do so much damage from the Kog'Maw, from the Azir. It's very, very dangerous for the side of FOI right here. I'm really enjoying SSG's draft. Cassante coming out as well. Another strong. We've seen Cassante, what was it, 3 times today?
Yeah.
So 3 out of 4 games, we're seeing Cassante. You can't go wrong with it.
Nah, you can't. Even when it loses up against the KO, you still thought it'd be pretty useful in the sort of team fights that we finally did get to see. And this composition, it's just sort of all about finding that pick with the Talon, with the Ahri, with the Ashe. Is going to be the final lock-in of that Gnar up into the top lane. Gnar has a pretty good time into the Cassante. You can poke out really effectively, and then you can get into your big form, get involved in these team fights. Exactly what you're looking for with this Croatian composition. It really is not a protect the puppy composition. There's a lot of different parts that can try to work well around the Kog'Maw. The Kog'Maw's just that extra layer of damage. But unfortunately, Lee Sin, Gnar, Azir, all of those champions kind of want to go in at some point, and Renata has such a good anti-engage tool. That hostile takeover, the second you pop that one, it's all about just stopping everybody in their tracks, stopping you dead. You cannot keep pushing forwards onto that one, otherwise you're going to turn and just hit onto each other, which is never a good way to go. And so we've got very different team compositions once again. At the same time, though, you can try to find picks potentially with this Lee Sin, and it's all about what these junglers can get done early. The Talon specifically. I mean, if Talon falls behind, you don't give that much to your team. You are always useful for a steal at least, and you are always a bit of a threat onto the backline. But if you get a couple kills onto this guy, oh boy.
I must admit, I did a little bit of a silent cheer when a Gnar was picked. I absolutely adore Gnar as a champion. One of my personal favorites, one of my mains. I absolutely love seeing him picked, especially in like higher ranked games, high play. So I'm very, very excited for that.
Oh yeah, the Gnar should be really interesting because it has such a good time into the straight up 1v1 versus the Cassante. You have to be careful if you try to go into a straight up 1v1. It can sometimes go a little bit wrong because the Cassante, he just seems like he's dead. He's actually not. The all-out can be a little bit of a threat for the Gnar, but you're pretty safe, especially if you can use that poke form effectively. But I don't really think it's going to be about the top laners in the top lane unless something goes horribly wrong. Somebody misplays or somebody makes a brilliant outplay, then things could happen specifically in the top lane. But I think it's more about the fights around the Grubs, around the Drakes, where you bring your top laners in, at which point that's when they're going to be really useful.
We are straight into game here. We've got a pretty strong invade, I want to say, on the side of FOI. They've got the Thresh Hook, they've got the Azir, they've got the Lee Sin, but they're not going to go for it. We've seen this pretty standard setup. They've got 2 in the top side, 3 in the bot side. They're not letting anybody in on both teams. Everything's going correctly. No invades, no shenanigans. Minions
now some shenanigans.
Shenanigans, actually. Faust. Not actually. Did he get seen, do we think?
I don't think so. I don't think he stepped out of that bush.
Very interesting. Nothing happening there. SSG looking, thinking maybe let's go in, and then deciding very last second, nah, let's leave it. Keto has picked up the Talon juggle. Is going to be starting chickens. Igneous maybe looking to disrupt this a little bit. Just a little bit of a ward, getting some vision. Kanglanster really can't get onto this first wave. Is he going to miss minions, though? That's the question. Marzaya, you evil. I can't believe it.
Yep.
Kang Lannister is going to miss these minions. Doesn't look like he's going to miss the XP. Isn't going to miss the minions, actually.
It's actually able to step up.
Able to step up. Gets one of the minions. Misses the second with the Q. Going to be a shame, but does get the XP from it. So not that far behind. Not that detrimental just yet.
Nothing too much gonna be happening in this early lane, as we've just watched the Cassante have to sit back. You're gonna lose a couple of minions, but really not as many as you potentially could be. It's gonna be a slow push for the Gnar. You could potentially look to slow push this second wave under tower as well. Go for a Cheetah's recall. That would be a great way to set yourself up as this Gnar in the early stages. As we watch the junglers, finally we're seeing a jungler start on the bottom side of the map and work his way towards the top side. That's not something we've seen so far. So interesting to watch. Kaito could potentially go up into that top lane, look for a gank onto the Gnar, and Gnar is pretty vulnerable during these early levels.
Yeah, Gnar really doesn't get very much strength until he gets sort of like a little bit of an item, maybe half an item, especially the Sheen, if he's going to build Triforce. Maybe going to go tanky this game though. Though with the fleet footwork, it does look like he might build more into that sort of damage, sort of bruiser build. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Gnar is really weak early, though he is really just pushing for this vision. Marziah not going to get a little bit of a Q, literally just, you know, making sure they keep eyes on Keto so that Faust can know exactly where he needs to be and when. So, like you said, Marziah is going to be weak pretty early. Kang Lannister going to go in. Marziah not going to take very much damage, but neither is Kang Lannister.
Now, things for now are just going to sit tense. A lot less kills early on than we saw in the previous couple of games. But once these junglers get themselves onto their first base, that's when explosive things could really begin to happen. Going to be a little bit of an invade check out of Keto. Not going to be able to find anything specifically in the jungle. We'll just go back. First, picks up this bottom lane Scuttle Crab and is also going to head into the opposition's jungle. May potentially find these chickens available. Instead, just going to head back to base after getting a couple more wards in. It's really good to get wards all across the enemy Talon's jungle because of how good he is at getting into lanes, upsetting them, turning these potential swing lanes into massive victories for his team. Big wave going to be pushed under the bottom lane and give a good recall opportunity for the bot lane of FOI. This could be a gank mid.
Keto is going to go in.
Zoyed
is going to flash. Igneous not going to be able to get the, you know, the dash away. Messes up the combo a little bit. Presses E before he presses the Q. Is not going to die though. Keto going to look to stop the back. A flash coming out for Zoyed, but a flash in return for Igneous.
Faust is hanging around in this area. It's a little bit harder to gank onto a Cassante than it is onto a Gnar. Ghost is popped.
Ooh, Faust missing the Q. Kang Lannister though, popping the Ghost. Yeah, like you said.
Oh, it's so
He's
clean.
Gonna catch Marziah. I don't think that was intended from either Marziah nor.
He's gonna live.
Ooh, that is so close. I don't think that drag was intended by either Kang Lannister or Marziah. It's just a little bit unlucky that he did catch him when Marziah tried to jump. Almost killing both members of FOI,
Yeah.
but killing neither.
No, actually goes down himself in the end, has to teleport back into the lane, and that's the way that you want your first gank to go as a Lee Sin. Luckily, though, for SSG, because they've recognized this, they can turn straight back around, pick up these grubs, and not have to trade it straight out for a Drake. Faust is going to ping down onto the Drake at the moment, could potentially head down there, but there would be enough time for Keto to get down there to respond, potentially. Doesn't have to worry too much about being caught out. Instead, may just go and try to either gank on mid lane or steal away some chickens and just keep the pressure up, which is exactly what you need to do as the Talon.
I think that is the first set of grubs that we've seen that not be traded for a Drake. Which is very, very interesting to see. In, you know, the fourth game of the day, we don't see grubs getting traded for Drake. You know, both junglers just kind of doing their own thing. One ganking top, getting first blood, the other getting grubs. It looks like Keto might be pinging to go in on Marziah. Probably going to wait out the Mega Form because Marziah is now level 6. You don't really want to be ganking a level 6 Gnar with not a lot. Marziah is just going to jump out. Zoyed is going to use the ult. It's going to get bonked under tower. Zoyed is looking to fall, taking so much damage from the tower. A little bit of an interesting play. You know, misunderestimates the fact that... listen, I'm being generous. I'm being nice to these players. A little bit of a misunderestimation of the Gnar. Kind of disrespects the fact that Gnar is level 6. Like I said, you don't want to be ganking a level 6 Gnar when he is Mega. It could have been better for SSG to just completely wait out the Mega form, because then he has that cooldown. He doesn't get Mega back for a long time.
Absolutely. Waiting would have definitely been the better decision in that situation. And while the kill goes over top, because you see the junk, you see the mid laner up in the top side, you're immediately able to turn that around as FOI and pick up that first Drake. So first Drake over to the Croatian, couple of kills as well. Things going very, very well. So far, this Talon has not really been able to find the pressure that you're really looking for. Sure, you don't need to get these early ganks, it's pretty hard, you don't have the CC set up for yourself, but you do still want to get yourself into a strong position so that you can then be effective when you are jumping on top of this Cogmore and trying to get those early kills. And it was, like you said, a miscalculation in the top side. It should so nearly have been a couple of kills over to the Cassante top, though, if things had been a little bit different.
Honestly, it could have been such a good turnaround for Cassante to get those kills, but unfortunately not. We are in a pause at the moment. It is reported that one of the players is experiencing some lag, or a couple of players are experiencing some lag. I'm not sure on which side or if it's all the players completely, but that is the technical issue that we are experiencing at the minute. But you know, this gives us a chance. This gives us a chance to sort of pick apart and run down exactly what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way that this early game has gone, you're feeling very good as the Croatian right now. This is a great way to begin out this game. You can try to just keep this pressure up. You've now got a very strong Gnar. You've got yourself a good position for the Lee Sin. And the lane that you're looking to just farm, get yourself a couple of items, then turn around and fight. The Azir, the Cogmore, both of those lanes have not been explosive so far. There is slight CS advantages at the moment for Zoyed and Janny, but there's not a massive gap right now. You've not fallen massively behind, and you're accepting that for how good the rest of the map is going.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how different that is across the map, because you know, both kills coming out in the top side, nothing happening in the bot side. I mean, these bot laners are pretty much matched completely. 64 to 65 CS. You know, Cogmore has the boots, Ashe has the Noon Quiver. There's nothing really going on here. Nothing's happening.
Nope, this bot lane is right now very, very calm and collected. Potentially once the second or third Drake spawns, that's when things could change up right now, as Keto, just hiding away in the jungle, is just gonna wait out until Igneous is headed into the mid lane. Now steal away onto these wolves and potentially just try to fleece everything out of this bot lane. Or with him and Zoyed on the way down, maybe this turns into a dive right now.
Oh, this could be good. Keto and Zoyed looking to be behind the tower of FOI's bot lane, but I don't think anything's going to come of it. Keto is just going to look the back. You know, Zoyed isn't able to get in. You know, there's nothing that they can do. FOI going to be safe for now.
Exactly. You did actually spawn out that jungler as FOI, but they didn't want to dissuade that back. They didn't want to keep the jungler around because Keto could still have turned around and tried to gank. He's going to be able to get back and get in here to stop his blue buff being taken potentially, although there is a good amount of collapse out of the Croatian team. They're all heading their way down.
Looks like we're going to get 3v3 in the blue side. Lee Sin
kick
kick coming out. Keto going to take no damage from it really fast. It's just dead. The Kang Lannister going to be able to take a lot of damage to Igneous, and you know, no kill coming out, but Marziah wasn't in that fight whatsoever. Is going to be able to get out. The charm does miss. The hook coming out now onto Kang Lannister. Kang Lannister does look to fall. Marziah picking up another kill. Is about to go mega as well. Double kill for Marziah. Is looking to carry on. Doesn't care. Knows he has mega. And, you know, what a disaster. It looked really, really good for SSG. They got the kill onto Faust. They got the one shot. They did everything they needed to do. And then they just threw.
Yeah, just way over chasing right there out of SSG. They knew they'd caught themselves a really good couple of picks. They were able to just immediately burst down onto Faust. But it doesn't matter in the end. That's the only one that they're actually going to be able to pick up for themselves before over chasing, trying to commit too far. The charm flash just didn't work out, and in the end they're still going to be able to, you know, pick up that kill. Sure, you get a kill onto the Ahri, now you've got the Malignance completed, but is that really going to be enough, as the Grubs are going to go 3 apiece. Next Drake not going to be spawning for a little bit yet, another minute or so on that one, but once it does come up, that could potentially be the next place for Croatia to try to press their lead, press that advantage. But look at the vision around this bot side.
A lot of pings coming out onto Igneous under the bottom tower. Not a lot of vision spotting the side of SSG for himself. There is a ward in that bush that will spot Keto if he goes a little bit too far. but KKE is behind the tower, so is Keto at this point. It looks like they are going to look to dive on Igneous, but he doesn't have the Emperor's Divide. No ult for him is just going to fall. Not enough damage, not enough, sustain. Keto just going to be able to pick up a lot of damage and get Jane Yi the kill. Now, Zoyed, hovering around this jungle, they can't really do anything about that. The dive was sort of solidified as soon as Igneous did not have that ultimate.
Yeah, as soon as you don't have the ultimate down there as the Azir, you are definitely sitting pretty with a target on your back. And Keto, that's what you need to do with this talent. Have all of that vision control, use it to get into a position where Igneous wasn't aware of where everybody else was, pick yourself up another kill, and it goes over to Janny, who's been in a very calm, collected lane so far. Now has got that Kraken Slayer completed right before this Drake is going to spawn. It looks like FOI are going to head straight onto this one, and there's no real response out of SSG. They're going to have to concede another objective, and this early game continues to just go a little bit wrong. Still, they're going to get some good pressure onto the mid lane, at least push this one underneath the tower. I don't know how many plates they're even going to be able to get, though, because the Drake is taken, and the rotation comes out nice and quickly out of Foister.
SSG really just losing objectives now. They lost the second set of grubs, and they did lose that dragon. Looks like they're going to look to dive Mosiah, but I once again think that this is a bad idea. Mosiah almost has that mega and does have that ult available, so if they are going to go in, it's going to be very tricky for the side. Well. Yep, they've decided against it. They know that it's a stupid idea. SSG are caught out by FOI in the jungle. Keto going to take a lot of damage from Faust. Faust flashing behind and kicking him. Keto is going to still take a lot of damage. Foistar, Sitar is going to get a kill. Along with Keto, Keto is going to live. Look how low he is. And it looks like a double kill coming out for Sitar. And, they wanted to dive the Gnar, realized this is a bad idea, and then just ran into FOI in their own jungle, completely disrespected the fact that that was not their territory, didn't have any wards, didn't have the vision that they needed to get that information that FOI were collapsing on them, and then just fell to it.
Yeah, they did not know. They took too long to decide if they were going to dive, if they weren't going to dive, and the read came out from FOI. Really impressive for them to know exactly what was going on. Head on up there, and now that's the second time that you've gone for this gank onto the Gnar that just doesn't end in any kills, actually ends in negative plays. The Asher come flying through, managed to land onto a member. I can't quite remember who it was, so Johnny trying to get involved in any way that they could, but doesn't end up making any real difference. And this Gnar is getting to the point where he's just shredding. Got that Trinity Force already completed, booties as well, so is in a very strong position, and that is being leveraged across the map. You've got that bot lane that you can leverage into getting the Drakes. Now you can push into this Herald Pit, pick this one up for yourself as well, and potentially try to crack open that mid lane turret. There have been no turrets that have gone down quite yet, but having this Rift Herald is going to make it a hell of a lot easier to push onto one of these and really try to unlock the rest of your team.
FOI are speeding up, they're powering up, they're getting these objectives, they're getting these kills. They're really looking to, be the strong factor in this game, and they're not slowing down. They aren't taking losses, for granted. They're dying. Faust has died a couple of times in fights, but it's not slowed them down. It's not stopped them. They're trading 1 kill for 3 kills, one kill for 2 kills, and it's just worth for them. They've summoned the Rift Herald now. They are going to push it into mid just to get this tower. First tower looking to go down to the side of FOI. Keto going to go in, do a lot of damage to Faust. Not going to be able to get the kill. The Ash Arrow is going to miss. FOI are going to be able to pick up the kill onto Keto there. Pretty big miss from Jane Yi there. Zoyed is going to come in on the side. Charm does land. Does a lot of damage to Sitar, but not going to be able to pick up the kill. Kukulino going to just sacrifice himself to make sure that Sitar and Faust do escape here.
But that's another kill going over to Janie. Is in a very strong position right now. Going to be able to push down onto this mid lane turret. Shredding through this one pretty dang effectively. Frost is over the wall right now. Now gets spotted out, so going to dissuade that one from heading across and in. With the mid lane tower falling, that really unlocks this mid laner. You've now got your Azir able to move around the map a lot more effectively. We're only 15 minutes in right now. This is a very early game still, and it's going very well for the Croatians. They've got themselves up by about 2,000 gold. You know, it's not a completely insurmountable gold lead, but it is still a good chunk ahead. Really, right now, the place it's expressing itself, though, is in that top lane. We can see the gap between top is just gigantic. That's a gentleman hero-sized gap if I've ever seen one. About 2.5k in the advantage. Just insane.
That is another massive lead in the top. Messiah is really proving why the Gnar pick is really strong against this guy. And, you know, you said we're 16 minutes in this game already. 45 seconds on this Drake could be soul point for FOI. You know, they're going to be looking to pick up this and get that, you know, that pressure. Igneous is going to go over the wall. Emperor's Divide onto Keto. Keto is going to have no say in what happens there. Messiah is going to TP in. Bit of an interesting TP, but I reckon he just wants to get the control for the Drake. Doesn't need to fight. Faust is going to get a pick onto KKE. Not going to be able to do much from it. Just going to get out. Make sure he's safe. Now, they do not have... SSG do not have a TP on the side of Kang Lannister. They have Zoyed's TP, but they do not have that K'Sante TP available. So when it comes to this dragon fight, it's going to be a 5v4 no matter what. Kang Lannister cannot get down here in time. The only thing he can do is try and put that pressure in the top lane to get that tower. But it looks like this third dragon is just going to be just free for the side of FOI.
Keto can always get into the pit if he wants to. Is going to be in the area and get some vision down, so knows what the health is. Going for the steal. He's gone way early.
In the pit, yeah, like you say, going way early. Gets a bit greedy when he sees all of the members of FOI.
Oh, the hook lands!
On the invisible Talon. Keto is just falling over and over and over, and Marziah looking to just pick up a kill on KKE. No, nothing that KKE can do. You know,
nope.
Oh, sends the Gnar Berserk, gets a little bit of damage onto Kukulino, but nothing they can do. Like I said, you know, Keto taking a little bit of greed there, seeing Marziah, Igneous, and Sitar in the mid lane, wanting to think, I can 1v1 Faust, but cannot. Zoyed, ooh, Q lands from Faust, incredible, incredible play from Faust. The Crystal Arrow does land, but it isn't going to really do much.
Lands onto the right member.
Lands onto the right member. Oof, Marziah almost falling. Faust taking a little bit of damage there. Igneous has built a tower now, though.
Yeah, this is a very strong position for basically everybody to be in. Just going to bop that one back, even with that little bit of extra health still going to go down. Kang Lannister manages to get themselves a kill back, but that's one in return for everything that has fallen. Your mid lane tier 2 is in shambles as well, and the gold lead still is not massive. It's only about 2 and a bit thousand, but that's pretty much all that you really need because it's all in the top lane. Keto just going to get caught out here again, taken down slowly, jumps over that wall, but the Q had landed, and Forst is just clean with it.
3 times in a row, Keto has entered a jungle and just died for it. There's nothing that he can do, really. I mean, you know, we saw Kang Lannister get the kill onto Igneous, but it really didn't matter. It really didn't do anything, and I absolutely love FOI's team. They have such a visually impressive team. You know, we're seeing the insect kicks from Faust, we're seeing the shuffles from Igneous. It's beautiful, and it's really, really a spectacle to watch.
It really is, and to be fair, Foystar is just going to be sat in the back line dealing artillery damage like there's no tomorrow. Has got that fully completed Bork well on the way to the next set of items as well, and so is going to be in a very strong position to just back up the rest of the team. Doesn't need to be flashy. I was mentioning how it wasn't really a protect the puppy composition, which can be a bit of a risk, you know, if you've got the opposition that you have right now, you know, especially with backline access like an Ahri has, like a Talon gives you so inherently, it can be risky to not have a composition that's really built around saving this Kog'Maw. But the Kog'Maw is not the main part of this game, has been able to sweep up kills more because the rest of the team is serving them up for him on a silver platter. Not to say that Voystar isn't playing this one out well, but the rest of the team are just popping off on one, and it makes playing this Kog'Maw that much easier. We are going to see the Rage Blade completed as well, so this Kog'Maw is going to be shredding, and the next available target could well be the Baron.
Q lands onto Jamie. Isn't going to be able to get anything.
Gonna go.
Yeah, me too. Faust has been really, really brave with these Qs so far. I thought we were going to see that one as well. Probably could have got a kill from it. Has the ult, you know, has the smite, has everything available to him apart from the flash. Doesn't really need it in that situation though, but he wasn't brave enough, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, no need to throw away the lead that you have made for yourselves right now. You can see that Enchanted Crystal Arrow... Oh, no, sorry. Oh, hang on. Slightly worried about that. Sorry, the Hawk Shot going through just to check out what's happening as... What happened? Did KKE just step up trying to get some vision and die?
KKE had no vision in that mid long bush, but, you know, FOI did have vision in the river, so they knew what he was doing. You know, we were distracted by looking at the play in the top lane. KKE just trying to ward for the Baron and just dies for it.
Man, that one is going to hurt a little bit. That's your vision set up before this Baron just gone. You can shred through this one so incredibly quickly whenever you have got a Rage-Bladed up Cogmore. Seaforce is going to start. It doesn't do any damage to it by himself, but the second that the Cogmore arrives, this one is going to get just melted through. And Tito is just down in the bottom lane. Either doesn't know this one is happening, or more likely, is pretty sure this one is happening, doesn't think there's going to be any actual way to get involved and try to turn this one around. Now that Mosiah has arrived as well, can just stop Keto in his tracks. It's just going to be able to get this kill, I reckon.
Mosiah TPing in for the safety there, though a TP is coming in from Zoyed. Not really
Just a kill.
much happening.
Sorry, dies. They pick up the Baron, and this game just continues to go from bad to worse.
Yeah, it looks like I said, FOI, you know, they put on the accelerator and they haven't pressed the brakes since. They've sped up and they've sped up and they've sped up and they aren't slowing down. Igneous is in a little bit of an interesting position here. Faust is ready to back him up though, and he does have that Emperor's Divide available. Nothing is really available for SSG to do. They can't really get picks here, you know. Oh, Kang Lannister is going to take a cue from the Lee Sin. Nothing going to happen with that. You don't really want to be diving onto a Kasane. 5 members of SSG are here, but as are 5 members of FOI. Are we going to get a 5v5 fight here? Mosiah very, very, very close to Mega here. Might look to go straight in here. Isn't really able to get a jump in. Might look to get a jump into here with the ult as well.
The combo between him and Igneous could be huge.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, the flash ult coming out from
there it is.
Mosiah. 4-man. Hits 4 people. Stuns 3. Double kill coming out from Mosiah. The ult coming in from Igneous just solidifies this for FOI. There's nothing that SSG can do. 4-man not ult. 3 stunned. Nothing to counter that. There's a flash. There's a jump. There's an Igneous ult. There's everything that FOI can deliver, and they just can't do anything against it.
No. SSG are crumbling to pieces in front of our eyes. That is also going to be the soul going over for Croatia. You can pick up a couple more turrets on the back end of this one as well. And we didn't even get to see the real combo between Igneous and Mosiah. Igneous kind of missed the ult, unfortunately, but it wasn't needed. Everybody else was dealing plenty of damage. We got to see Foystar sign really come online and just start shredding whoever is in front of him, even beyond what was already going down. Wit's End also completed for Mosiah, deciding to go for the more aggressive build, just try to do as much as physically possible. And now with this Baron buff coming up for the next few minutes, it's all about cracking the base, getting these inhibitors down, and potentially ending this game. This could be a very quick end. One more lost team fight for SSG could send them tumbling down in the standings to 2-2. Not a great position. You're still not out of the running, certainly, but you want to find every win you can at this point. We've only got 2 more rounds left after this one.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting to see if SSG can do anything to stop the train that is FOI at this point in time. They are looking to, you know, push in the top lane, get those towers, get those objective bounties, get a little bit of gold under their belt and a little bit of strength behind their team fights. But yeah, like you said, I think one more big team fight for FOI could definitely end this game.
Absolutely, it could, and Mosiah is likely going to be the one to really start it off. We can see a couple of towers going down. Interestingly, SSG are able to swing a tower in the top lane, pick up a little bit of extra gold for themselves. That is going to be very helpful with objective bounties in effect. The extra gold you can get off of killing these towers is going to be huge. But you need to now base, recall, get back to surround the rest of your team. Otherwise, you're once again leaving yourself in a pretty dang vulnerable position. Mid lane's outers have now gone. Bot lane's outers being heavily sieged upon. Good use of the Hawkshot right there to spot out the fact that there was a potential Fnatic Deathbrush being formed.
I think SSG are really scared at the minute because they only have 3 wards on the map, and one of them is in the middle of mid lane. And, you know, they've got no vision. They've got nothing
dark.
to play with. Yeah, it's a little bit dark for them. The ult is coming out onto Marziah. Misses. Marziah dodging right at the last minute. Keto is going to still try and go for this.
Just wants it.
Doesn't go for it, and I'm pretty sure that was the right decision. I'm fairly certain Marziah could have probably just burst Keto down, you know, with that Black Cleaver, with that Triforce, with that Wit's End. Nothing really can get through this Gnar at the moment without, you know, more than one member.
I would agree with you. It's unlikely to work out that play. The second the Enchanted Crystal Arrow missed, you back off. You stop trying to overchase. That's a real reason that we're in this situation in the first place. SSG overchased onto that play after they'd caught out around their boss and overchased into the enemy jungle, ended up getting caught out, something you really can't do into a Thresh. And I think that's another thing we probably haven't mentioned enough in this game, is just how good Coccolino has been on this Thresh, has been using the lanterns very effectively to keep people alive, but more than that, the hooks have just been excellent, and you really haven't seen that big Renata ult that we were really expecting, because the hooks have been so nice, keeping this...
A little bit of an invade coming in. Keto is going to take a lot of damage. Faust, it looked like he would fall there, but he's turned it around completely, and Faust has picked up a kill onto Zoyed. Kang Lannister is looking to fall. The ult coming out from KKE, the hook is just going to slightly miss. Faust going back in, and again, landing another Q. Kang Lannister is just going to try and look and take away as many members of FOI as possible away from the fight. Is dodging a lot. Sithar is going to be able to pick up the kill with the ult, and Igneous is just going to be able to pick, and Marziah is going to TP to support this push, and it looks like they're going to be able to at least get a inhibitor here, if not end the game. There are three members still dead for the side of SSG. What can they do? Keto can't really do anything against Marziah or Igneous. You still have Emperor's Divide available. You still have Marziah's ult available when you get that Mega. Are they just going to be able to take these towers? What's happening? The ult
the
coming
arrow
out
does
from
land.
Jane Yi, the arrow lands, isn't really able to do much. Marziah is taking a lot of damage from Jane Yi. Is going to go Mega all of a sudden though. Faust, very, very, very low. Not low, sorry. Very, very
They can just turn back for Baron though.
Absolutely. There's no way for SSG to do anything here. They can't contest this objective because they have such a strong team fight under their belts. Coccolino is going to look to just, you know, keep that control.
You do want to take some resets quickly just to spend the gold that they've got. Head back on out. You've now got 3 fully completed items onto this Azir in a terrifying position. Keto is caught out here potentially. You are very fast as a Talon, but
he is fast enough. He is able to get out with a couple, you know, perfectly calculated wall jumps. Faust is going to wait for that Q. He's not going to take it in the end.
Now they can Baron though. That's it, you chase everybody off. The enemy jungler is super low. Now you can just turn back around, go take this Baron. Look at how fast it melts in the face of all of the damage being able to be put down right here. Voistar specifically is just going to be shredding straight through this one. Baron going to go over the second of the game over to the Croatian team. And there is one final remaining bit of hope. And that is spawning in 20 seconds time. If you can get the Elder, win a fight, there is a chance, but boy is it slim.
The only thing, oh no, KKE has got caught at the start of this fight. Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to come out, stun force. Kang Lannister is going to go in on Marziah. Marziah going to jump over the wall. Igneous is going to be able to pick up the kill onto Kang Lannister. It's going wrong. It's going awfully. Their last hope is dwindling. Keto isn't able to do anything. He's alive. He has to try, but Faust is in the way. Faust is saying, you're not getting into this pit. This is our pit, and you're not getting this dragon. This is mine. Keto's going to jump over the wall. He's going to steal it. He stole it. He's going to steal it. But is it enough? Is it enough? There are TPs
They're going to end
out.
anyway.
Igneous is going to TP into the base and end coming out. Although Keto stole the dragon, it doesn't look like it's going to be enough, as the only person alive with it is KKE. I'm not sure if Zoyed has it. Zoyed has it. Igneous is going to look to Emperor's Divide. Zoyed is just going to flash out of that one. What
9
a
seconds.
game. Faust going to kick.
Can they turn? They just have to find a fight. Can't do it,
No.
even with the stolen Elder. What a little bit of magic that SSG tried to pull out, but it's not enough. That Croatian team knew what they were doing and knew how to shut down the Talon jungle that we saw. That was insane.
I am absolutely stunned by that dragon steal, honestly. not an incredible performance on the Talon jungle. That brought it back. That was incredible.
That was nice.
Didn't save the game. Wasn't that last hope that they thought it was, because they lost a couple of members before, but it was such a good steal.
It was a really good steal, and in a marginally more even game state, that completely turns it around. But unfortunately, your base is already being pushed down. You weren't quite up in time. Maybe if everybody had come back alive 3-4 seconds earlier, you're able to stall that game out a little bit. I don't know if it's enough to win in the end, but you keep that game going. Instead, it's a pretty dominant victory right there. The Croatian team gonna send themselves to 3-1. So actually in a really strong position.
Yeah, I know they've pretty much solidified their position here. If they lose 2 in a row, they might be in a little bit of trouble. But I don't think that's going to happen from the performance we just saw. I think they are a very, very strong team. They have their players, they have their champions. Like I said, they've got a very flashy team. Very, very exciting to watch. A lot of massive team fight ultimates. And with that said, we are going to go to a quick break. But please stick around for the 5th round of University Esports Masters.
Where do we go from? Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here?
You say you love me, say you're thinking of me, but you're just lonely. Tell me I'm special, but to you I'm anybody. 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 Anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. Say you love me, say you're thinking of me, but you're just lonely. Tell me I'm special, but to you I'm anybody. 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 Anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. Anybody. But to you. But to you. To you I'm anybody, to you I'm anybody, to you I'm anybody, anybody, to you I'm anybody, to you I'm anybody, to you I'm anybody, anybody, to you, to you, to you.
I don't wanna fall for you, oh no. But you make it so hard. Watching you dance all night, baby, is making me fall hard. Trying to take a deep breath, but I just can't control my lungs. Ooh. Trying to hide my cold sweat, but I just keep on talking in tongues. It's a funny situation that I got myself into. I can't help my own frustration, 'cause I think, yeah, I think I like it. I think I like it. Got nothing to lose. 'Cause I think I like it. Tell me if you like me too. How can you move the way you do? It's making me crazy, yeah. You're moving just like you own the room. Make it look easy. I wanna take you away to somewhere we can be by ourselves. I see you looking my way, so maybe it's not all in my head. It's a funny situation that I got myself into. I can't help my own frustration, 'cause I think, yeah, I think I like it. I think I like it. Got nothing to lose. 'Cause I think I like it. Tell me
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to round 5 of the University Esports Masters. It's been sort of a long day so far, but we've seen a couple of short games coming out. You know, we saw that game against Kit, a very, very quick game. How you doing, Bloxer?
So good. I mean, this is a lot of games, but they've all been super interesting so far, and only 2 left. You know, mixed feelings. On the one hand, it's like, wow, this is a lot to cast, but at the same time, I'm loving every second of it. We'll have a quick look at the standings, I'd imagine, and see how everybody has been getting on so far. Kid SC White, they're still going to be sat at 4 wins, undefeated right now. If they win the next run, then it'll be all on them to be able to come out of this one completely undefeated, set themselves up as being the favourites, something they haven't been in a couple years now. There's plenty of teams who still haven't had the absolute best times of it, but right now that top 8 battle is incredibly close. It's those 2 and 2 teams who you really want to be watching, UDL, UCAM, Owls, Yatori, stronger gaming as well. All of that lot are sat in a position where they can still make top 8 technically, but you really need to win this one and your next one to stop it from being an incredibly close matchup. You also have the tiebreakers tomorrow, so it's not the end if you're tied for that 8th, 7th spot, but still, win now and you get to avoid all of that stress.
Absolutely, you know, I mean, the top 8 is a battle, but it's a battle that can definitely be won in the tiebreakers. You know, for those, I think we can safely say that Kit are definitely part of the top 8. I don't think they can actually go out now. But you know, we've got those teams. You know, like the Polish team. You've got mate Dragon Emperor. They can definitely lose their position if they're not careful. And teams that are out of that bracket, you know, UDL, UCAM, Owls, they can definitely make their way up if they try their very, very best.
Yeah, and the game that we're going to be following now is with that team that you're seeing in that 2nd spot right now. It is going to be the Netherlands versus Ukraine. Super exciting matchup right here, and both of these teams are sat in good positions, but, you know, not fully secure in where they're sat. Losing these next 2 could definitely put you out of the running, despite having such a strong position. So it's definitely going to be a real scrap where there's a lot to play for.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, 2 of the top teams, they're both in the top 8 at the moment. So we're going to see, hopefully, a really incredible game. You know, we've seen some very, very, very exciting games. Lots of fighting, lots to cast. My voice is shot a little bit just from how much we're having to, you know, shout and scream. You know, we had that Dragon Steel last game. You got very, very excited for that Dragon Steel. But, you know, it's just incredibly exciting for how much it's like gonna be. This game might be a deciding factor for one of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely it could be, with both of these teams having had, you know, a little bit of a rocky road. The Ukrainian team losing out in their first round, not the best start, but then things seem to have been able to pick up for them in a really nice way. Now they're sat in a pretty good position. Both of these teams are at 3-1, and so you're, you know, like we were saying, relatively solid, but still you need to win these next 2. Ending at 5-1 would be huge. That pretty much guarantee you 2nd, 3rd going into that top 8, and that's what you want. Get through to the playoffs, compete for the trophy, all of that prize money, like we said at the very beginning of the day. So a lot here to compete for, and we've got some really interesting notes right here on the on the Netherlands team. They've given us some extra fun little bits. Apparently there's some commit to dying for waves, but, you know, gold and CS are incredibly important, right?
Absolutely. I mean, it's the most important part of the game. If you have the gold and you have the CS, you're just better than everybody, obviously.
Yeah.
So if you die for the wave, it doesn't really matter, you know.
Yeah, very, very, very true. Take our tips, run with them in solo queue. You know, you're going to have the best time, we guarantee it. But anyway, as much as they are having a lot of fun, these are some pretty serious teams. Now, the Netherlands have produced a lot, and I mean a lot of victors in this tournament. They usually are one of the top teams, even if they don't completely win the whole thing. We had Esports Team 20 from the Netherlands coming out on top a couple of years ago, so this country produces incredibly strong competitors, and the fact that we have got a new university that we've actually not seen before on this University Esports Masters stage is going to be huge. It's it's really fascinating to see how the Netherlands as a region has continued to develop, because in the past it was all about the solid, slow macro. But maybe this team likes to get a little bit more hyphy. Maybe they like to really play the game and find the kills, try to get things a little bit accelerated forwards. Whereas Ukraine, unfortunately, I haven't seen them play in quite a while. They haven't been fielding rosters. And now we're getting to see this region back again finally. It'll be fascinating to see what the region actually likes to play.
It's going to be interesting. Yeah, I've actually personally never seen a Ukrainian team at this level. So to see it now is pretty interesting. And I think for the past couple of games, we've had a sort of matchup of who can play faster than the other team. And it's going to be interesting to see if it's the same this game, or if it's going to be a who can scale those. So we are going to go into the pick ban, and we are going to be able to see what these teams are going to want to be picking. I know we've got a couple main champs that both of these teams are going to want to be picking. So it's going to be interesting to see if they get banned out, and if they do, how are they going to deal with that?
Alright, so the first ban is going to be this Renata. It's been such a strong pick recently. We didn't actually get to see it used to the best of their abilities in the previous round, but still, one of those strongest ones. Things that we've also been seeing picked and banned a lot has been the Nautilus, the Ari, pickups like that. But right now, gonna go for the Zoe instead. Really interesting pick right there. We have also heard that there is a potential for a Fiora ban into the top side. Maybe you also want to be taking out some other things, like maybe the Gwen, the Ivan, that kind of thing as well. Potentially, you could just leave these sort of priority picks alone for the individual players and instead just ban out what's strongest in the meta. Right now, that seems to be what Ukraine is going towards a little bit more than what the Netherlands are.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're going to be banning out the meta, and it looks like the Netherlands are banning out specific picks. The Zoe, the Karma. Karma was really strong in the mid lane for the past couple of patches. They did sort of nerf it and then rebuff it a little bit. They rebalanced it. They want to push Karma back down to that support role. But it's interesting to think whether that is a Karma mid or a Karma support ban. But yeah, like you said, Netherlands have a lot of key picks, as do Ukraine, but the Netherlands have picks like, they've got Fiora, like you said, the Gwen, the Ivan, they've got Ziggs. They really want these picks, and it looks like Ukraine are just going to give over a couple of them. So it's going to be interesting to see if they do pick those up in those first picks to sort of solidify their position, or they're going to avoid picking them. I'm especially interested to see if the Netherlands do pick up the Fiora, because I mean, in the notes that were provided, they are a self-proclaimed best Fiora EU West, so that's going to be interesting. Well, I say self-proclaimed. Apparently, Potent, the Fiora player, has proclaimed them the best Fiora EU West.
Yeah, so potentially we could see that one picked up. It is going to be the Talia first pick. It is nice and flexible, can go into the jungle or the mid lane, wherever you really want it, and is just so good at splitting up team fights. Also, the Seismic Shove can just give you so much and dissuade a lot of the very mobile picks from coming through. Now, Santrist does really like the Ivan. We've heard about this one, and it is going to be locked in right here. So you've got a heavily supportive jungler, which can really work well with some aggressive bot lanes. The Jinx is still left available. Now, that is one of the ones that we've been seeing as well as the big pickups. But it seems like Mayuk just wants to have that Fiora, is going to take it. And I come from the UK leagues where we see Fiora's top quite a lot, and they always just wreck people. It seems like a lot of teams think they have the answer to a Fiora top. A lot of them don't. Be really interested to see what it is that Ukraine can pull out to try to deal with this Fiora. Are hovering on towards the Vi, a jungle we haven't actually seen too much priority on in this recent time. Instead, gonna go towards the Rel. I think I prefer that. It gives you a lot more flexibility as well. Again, you can put that in the jungle or the support role, so you're still keeping your picks wide open at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, they're picking up the Fiora, they're picking up the Ivan. Those key picks have been let through from the side of Ukraine. They're picking up the Jinx now. So you're absolutely right that this Rel can either stick in the jungle or they can switch it up to support if it needs to be. It's a very flexible pick, and it's a very safe pick as well. You can't really do all that much in the way of disrupting a Rel. Like, you can hurt her a lot, but Rel is about that team fight. Rel is about, she's not about those solo kills. Another Orianna pick, very safe. We've seen it a couple of times. People love this Orianna, and I love it too. I think it's an incredibly safe pick, and it's incredibly versatile. I'm just interested to see what Ukraine ban for their last bans, as well as the Netherlands. Xin Zhao ban, very, very good ban, solidifying the fact that if they do want to play the RAL support, they don't have that really strong jungler to pick up.
Yeah, the Jarvan is still also one of those strong, heavy gank junglers. We've not seen it too much recently. It's fallen off in priority a little bit. And these compositions right now, it's very standard front-to-back team fight that you've got out of this Ukrainian team. The Jinx obviously just wants to hit whatever's in front of her, get that first kill, and then turn it into a big team fight win. And you can buy a lot of space with a Talia, with a Rel. Plus, Talia always does more damage than you think she's doing. In the middle of a team fight, those rocks can get quite lost, but you check the damage at the end, and oh my god, she's dealt more than anybody else. Whereas it's going to have to be more of a split push composition coming out from LoL. Sure, the Fiora can get involved in team fights, but you still would rather have the Fiora split pushing on a lane, and then you either 1-3-1, or you can 1-4 around the map, try to just draw pressure away from the Fiora, give her 1v1, 1v2 situations, and put as much down onto these towers as possible. We're going to see a couple of support bans on to Ukraine. They're not going to allow the Rakan or the Braum to go through. That pinching of the pool is going to mean that you look to lock in your support right here. Going to be an Alistar. Now, we still don't know the ADC, and last picking ADC is something I don't see ever. Like, you never see the last pick ADC.
It's a very, very interesting thing, but I suppose the Netherlands, they really, really just wanted to get those priority picks first. They wanted the Ivan and they wanted the Fiora. They didn't need to leave the Orianna open to a last pick because it can't really get counterpicked. So, I mean, they're just leaving the ADC to last so that they can't. Maybe they're picking something unconventional. Maybe they're picking something, that we won't see very often, that might have those different counter picks in those different lanes, in the jungle, in the top lane. We've got a Viego pick that it does look like it's going to be a Rel support, and we are going to see a Zeri. I mean, talk about unconventional. She's pulling back. She bounces back and forth between played and not played quite a lot. So it's going to be interesting to see if this is going to be one of those games where she does pop off and she does do a lot of kills. And it's going to be interesting to see if Ukraine can answer that.
Yeah, it will be fascinating to see what it is that Ukraine can do with this composition that's so much more about the big team fight, trying to find that straight up front to back rather than specific little picks. And any time that we get a Zeri is going to be a really interesting one. Zeri seems to just pop off all the time. Quadras, pentas, out of nowhere potentially as well. And with this Zeri being a pretty safe lane pickup as well, you could potentially look towards the top side as scientists, go and try to get involved with this Fiora, see if you can stun people up for her, get her a couple of kills, because once you get this Fiora rolling, that's the point at which you can just keep on playing through this game. It gets a lot easier to play through if your Fiora is in a good spot, able to just keep pushing forwards, because she's not going to be able to straight up 1v1 the Jax as easily as she could some other potential pickups, but both of these junglers could definitely try to get involved in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of play around the top lane in these games. Obviously we had the Gnar, we had a couple of, dives on the Gnar and it just didn't work. We had the Kindred pick that was trying to get a lot of kills in the top lane and it just wasn't working. So it's going to be interesting to see if this, these jungle picks can actually make these top lanes work and give them that power that they really, really want to have.
Yeah, and I mean, do you spend too much time there potentially as well? Do you try to really put all of your eggs into that top lane basket? Whichever one of these top laners wins can definitely take over the game, and then you ignore the bot side potentially. If you can get a Zeri rolling or a Jinx rolling, obviously those are both really impactful picks as well. The Alistar, interesting that we've been seeing it quite so much, considering, to be honest, it's been on the edges of pro play recently, but not really breaking its way in particularly. All of a sudden we've seen a couple of these, and they're pretty effective anti-engage tools. Sure, you can always use that WQ combo as an engage tool itself, but it's a lot more effective sometimes to just use the Alistar to try to keep your main carries alive, and then to use it like a Hex Flash over the wall to get into a Dragon Pit. That's when the Alistar really comes alive. That Unbreakable Will just keeps him alive for so long.
I mean, yeah, there's not really much killing an Alistar after he's used that Unbreakable Will, and it's really difficult to get him off of your backline as well, because he has that engage and he has that unstoppable like force. He can just get in, knock you all up, and then, you know, survive anyway. It really doesn't matter if you're doing damage to him or not, and if you're focusing an Alistar, you're doing it wrong.
You're doing it wrong. wrong. The amount of damage reduction that he gets off of that ultimate is truly insane, although an Alistar that falls behind can feel pretty bad, pretty squishy all of a sudden, so we will have to see how this one goes out. I think we're in another situation, unfortunately, in the mid lane where I'm not expecting too many solo kills, although then again, when you do have yourself a Talia, there's always the potential option.
Yes, there is always that potential option of getting a Talia into a team fight and just kind of blowing everything up, you know, moving everyone about, disrupting the middle of that team fight. We are having a couple of technical issues going right into this game. I do believe we have a DC off of loading screen, so that is going to get us to have us get into game a little bit longer than usual, so we apologize for that.
Indeed, but still, giving over a lot of these prio picks to the Netherlands squad is something I'm just questioning. I'm not saying that it's the wrong decision. We haven't seen how this Ukrainian squad or this Netherlands squad play. It could be that Ukraine really have cracked the code. They know how to play against these big picks that your opposition really like. But still, giving over some of their favorite pickups, the Ivan specifically, obviously the Fiora is the big flashy one. You know, everybody's excited about a Fiora. But Ivan is just so subtly annoying at all times. The bushes that mean that you can't actually see how many people are stepping up in a lane, and you can't hit any of your point and clicks. Daisy knocks people up so much in the middle of a big chaos teamfight where Daisy is the least of your concerns. She can very easily land a knock-up that can just completely disrupt what you're trying to do, and the constant shields as well that Ivan's able to lay down is the sort of thing that you don't always calculate for, because it's quite rare to see an Ivan. He's not a very big pick that you see in solo queue or in competitive, so all of a sudden playing against the Ivan, how much practice do you have? Do you know your limits when there is an Ivan there to try and help you out? Plus, Ivan's always really good level 1, so we could see some potential shenanigans.
I think, as well, people, like, towards mid-late game, people completely underestimate Ivan's 1v1 potential. Ivan and Daisy is so... because it's not a 1v1, it's a 2v1. No. When Ivan pulls out Daisy, it's so strong, and it does so much, like, damage that you really don't expect. Because of the scalings, everything is just really, really, like, powerful, and it can be completely unexpected, and you can go, whoa, that's killed me. How has that killed me? I don't understand. You know, it's very, very strange.
Exactly. It's the sort of thing where you're really underestimating it because you don't have that practice up against the Ivan, and having that supportive jungler as well as a support down in that bottom lane, you can pair those up really effectively. I always love when you roam your support and your jungler around, get them involved together in plays. The Grubs, the Drakes, those are going to be potential big pressure points, but obviously we're also going to be watching onto these specific lane matchups. How do these 1v1s go, and could we potentially see some explosivity in the bot lane specifically? I mean, a Jinx, whenever she has those flame choppers available, you know, one wrong step and you could get engaged upon.
I really do want to see a bot lane this game. You know, we've obviously had the bot lanes in the other game, but none of them have really stuck out. It's always been the other lanes. It's been those top lanes. It's been those mid lanes. It's been those junglers. It's never been the bot lane. We haven't seen a stomp or a roll or a win condition bot lane until now, maybe. We have the chance, and we have another chance, especially with a Zeri. Like you said, Zeri can sort of just turn around and get a pentakill for no apparent reason, you know. But you've also got that Jinx. You know, you've got the Super Mega Death Rocket, you've got the Flame Chompers, you've got everything in her disposal, and you've got those supports. Two really, really strong supports. You know, you've got the Rel, and you've got... it slipped my mind. Alistar, thank you. But like, and they're just both incredibly strong, especially with their ADCs. So it's gonna be, it's gonna be just really weird and really interesting to see if we will actually get. And especially thinking about the junglers, will the junglers actually play towards bot this game like I want them to?
Yeah. I mean, potentially the reason we haven't really seen the big carry performances out of the bot lane is because they're just accessories to everybody else. You know, it used to be the top laners was an island. I think, honestly, we can throw that expectation out of the window nowadays. Top laners are absolutely a main part of the conversation. At the minute, I'd say mid tends to be the one that you ignore the most, but in this tournament, we've not really been spending much time in the bot lanes. And they're very different bot lanes, these are, because the Jinx, super immobile, is really reliant on the team, whereas the Zeri can make things happen all by herself, but you've always running the risk of going in a little bit too far.
A little bit of fighting going on here. Mayuk and Skille having a bit of a scuffle. Dog Jungler is gonna be here to support, but Skillj gonna look to like come off a little bit worse on this trade. Has to back maybe. If he does have to back, he may have to lose his TP advantage to get the XP and get the wave, though he might just look to wander in with it.
Yeah, going to lane with this little health is going to be a bit of a risk, especially up against, you know, #1 Fiora EU West. We're going to also get some aggression down in the bottom lane. Is that a ghost already?
Kozak is pulling out a ghost already. I mean, we're 1 minute and 40 seconds into this game. Minions have only just arrived. Already, we've got a couple of fights. It looks like they're not able to get anything, but, you know, a cooldown already. It's not so terrible this early because, you know, they'll get it back pretty soon, but still it's a pretty big cooldown to burn when you can't guarantee a kill.
It is, but you managed to get yourself lane priority and a push towards getting that level 2 first. They're going to be able to get level 2 very soon, and they're using this just damage that they laid down early on to just keep the opposition pushback. Lol, spot lane are not able to step up. The level 2 is hit first, and that leaves you in a terrible position, because remember, Alistar's cool. We love Alistar. We don't love Alistar pre-3.
No.
You know, level 2, he's kind of a champion, but he's definitely not a champion level 1.
Yeah, I don't know. Like you said, I mean, the Ghost, a cooldown, it's a long cooldown, but it's certainly a worthy trade to guarantee that priority, guarantee that level 2. Because if Alistar gets level 2 first, you might as well, like, say goodbye most of the time. We saw a little bit of fighting in the mid lane, you know, nothing really happening, but Nitro getting a little bit low. Yeah, Scientrist just doing the Ivan things, just running around the jungle, just, you know, getting his camps, being happy. I love Ivan, man. He's such a happy little guy.
He's such a happy guy, which is great, because a lot of the jugglers are all, oh, I'm sad and angry and gonna try to win these battles because I'm mad. And Ivan, he's just a happy guy, but this is quite an aggressive thing to do.
Level 4 dive coming out from the side of Lul. You know, Mayuk is not going to be able to pick up the kill just yet, but might be able to. Skillj, one more auto from Scientrist.
Oh, he didn't get hit by the tower.
Juggling the tower shots perfectly from the side of Lul. What an absolute display. You know, Skille is going to fall, unfortunately for him. You know, Mayuk and Scientrist just demonstrating that they can juggle that.
Scientrist didn't even blow the flash. Like, that was cool as a cucumber, knew what was going on. Isai, I got this one. Comes away with the kill as well. You said how much damage an Ivan could do. Well, when you give over first blood, we're definitely going to be able to see that one. The Dark Seal picked up as well as some Lucidity boosts. So just looking to cycle through those spells as quickly as possible. We could potentially see a gank in the bot lane, though. This is completely unsighted. Lucas and Mr. HB have not been able to get back to base.
They really haven't had the chance to back like they probably would have wanted at this point. You know, the enemy Jinx has the Cull starting out, you know, that's going to ramp up pretty quickly. Mr. HB probably wants to back and get some damage items. Scientrist is spotted here, but Dog is nearby.
Just gonna keep pushing on forwards. This could turn into a real scrappy fight if anybody finds that engage potential, but right now it seems to be Lol that have all of the pressure, but with the tower behind their opposition, definitely not gonna overstep and try to go for that one. Instead, trying desperately to go back to base, still unable to do so, getting cancelled again.
Once more, their back's getting cancelled. Scientrist saying, I'm going to come back in and, you know, help you with this. Not really able to do anything. There's no engage potential here, you know. They don't really have any form of engage. You know, Scientrist could land a Q, but it's a little bit difficult at this point. You know, they've just got, like, skirmishing in the mid lane. Really, nothing's happening so far in the mid lane, apart from a little bit of a CS lead onto the side of Nitro. The Grubs are looking to be taken by Dog, and Sanchez can't really do much about at least 2 of them here, but he might be able to get them there for the 3rd.
Just going to be able to take down these first 2, and I don't really imagine that Sanchez is going to actually want to step up into a Viego. Viego in a 1v1 is incredibly fierce, and like you said, you're really looking for Daisy to be able to help you out in these 1v1s, turn it into a pseudo 2v1, so pre-level 6, not really going to want to step up. Instead, just going to be taking out 3 Void Grubs, do go over to Doggy, and you're not going to be able to respond down in the bottom lane towards that Drake because you've got such good bot lane pressure right now out of the Ukrainian bot lane. The bot lane of the Netherlands still hasn't based.
They're just being forced to stay in their lane. They can't get out, and they can't do anything about it, because at the end of the day, if they do get a chance to back and back now, they're going to lose out on so many minions. But every time they try to back after pushing out, Kozak and Anthony just say, you're staying here, and you know, it's really, really important for Azeri to get those items early, because she needs that, you know, that power to be able to farm better and to be able to, like, go in on those engage. They have no engage potential because they haven't been able to back.
Yeah, exactly. Even if they went in for a big fight right now, they'd be behind. Not massively, it's only a cull in opposition. But still, it's not the position you're really looking to be in. And you're going to get the base off first as Kozak and Anthony. And it's just going to be a delay as Mr. HB has to take out the minion wave. Now get the reset. The wave is going to be left in a completely even state as well. Definitely benefiting the Ukrainian bot lane. And they're going to be very happy, especially with their jungler down in the bottom side. There's good vision in the river out of the Netherlands, but still, you can threaten towards this Drake potentially with no real recourse to try to find a gank back on the top lane.
Yeah, it's really, really, like, important for these teams to understand their map pressure and realize where they need to be and when. We've got Scientrist at level 6 now. Daisy is available, so that's an extra player within those team fights, especially for this dragon. Both teams do seem to want to, you know, force this and push for this, but it doesn't look like either of them have the priority at the moment. It looks like Nitro has the stronger mid lane, but Short is pushing him out. But I mean, it's pretty much just a Ukrainian bot lane that is just being able to force these towers. Daisy is gonna come out, gonna wander straight in. Scientrist is gonna play a little bit aggressive here. Daisy gonna take a lot of damage early. Is maybe gonna fall, gets the shield, is gonna fall. Daisy not really able to do much before falling. Nitro is up there, does have the shockwave available. Scientrist,
oh, it's a big knock-up.
It's a really big knock-up from Lucas. Flash, was that 2 flashes out of the pit or just 1? May have been an ult away from Dog Jungler. Anthony Gudo is still in this fight.
Wait, the shield!
No.
The shield!
Nitro is gonna live.
So many shields, one from Scientrist, one from Nitro himself. Everybody trying just desperately to keep Nitro alive there. And throughout all of that, was only able to use the shockwave late, a second late. The flashes had already come out, but Kozak had to try desperately to get away. Was able to survive only just, but still, it's a couple. Wait, it's a kill and the Drake going down as Super Mega Death Rocket, it was looking for Nitro, is just going to go wide again, and we're already seeing the power of the shields coming through, just keeping people alive. Scale 8 potentially going to go in onto Mayuk. Not going to be able to get that kill quite yet, but still gets good pressure down, forces Mayuk back to base, and the TP not quite available, so it is an inconvenient time to potentially have to go back as the Fiora.
Doesn't really affect the Fiora very much at this point, because Skille does not have, you know, the ability to properly force and push this wave as much as he would need to deny the Fiora. The Fiora has got 3 plates so far, so even though they're not too far out from CS, Fiora definitely has that lead.
Absolutely, this Fiora is in a very strong position right now. Not completely untouchable, is going to be going towards that Ravenous Hydra, so once that one is completed, that's the point at which you kind of need to worry just a little bit. Set of Grubs also are going to go over to Ukraine, and that gives a ton of priority to them. I think something also we really need to mention is that these team fights are all about that first kill, because if the first kill goes over to Ukraine, you get to get excited on your Jink, plus Doggy gets to turn into whoever's body just died, and that's a massive boon for getting you repositioned for your next ultimate as this Viego. So if you don't manage to get that first kill, this team fight goes horribly, horribly wrong, but once that first member goes down, and if you can burst somebody out specifically to start the fight, solo kill in the mid lane, then you're going to be in a very strong position. What was that I was saying about no solo kills mid anymore?
Well,
damn.
You got what you wished for, you know. Solo kill in the mid lane coming out for sure. And, you know, ooh, Mayuk flashing onto Skilly flashing of his own to get out. Dog
Oh, he's just
is
going to go
nearby.
in.
Ooh, Mayuk is very low. The super mega death rocket. Whoa. I expected...
Whoa.
oh
Nitro,
God,
what
the
is
TP
this?
coming in from Nitro. Nitro does have... does not have the shockwave available. Is going to take a lot of damage. Really looking to kill Skille. Is not going to be able to. Doesn't land the ball and is not able to get the damage. Doesn't have the auto attack damage. That is absolutely tragic. As that fight was about to happen, I was just about to say, Dog Jungler being able to get those, secure those 6 grubs was really important, because Scientist, even though he was applying pressure in the bot lane, they really weren't able to get anything of it. They got maybe a play or 2, but they really didn't get as much pressure as they needed, especially with the fight going so wrong afterwards. Mayuk and Nitro falling, Skille taking a lot of damage from Mayuk. You can't run away from a Fiora. Yeah, no, it's impossible to run away from a Fiora, especially when you don't have that Q. Mayuk is going to be able to score this first tower as well with that demolish. Oof.
Huge injection of gold right there into Mayuk. After a couple of iffy plays, now is able to get that kill, get that tower down. Massive amount of gold in the back pocket, and can continue to just push through this top wave if they want to. Try to get that first tier 2 turret. If you're able to get that nice and quickly, it's a massive injection of gold as well. However, we do have to mention that Nitro had a real shocker of a couple minutes. Died solo over to shore, and then TP'd in, wasn't able to get the kill, died there too. This could be a great play potentially for the Ukraine.
Lucas walks straight into Dog Jungler, has to pop the ult, and doesn't take a lot of damage after the fact. Anthony Kudo is taking so much damage from Mr. B. Mr. HB,
Mr.
and
B's just gonna get that first
is
kill.
just getting a kill here. While Dog Jungler tries to focus Scientist down, double kill, like you said. Listen, Zeri is powerful. Double kill from absolutely nowhere. Dog Jungler focusing the wrong person.
Oh, and because that first kill took so long to go down, Kozak, Dog Jungler, they couldn't get that initial reset that they needed to just start popping off. Instead, Dog Jungler is going to now head back up. Sure is there. Good sidestep out of Mr. HB. They still get stunned up, but now they're able to turn around and start dealing damage back. Daisy has been a menace this game.
Daisy is so strong. Mr. HB getting another kill on to Shaw. Shaw with the flash.
Kozak's back again. They're
Doggy
not going to stop.
Daisy almost getting the kill onto Dog Jungler. Kozak is there. Mr. HB might look to fall. The shutdown could be absolutely detrimental. Kozak, the shield so close. Kozak flashing just to get away from those auto attacks. Isn't able to pick up the kill and does get the shutdown onto Mr. HB. And Mr. Yuck, Mayuk, sorry, is just piling on the pressure in the top lane. It's not letting Skille have any fun whatsoever.
No, absolutely not. And we're seeing such aggressive plays down in the bottom side. They just do not want to stop fighting. I think the Scientist has pitched a tent and decided that he actually lives in this bottom lane now. Him and Daisy have moved in. But all of this fighting is super early for Ukrainian bot lane. You really want to get those 2-3 items, whereas Zeri comes online at 1-2. We're going to see the top laners fight each other again. I think Skille might just be dead. Yup.
The parry coming out, you know, no damage, no stun onto Mayuk. You know, you can't really do anything against a Fiora. If you're that low and you have the ult on you, you can't run away. He had no minions to jump to. Nothing he could do there. It's just another kill going over to the Fiora. And I think these teams must have heard us when we were talking about these bot lane, we wanting to see these bot lanes come online, because that is absolutely what's happening. There's such a focus towards the bot lane from both of these teams in this game. You know, Dog has been bot lane quite a few times, though he has been top, you know, a generally equal amount of times. but it does look like the Netherlands are going to be able to pick up the second Drake of the game, an Infernal Drake as well. Very, very important for them.
Yeah, going to be in a nice position in the bot lane right now. Yozeri, with that static, already completed another BF sword in inventory. Sat's very, very pretty at the moment. There could be a potential dive, but it's always a risk to dive onto an Alistar as Zeri. One of the best things about Zeri is how mobile she is. That's kind of why you pick up this champion. You're able to just skirt away from danger, then deal your own damage. And now we're going to see a push onto the mid lane. Top laners, they're still fighting. They're going to continue to fight. I don't see a situation in which Skill K comes out on top of that one. Mid lane tower is just going to fall too low though. And after the beginning stages of this game, first 15 minutes, we're about 8,000 gold in the lead for the Netherlands, and they're in a very strong position to continue this pressure. They do have to be careful though, because once those items do come online finally for Kozak, for Dog Jungler, that's the point at which this game can begin to turn around. They need to keep this lead accelerated as much as possible, and having the Moonstone already completed onto the Ivan is going to be a huge part of that.
Yeah, I mean, Ivan, once he starts getting items, it just gets stronger and stronger and stronger. Has to flash out. Does not want to get caught in this jungle, which is fair enough against a Rel, against a Jinx, and against a Viego. Doesn't want to get caught out, doesn't want to die. Now, it's interesting to think that there aren't that many kills on the board, but we are seeing a 4,000 gold lead over to the Netherlands. So, it's very, very interesting. It's top lane again. We've seen so much gold differentials in the top lane throughout this series. 3,000 gold, almost, coming out again. Oh, Mayuk is getting collapsed on, though. 200 gold shutdown, probably going to go over, hopefully to Kozak for the side of Ukraine. Are they going to give it over? They...
Yes.
Oh, yes. Kozak is going to get that shutdown, just like I thought they would give it. If they
could also get the tower
Jinx,
as well.
Probably will.
Although, a lot of collapse coming through potentially. This could be a big fight. It would be a 4v5 though. Oh no, 4v4 because Shaw's not here.
I mean, there's also a Daisy to think about as well. Anthony Duda flashing in, doesn't have Magnet Storm available. Mr. HB is going to be able to kill, and Skille is looking to fall as well. Nitro is going to do a lot of damage, is going to flash over the wall to secure the kill, is now behind Kozak. There is no tower here. Because Mayuk was able to get this tower so early, there's no tower to hide behind.
TP behind.
Kozak and Shaw
it's a disaster.
are trapped, sandwiched in between a Fiora and a team. Mr. HB is searching for this Viego, and here it is. She has found him. And it looks like Shaw is going to be able to get out. Still, maybe not. Mayuk, I said he would be able to get out, but I mean, I forgot that he was running away from a Fiora, which is an impossible task.
No, you cannot run away from a Fiora, and once again, it looks like Ukraine just over-pushing. This squad seems to have a ton of potential when they get into these sort of pick situations, but they just like to keep these fights going for as long as possible. Anthony went for a big play, but didn't have the Magnet Storm. Like you said, wasn't able to fully pull everybody in, and it wasn't a straight-up 4v4 like it should have been with Daisy involved. It kind of turned into a 4v5 the other way you would have expected. With the fight going long enough for Mayuk to get back, it's just going to be a huge gap. And when we were looking at the gold differences between these players, obviously top is a canyon, but there was also 1,400 at the time between the mid laners. Mayuk might be caught out here again. Oh, Anthony does not hit onto that crash, and instead Mayuk just going to be able to walk away. Fioras are incredibly annoying to both run away from and run towards.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the gold differences. We can see that here. You did mention the mid lane. It is a 2,000 still.
Yeah,
it's a lot. It's increased since that fight because they picked up the kill onto Skille. And they've got that CS lead. They have a shutdown now though, so they do need to be careful about that. Nitro needs to be careful not to get caught out, because if they do, that would be pretty detrimental. 450 gold, 400 gold. It keeps going up and down. I don't know how bounties are calculated in this game, but Baron and Dragon are spawning at just about the same time. So I do think the Netherlands do have this third dragon secured, pretty much with the pressure that they're putting on. Scientrist is just walking into this jungle like it's his own, has Daisy available very, very soon. And, I mean, we say that the Daisy is strong, but it's deceptively strong, especially with that Dark Seal. He's got the Ardent Center now and the Moonstone, so it's strong anyway. But with that 8 stacked Dark Seal, Daisy is just doing so much damage, and that shield is huge as well.
It really is. The shield is possibly the most annoying part. It also explodes to deal a little bit of extra damage. Moonstone completed, Ardent 2, and 8 stacks of the Dark Seal, as if, you know, it wasn't annoying enough. And you've also got to watch the infantry right now of Nitro, because look at those 2 needlessly large rods. There's a potential for the death cap incoming very, very shortly. With that Drake taken, this could be a big fight around Baron, because it's definitely what LoL are going to be looking for.
They know they're in the bush, though. Lucas with the sweeper, spotting out a couple members. Probably didn't know that all 5 were in there, but it's enough to deter the side of the Netherlands from going straight up to that Baron and getting caught in that bush, which is really, really important. A catch there would have been so bad for the side of Netherlands.
It really would have been. They could have thrown away their entire gold lead in that situation. Instead, they get to go back to base, complete that Rabadon's death cap right here for Nitro, and head back out onto the map in full knowledge that when they want the Baron, they're in a very good position to be able to take it. I still don't think they want to try to just straight up take it in the faces of the opposition. Maybe start and then peel off to try to find a fight though, or if you get a pick, it becomes very, very easy to head on over to this Baron, pick it up, because the siege is not that strong right here. Obviously, once a Fiora gets on top of a tower, can just take it down, but you know, there's a lot of wave clear potential for the Ukrainian squad. They're not going to be in a position where they're just getting towers taken right in their faces yet, although that being said, Mike is not that far off at that point.
No, Mayuk is not far away from being able just to kind of sit in the lane and do what he wants. You know, take down towers, farm whatever he wants. Missed HP, getting that little bit of a damage out onto Anthony Gudo. A little bit of poke. So many wards in the side of the Ukrainian jungle here, and it's just a bit oppressive from Denmark, from the Netherlands. Sorry, they can't really stop it. Oh. So much damage.
Very little you can do in the face. Although this is a huge catch, huge potential shutdown goes over to Kozak as well. And that is going to feel great if you are the Ukrainian squad. They could potentially try to keep playing onto this one. They may have caught Lucas. It's a very tanky Alistair, but still, with all of the damage going down, that's the ultimate pop. That's the flash gone. You can turn onto the Baron.
Pings coming out onto the Baron. Lucas not taking a lot of damage from that fight, but the Herald in the bot lane, Mayuk. Can Mayuk be stopped by Skille? We've seen him be dived so many times. You know, the Baron's happening. Mr. HP, Kozak is taking so much damage. Dog Jungler can't do the damage he needs to this Baron. I don't think they can get it. They need to turn. They need to fight. But they've taken so much damage from the Baron at this point. Skille is...
Oh, the stun lands!
And the stun does land. Mr. B is going to flash out, and the kill coming out. It's going so wrong. The Ukraine Anthony Gudo is in the fight, but is dead. Kozak also going to fall.
Nitro's back!
Sure Theater. Oh no, and Mayuk is just ending. Mayuk's just ending. That's it. There's nothing, there's no one left. Viego's running. Can Mayuk do this? Can Mayuk secure this before Dog gets back to base? Does he have the minions? The damage, he doesn't care. He doesn't care that there's no minions. He's just doing it anyway.
I mean,
now the question
is here.
Is he going to be able to stop him here? Mayuk is here as well. The parry coming out. The ult. Oh, the flash. Oh, the flash. Oh, the flash. And the ult procs. So much true damage. And it looks like the Netherlands are just going to be able to destroy this game in 23 minutes. Incredible performance. You know, they took the fight that they had to on Baron. Ukraine didn't have the damage to do the Baron. They didn't have the sustain to heal from it, and by the time that they decided that they needed to turn and fight, it was too late. They'd taken so much damage to the point where the Netherlands had such an advantage that they could just destroy in that team fight.
Yeah, it was not the real play that they were looking for. It felt like Ukraine constantly were trying to be the more proactive team, but they were just mis-executing slightly, ended up with giving over more and more kills, and unfortunately giving over the Fiora, giving over the Ivan just didn't turn into good ideas whatsoever. The Fiora wrecked in its lane, the Ivan was incredibly annoying overall. But also Nitro managed to find a massive lead individually in that mid lane, turn it around into some pretty good shockwaves. Sure, got caught out once, which could have potentially given over the Baron. Maybe that was the swing point, but it doesn't end up being the case. Teleports back in, picks up a couple of kills as well. And this Netherlands squad is, you know, carrying on the long, proud tradition of the Netherlands, getting here to the Masters and just wrecking people.
Yeah, and they've absolutely destroyed in that game. You know, we wanted to see Ukraine do well, but it just came down to, I mean, we wanted to see the bot lanes pop off this game, and pop off they did. You know, we saw a lot of good kills from both sides in the bot lane. Kozak, you know, a lot of kills on the Jinx, but Mr. HB coming out on top on the Zeri. You know, you mentioned the Zeri, the power of the Zeri in the actual draft, and, you know, it prevailed, it showed itself. And so we actually finally saw a bot lane play in this game. It wasn't all about the top laners, though. I mean, we can't not mention the Fiora. The top lane was a pretty big diff anyway, but then the bot lane on top of that pretty much just secured the game.
Absolutely. It felt like everybody was doing their best on that one. And that will conclude round 5 for us. We've only got one final game left of this Swiss stage. It's been super fun so far. Stick around for the final game.
You must think that I'm a restless case because I ran away, because I ran away. If you listen to the words I say, you know that I'm okay, you know it's just a phase. Don't think I'm leaving 'cause I'm not at all. And if you get hurt, it's unintentional. I just wanted you to realize that I'm the one you like, that I'm the one you like. So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? I don't know. Where do we go? All I ever wanted was to make it through. Tell me, how about you? How about you? So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from
You say you love me, say you're thinking of me, but you're just lonely. Tell me I'm special, but to you I'm anybody. 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 Anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. Say you love me. Say you're thinking of me, but you're just lonely. Tell me I'm special, but to you I'm anybody. 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 Anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. But to you I'm anybody. Anybody. But to you. But to you. To you Tell me what can I do now? 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 Tell me what can I do now?
I don't wanna fall for you, oh no. But you make it so hard. Watching you dance all night, baby, is making me fall hard. Trying to take a deep breath, but I just can't control my lungs. Ooh. Trying to hide my cold sweat, but I just keep on talking in tongues. It's a funny situation that I got myself into.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the final round of the Swiss stage of the University Esports Masters. I'm still here with Black Bloxer. How are you doing?
Oh, so excited. I mean, what a day it has been so far. I'm still so hyped for this last game, despite the fact it's been a really long day, which I think tells you about the kind of games that we've had. We've had some stomps, we've had some pretty close back and forth so far, seen a ton of different teams from a ton of different countries. And the fact that we've still got a couple more teams to look at, we're still going to get one more game of League of Legends. I mean, what a day.
Yeah, I know. It's incredible. It's been really long and it's been, it's been kind of tough, but, it's been exciting nonetheless. We've had some really good games of League. We've had a lot of fast-paced League of Legends. We've had a lot of, sort of slow-paced, but we've had a couple of stomps as well. Yeah. Obviously we saw that KIT stomp and, speaking of KIT, we are gonna be watching KIT in this last match here up against Unina, the Italian team, simply because they are on their 5-game win streak. They have not lost yet. We are going to be looking to see if KIT can continue and get that 6-0 sweep and solidify their position at number 1 in this Swiss stage.
It would be really cool to see if they can actually do it. This team, they fell from grace a little bit in 2022 after coming from back-to-back wins in 2020 and 2021. All of a sudden, they got knocked out in the second round of playoffs, didn't manage to pull their way back through. It was a real shock to see them lose out. Now this team, they're back. They seem to be almost better than ever. And once again, Gentleman Hero in the top lane, just looking nuts. But that second place team that you saw there, Unina, are going to be the next squad we're following. It's the Italian first seed team. We already saw Yutori Pesigod earlier on. They're doing pretty good for themselves, although we did watch them lose. But it is going to be Germany versus Italy right here. An absolute banger for us. And let's see, are we going to get the Kale going through? Are we going to allow some of those big pickups for Gentleman Hero again? Because I would not recommend that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a pretty big performance from Gentleman Hero in the first game that we saw Kit play. We obviously haven't seen the other games, but I'm assuming it was, pretty much a similar performance. And it's going to be interesting to see if Unina do ban out a lot of Gentleman Heroes picks, or if they go for those other strong picks. I mean, the Jack's coming out. I'm not exactly sure of Gentleman Heroes picks, but like you said, he can play anything and pretty much just win.
Yeah, he just wins. That's kind of the thing that Gentleman Hero loves to do. We've been watching on our document when the games come in, when we get the results, and it's almost always Kit with one of the first results in right now. They seem to be incredibly strong. Still though, it's not like Unina have been doing bad for themselves. 4-1 at the moment, ending on 5-1. Tied with Kit would be absolutely huge for them. Either way, should be confirmed going on to the next round. These final sets of bans do come through. It is only going to be one potential ban with the Jacks to the top. Like you said, though, could still be a pickup towards Striker instead. And it will be a lock-in of the Jinx for Redeemed. Again, you want Lulu, Milio, maybe you want a Nautilus if you want to get a little bit more aggressive potentially. Those are the pickups that you really like to play alongside that Jinx. We saw the Zeri have a pretty good time into the Jinx in the 1v1 bot down there, but I don't know if that's potentially where you want to go. With Ahri being open and available, we're basically seeing it picked or banned at this point. It's never going through these drafts.
Vi being picked up for the side of Italy. I'm very excited to see Vi. Honestly, I'm fairly certain. Did we see it in a game, or did we get very close to seeing it? Another Kindred coming out. You said about the Kindred in the last KIT game, you said Striker was really strong in this Kindred. So for this to go through, it got banned out last time. For this to go through and for them to pick it is absolutely incredible. And they obviously picked the Silas along with it. Silas being able to steal the ults, especially with a Vi on the enemy team, that's going to be absolutely detrimental. And I was just going to say, they really need to pick some safe champs now. So Ezreal really, solidifying that safe as quite possibly one of the safest ADCs you can play with that E, being able to just kind of jump out and just, say, I don't want to be part of this fight.
Absolutely. And like you said, in the last game, we got a ton of aggression, loads of excitement in the bot lane. I really don't think we're going to get a ton of excitement in this bot lane. If we do, it's because the junglers have gotten involved or somebody has made a horrible, horrible mistake. The Jinx, really the big bit of her that makes her interesting in the bot lane is because she can chuck down those flame chompers, manage to stop somebody. Ezreal does not care about that, can just jump away. And Ezreal really can unlock Lotus to get elsewhere. Pedro can sit there on the Ezreal, continue to absorb pressure. You're very unlikely to go down in a straight up 2v1 situation with the Jinx, whatever the support is going to be, not the Lulu as we see that one taken off the board, and can unlock Lotus to get around the rest of the map, try to get involved elsewhere and help out the rest of the team. Vi's are always great to see, but they come with a lot of risk. They're a bit like a Wukong, where you'd better get that going early, because otherwise you are just an ult machine, and not even a good one at that. You can get bursted out before you can even land that ult, and so it's all going to be on Zeiss right here to be able to use this as effectively as possible and try to get the rest of the lanes ahead, and be mindful of the fact that you have a Kindred who's constantly going to be looking to invade. In a fight versus a Kindred, though, the Vi can win early on. Once you get those forced marks, though, that's the point at which things get a lot riskier.
Obviously, we saw a Kindred earlier, and Kindred didn't really come online at all. So it's going to be interesting to see the contrast here, to see if Striker can get that Kindred online, can get those 4 stacks, and can get the kills, because the Kindred earlier was getting kills but no stacks. So it's going to be interesting to see if Striker can get those stacks, like he really, really will need to. So we're going into the second phase of picks. You know, we've got a Twisted Fate ban, we've got a Zillion ban. Both interesting bans. I like the Twisted Fate ban, but I also like the Zillion ban. Zillion's a very, very strong support, not picked very, very often, but very strong nonetheless. So Rocket is coming out Blitzcrank. That is not what you want when you're playing Soraka.
No, it really isn't. Although, to be fair, with the Ezreal, it's a lot easier to just avoid it. So yeah, I think I would rather the Milio, to be honest. It's just one of those premier picks alongside a Jinx. Keeps her buffed up, gets you in a very good situation. And also with that cleanse on the ultimate, you're just going to be able to keep your ADC a lot safer. We'll see if this one is actually going to be picked in. Yeah, it is going to be the Milio indeed. And you're looking to finally round out this composition. Now, it's going to be Gentleman Hero's pick last of all, unless, of course, he wants to play the Sylas. I would be surprised. It is going to be blind, so what is it that you want to blind pick right here? To be fair, I honestly think Gentleman Hero could kind of pick up whatever he really wants. There's a lot of his favourite picks still available. Okay, the Vladimir. Now, that's pretty aggressive, but at the same time, with that pool, there's not really any counters that you could just straight up pick here as per James that can actually get anything done.
I'm so excited for this game. I'm very, very interested to see what Gentleman Hero can do on the Vladimir. We have a Nasus pick coming out. That's a very interesting pick. You know, I don't really favor that pick in the top lane, but you know, I'm not Pajones. I'm not the Italian top laner. I don't know what's going through their heads. They must have a reason, and I think if they can pull it off, I think this Nasus can do really, really well. But it's about that. It's about being able to bake that cake, to bake that Nasus cake in the top lane. 20 minutes in the oven. Can he get the 600 stacks?
I think that in this situation, the Wither is going to be a really big part here. You can stop a lot of what you're looking to get done, especially when you've got picks like a Kindred who likes running around a team fight, or if you get close enough to the Jinx to be able to Wither her, that's a way for you to get on top of this Jinx pretty effectively. Also, you can join your jungler pretty easily as the Nasus as well, try to go get involved in these fights, help out and stop this Kindred trying to invade constantly, trying to get themselves as many different kills and marks and stacks as possible. But you're right, that's a bit of an odd pickup, and any time that I see a Vladimir Nasus matchup, I'm like, I don't really know how that goes. But I see a Gentleman Hero on the Vladimir, and it worries me a little bit. Now, if a Vladimir gets a couple kills, solo kills, that's terrifying. We saw what they were able to do on the Kayle, you know, who's supposed to be really weak early on. Nasus is the weak one in this matchup right here, so I worry a little bit for his life, and I would love to see some reactive pathing. I would love to see the Vi starting in the bottom lane, heading up, maybe even 3 camping just to get there to add a little bit of extra protection possibly, and to try to keep this Nasus alive, because the very, very early stages of a Nasus is so weak.
Yeah, you really, early game Nasus, you actually just can't do anything.
No.
You know, give or take a few little bits of damage, you know, the Wither, the Qs, you really, really don't get much of an option, especially against a Vlad. You know, Vlad has that, like, severe sustain, and, you know, it's really interesting as well. I mean, to be fair, we have glossed over the fact that Nasus was buffed in this patch, so it's going to be interesting to see if it's going to matter. Is the Nasus buff is the Nasus buff enough to make it a strong pick, especially against a Vlad? I mean, especially against a Gentleman Hero Vlad.
Like, what was it? It was like a small buff to the lifesteal on Q. I don't know necessarily that that's the buff that you want to be hanging your hopes and dreams on. At the same time, though, it's an interesting composition, and I think you have to pull something a little bit interesting out when you play up against these guys, because, like, it's kit. It's KSCY. If you ever play in this tournament, if you've ever heard of this tournament, you've heard of this team. These guys are so incredibly strong. Germany did win overall in the most recent AUM last time around too, so you know, they've got all to play for right here for both of these teams. Kit, though, they are looking to have that 6-0 perfect day.
It's going to be very, very interesting to see if they can pull off that perfect day. Polarizing and Striker both in this push near Zealous. Zealous is going to get caught out. Oh my gosh, that was a lot of damage. Unexpected. Striker is maybe going to get it. Doesn't have the damage and doesn't want to burn the flash. Zeiss is going to be able to get away, but has to back. Is going to be late to a camp, I do believe. That's really not a good start, especially against a Kindred.
No, exactly. You don't want to give the Kindred extra roaming ability. We saw in the previous game that we had a Kindred in. The Kindred was just shut down constantly. There were constant invades. They were the one who got late to their camps, and so the Volley Bear was able to clear so much faster, so much quicker along. Instead, it's the complete opposite right here, and I honestly respect Polarizing and Striker for not flashing right there. They knew there was no need. Sure, you could maybe pick up the kill, but there's no point in blowing your Summoner spell when you've already done enough damage to Zeiss.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Zeiss, late to camps, doesn't have flash, doesn't have that, you know, that early gank potential. Matthew, you know, getting into a little bit of scuffle with Lotus. Doesn't really do much, but, you know, early stages of the game.
Indeed. And so this bot lane, there is a ton of poke potential out of Pedro and Lotus to just try to keep putting down Redeem. Like you said, it's not going to be the most early on, but it gets more and more the later in we get. And so I can see this bot lane getting to the point, once we get a couple of levels under our belts, to just, you get poked out, you can't really step up. Sure, Milio has a lot of healing through that Cozy Campfire and everything, but you don't want to get poked out too much. I'm not expecting these supports to really roam around the map that much. You kind of can as a Milio. That kick can knock people back in a pretty effective way to set up a gank, but you really want to be doing it in conjunction with your jungler rather than by yourself. But you're always going to be useful as a Soraka across the map. Once you have that level 6, the Wish can keep people alive in situations they look like they definitely should be dead.
Yeah, I mean, Soraka is such a strong support in pretty much every scenario. So walking into a lane and keeping the laner alive, I mean, it's just so important. Kit and Gentleman Hero maybe looking to do a level 3 dive onto P. James as we cut back into the mid lane. Oh my god, boy. Gentleman Hero getting very low. Gentleman Hero, P. James, first blood going out to P. James and a double kill. Oh my god, that is not what you wanted to happen. What are you doing, Kit? What's happened there? Oh, a little bit of a miscalculation, and the 2 kills going out onto the Nasus this early in the game.
That's huge.
I mean, Ghost Ignite as well coming out of Gentleman Hero. The flash coming out of Striker. P. James only blowing the Ghost. Has the TP available. Is able to get as many minions as he wants. Pushes, you know, Gentleman Hero in. That's... Oh, talk to me about that, please. I need to know.
Maybe we unfairly judged this Nasus pickup. However, I think it's a little bit of a miscalculation out of Kit. They decide to over-aggress into that top side. Nasus is really annoying to deal with. He has a surprising amount of healing, even with so few stacks. Obviously, it gets ridiculous the later on you get, but still, you're not going to be in a bad spot for being able to hit a couple of those Qs and keep yourself alive. Plus, the Wither is just so annoying to deal with. Those 2 kills, giving the Lucy's as well as that Negatron cloak over, is just huge too, because P. James can just sit up in the top side and have a lot of just an easier time, especially because you have that Dark Seal that now Gentleman Hero is not going to get that initial stack on as well. I understand why you went for that early dive from Striker and Gentleman Hero. You are probably the best top jungle duo in this tournament, but it was over-aggressive, a little bit cocky even, and it's going to cost them quite dearly.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, now, P. James, you know, like you said, he's gone back, he's got the Lucids, he's got the Negatron cloak, and he's able just to TP back into lane. Thrice is taking a lot of damage from Polarizing. Striker is also in. The charm misses, and it looks like Thrice is just going to fall. Going to get over to Striker to get the stack. Very, very smart. 2 stacks already on Striker.
And that is the way that you actually want these ganks to go off. Having those 2 stacks as well already is going to be pretty huge. Not sat on 1 for ages and ages and ages, as you do often see. Zeiss also trying to stop this minion wave, trying to set up a little bit of a freeze potentially for his mid laner. Bot lane, whoa!
Oh, Redeemed's going to flash in, but the heal coming out, and Pedro is going to be able to kill Redeemed, and Matthew is not going to fall. I don't know what HP that was, but that has got to be being close to 1.
possibly even single digits right there. Just such an explosive early game. And hey, we were not so sure about what it was that NA were going to be able to actually do against Kit SC, what the Italians could do versus the Germans here, but it turns out an awful lot. This is a great early start and completely opposite to what we saw in the previous Kit game, where they were just dismantling their opposition. If you are able to pick up this win right here as Unana, what a brilliant story that would be, and a great start for the next round that they'll be going on to, which is the playoffs.
I mean, yeah, I think they have certainly solidified their spot here. I mean, they're giving Kit a little bit of a run for their money, though we are only 6 minutes in, so they can't judge too early, but this looks like it's going to be a third stack for Striker. Already 6 minutes in, 3 stacks is going to be so huge. Pedro is walking into this bush with Matthew and Striker. Might have to blow a flash here, maybe even the exhaust. Polarizing is nearby, steals the vial, is going to have to flash. Does not have to exhaust, still has that cooldown available, but takes a lot of damage, and they are just running back in. 4v3. 4v4, sorry.
Zap lands right there, and Pedro is going to head back to base. Sure, you've got a lot of heals coming through from your Soraka, but still, you have just returned to from base, and you're already in a terrible position. Potentially could have a dive threatened if you really wanted to from Striker and Polarizing. Perhaps they've learned their lesson. Instead, just going to head back towards the mid lane, shove this one out, and move up towards that mark. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this might be mark number 4 already, 7 minutes into the game. This is the thing. This is the thing. When you said, you know, we saw a Kindred earlier, it didn't really get anything done, I was like, yeah, we saw a Kindred. But this is Striker's Kindred. This is another level of Kindred, and you're really getting it shown right now. Striker is already in a very strong position, and potentially looking for another dive. Now, this went wrong last time, but let's see.
It looks probably more preferable for Kit
Zeiss
this
is coming
time.
up.
Gentleman Heroes all coming out pretty early. P. James as well. They're going to take a lot of damage, and does look to fall to Striker. And Gentleman Hero does survive, but Zeiss is around the back. Can he pop the kill on Gentleman Hero? Pool not available. Ghost coming out and has the sustain, you know, has the Qs, has that speed from the Ghost so quick. Is Striker going to get caught out here, though? Is a little bit late on the disengage, and Lotus is there, and the shutdown coming out for Zeiss. The Ezreal ult as well from Pedro coming out across the map. Matthew is just chilling behind his tower. He doesn't care. Pedro might look to fall here. Doesn't have flash. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure if he has arcane shift, but it looks like he might not. Redeemed. Oh, the super mega death rocket misses. So close.
So close. What a little set of plays right there. I love the aggression out of Matthew to just step up, walk up to the ADC and say, hey, you can't walk past me. Unfortunately, Pedro is just going to be able to get away. Really well played out of that Italian bot lane right there, while Lotus was up in the top side, getting that shutdown onto Striker. And this is the thing with Striker's Kindred. It's really mechanically good, but Striker knows that and tries to get pretty aggressive whenever they play it. We're really seeing that in this situation, where occasionally just over-aggressing, not pulling out from plays when perhaps they should have done. You know, they managed to get that kill in the top side, sure, but then you just have to turn and run as hard as possible. Unfortunately, they got themselves caught out. We have still got that first Drake available, despite the fact it's been up for a good while at this point. Unlikely that we're going to see it being snuck away. I think instead we're going to get a bit of a brawl around it. You can see Striker wanted to get onto this one. Actually is going to get there in time to potentially steal this blue buff away, get another mark.
The teleport coming in from Thrakes into the mid lane
could
turn into a little bit of a flank here. They don't really know about this at the moment. They've probably spotted him just about now. Pedro, Lotus, and Zeiss are in. They might be able to go onto Thrakes. Thrakes does flash it away, uses the ult as well. And it's very, very strange. This is a bit of a weird fight. Nobody able to really do anything. It was a 3v3 turned into a 4v3. Still Kit seeming to come out favorably from it.
Yeah, that mark is going to be huge. That's now 6 marks already onto Striker. The reason that Kit didn't want to actually turn that one and fight was because Redeemed was stuck underneath the tower, having to clear out that minion wave. Was not going to be able to get there and get involved. Oh, flash ult.
Flash coming out from Zeiss, ulting onto Redeemed, and it looks like he is just dead to Pedro, leaving the kill for the Ezreal there. I mean, Ezreal has the Sheen now, is 2 kills up on this bot lane. And like you said, I mean, a really strong plays coming out from this Italian bot lane.
This is just going to turn... This... Oh, it could have been a solo kill. That ult having to come out of Thrax, otherwise that would have been a kill going down. But still, that bot lane play is going to turn around into a Drake pickup right here for NA. Although, that being said, they've decided actually they don't want to go for it. Just going to move on, potentially worried about having that next set of marks taken away. And just wanting to get this scrub cleared, move up to those wolves, take it out, and not put themselves in a situation where you're giving 7 marks over to the Kindred already at 11 minutes in. The response was also going to be those grubs from Striker, but pulled away from that one as well. They may be looking to dive top again.
I think a little bit of a read from Striker here that they will be going to defend those grubs so that Striker can just take the time, and so can Polarizing, to dive this top lane once again. Gentleman Hero doesn't even have to pool as of yet. Pools to save himself from the tower shot. That's a 3rd dive onto the top lane, the 2nd of which was successful. And although we saw the double kill first blood come out for P. James, it hasn't really done anything for him. And this is the power of a Vladimir. It doesn't matter what you do, he will be strong. And he has that sustain and he has that wave clear, but you can't really force anything onto him. Zeiss is finally looking to pick up this dragon. They do know about it. Redeemed getting a taser onto it. They're not going to be able to do anything about it. The Super Medic, they're going to put it down to 200 health. 1 second later, and they would have got this. But Striker is going to respond with the grubs.
Yeah, this is going to be a 1-for-1 trade, very near on the steal. And like you said, this game has not been a fully kit-favoured one like we were perhaps expecting. They've got a tiny little goal lead for themselves, around about 1,000, just under at this point. Potentially looking for another play. They don't have to dive necessarily if you are going to be that pushed up right here as P. James.
Yeah, P. James, looking to get ganked once again. The Wither coming out, really saving himself. Striker cannot get anywhere with that Wither. Such a massive slow.
Really is, but they could potentially go to dive once again. You've got yourself both the Lamb's Respite and that pool for Gentleman Hero, so whoever starts tanking those tower shots doesn't really need to worry. They are going to dive.
Another dive. Once again, P. James can't catch a break from these dives. Gentleman Hero picking up another kill. I mean, I think we also just dodged over the fact that Polarizing got a kill in the mid lane, a solo kill almost. I believe it was a solo kill, though there might have been Emilio in that lane. Pedro, once again, Matthew's putting so much pressure on this bot lane. He's just kind of sitting where he shouldn't, where he shouldn't be, because that's not his jungle, but he's there.
Gonna be just constant pressure all across the map, and this is the thing, despite the fact that there were some really well executed plays out of NA, they were able to actually get themselves a couple of kills back. They've got some strength in the bot lane, in the jungle as well. The just map rotation is that much stronger out of kit. They know this Nasus is going to be strong at some point, so you might as well keep diving him, make his life as miserable as possible. With that, Leandri's already completed 4 stacks on that Dark Seal. Gentleman Hero, after the early whoopsie, is going to put himself into a much stronger position. Once again, Striker is in the area, could go for another dive. Underneath the tier 2, it's getting kind of crazy, but at the same time, why not? And it's been fascinating as well to watch the fact that Striker kind of owns both of these top jungle quadrants, and Zeiss gets all of the bot ones. These junglers have decided to integrate vertical jungling instead of straight up going for their halves. And it's meant that Striker's being able to get a lot more of those marks, because half of them will spawn in the top side that he's got, although bot lane,
I mean, Pedro looking to fall. The Arcane Shift coming out saves him. Redeemed having to flash away from Thrax. Double kill coming out for Polarizing. Can he turn it into any more? Thrax is going to be able to pick up the kill on him. It looks like in the top lane, P. James did fall again.
Went down.
Redeemed is going to live.
He needs to dodge it.
Zeiss is going to be able to pick up the kill. P. James falling again. Another dive. Can't catch a break, but this is exactly what you need to do to a Nasus.
Yep. But the response is really good out of the Italian squad down in the bottom side. They're just going to keep putting as many kills as possible onto these main carries. This Vi is having a great time. Zeiss in a very strong position. Same with Pedro. They're going to jump right on top of this Ahri, though. This is an Ahri running away into the wrong side of the map. You can head down towards Zeiss, so you're not completely left. Oh, just going to be able to teleport out. I mean, it's a big loss to lose your teleport in this situation, but keeping themselves alive is at least good. And Zeiss takes the death to the tower as well. A couple of things burned there, but nobody actually dies. Nobody gives kills and gold over to Kit. You're kind of in the best scenario there.
I mean, yeah, like you said, the TP is a big cooldown to burn, but it doesn't really affect much at this point in the game because, you know, you're not placing Thrakes in the top lane for the Dragon play in 1 minute, and you're not making a Baron play at the moment because it's not spawned. Lotus is going to take a lot of damage. The Ezreal ult coming out from Polarizing, not going to hit. Pedro taking a lot of damage as well, and Gentleman Hero has ghosted. Is he going to dive here? Is he going to be able to get onto this? Pedro, such a quick... The ult does land from Gentleman Hero. Is that enough damage? It doesn't look like it. I mean, and Zeiss is just going to be able to get on Gentleman. Still has pool.
Oh, wow.
Zeiss is going to take so much damage. And Thrakes, the front line now. Gentleman Hero just... I don't think he used pool at all.
No. He just kept stepping up, did not mind, was not too worried. Really impressive right there, as this could be a potential collapse right here on Striker. Doesn't have the flash, does have another dash to get over this wall though. But straight goes in Zeiss. I don't think Zeiss actually wants to be in a 1v1 versus this Kindred.
It's not a 1v1 though, because Pedro's arcane shifted over the wall and Lotus is there nearby. I mean, you know, there wasn't really much to do. Striker should have taken the lead, jumped over the wall and was able to get out, but then went back in. Decided I can take this 1v1, but then it wasn't a 1v1, it was a 3v1. P-James, they might look to redive Gentleman Hero, but it doesn't look like it. You can't really dive a Vladimir, especially one that has a Leandries and a Haunting Guys.
Yeah, no. If you want to do that, then you're a little bit insane. It honestly is more likely to go wrong than right for you. This tower does go down, meaning that it's going to be a charge onto the second one. God, it's so funny watching the Rift Tower be ridden. So much fun. I'm so glad that that was implemented into the game. It's hilarious every time, especially when somebody fails the drifting. You know, careens straight into a wall. Quite enjoyable. We do have the next Drake up and available, and it looks like the Mark is on top of it, and so something you really want right now as Striker.
I think Striker is just going to be able to pick up this Drake. I mean, I wonder what Mark this is, but like I said, it's so many more than we saw in the last Kindred game that we had. That it's going to be so huge for Striker. You said that Striker's Kindred was strong. It got banned out the last time we saw them play, but he's really proving himself. He's going to be able to pick up a pick on the Zeiss, you know, get in there. Polarizing jumping in as well. Zeiss is just dead. Another shutdown coming in for Striker. Polarizing might be looking to dive into here. Has the Oriole for a little bit of safety. Not going to look to dive, but is just, you know, they're scouting around. Striker is just, you know, solidifying himself in the enemy jungle, and they can't really do much about it.
Yeah, no, there's not a lot that they can really do to just stop Striker stepping up into whatever situation he so pleases. You can see just how much damage this Kindred does. That's just 3 auto attacks right there, and look at how much Lotus took. Oh, Tharix is just going to have to use that Spirit Rush to get away, and even then, it goes super low. If there was a Super Mega Death Rocket there, perhaps Redeemed would have been able to pick up that kill. We're still a minute and a bit away from this first Baron spawning, and it already feels like a complete mess this game. We've seen kills back and forth. Gentleman Hero getting jumped on again. The healing is pretty insane, and the TP's coming in behind.
TP is coming in behind from Thrakes. This is going to be a 4v3 for the Italian side, but Polarizing is going to take so much damage from P-James. It's going to live though. The Lamb, he's going to step out of it and just get queued by P-James. What a little bit of a misclick, I suppose. Redeemed is so low. Lotus taking the Super Mega Death Rocket to the face and a triple kill for Striker. Can he make it a quadra with the dive on Thrakes? So much damage is coming out now from this Kindred. Ooh, gonna dodge the charm. That was insane. P-James managing to pick up a kill onto Polarizing. Polarizing stepping out of the Kindred ult very slightly. Maybe a little bit of a misclick, maybe a little bit of a miscalculation. Nonetheless, takes a Q to the face from P-James. P-James managing, you know, to pick up that little bit of extra gold, but it doesn't really matter at this point. Zeiss hasn't had a top jungle for a long time.
No, hasn't really. It's been just completely in the favor of Striker. The bot jungle has been a little bit more in favor of Zeiss at least, but to be honest, there's a lot more of this farm going over to the Kindred than it is going over to this Vi. If we take a look at the gold between these two as well, production, I'd be really interested to see how this is splitting out, because man, oh man, is there going to be a big gap in this jungle role. I wonder if there's going to be gaps elsewhere. Hang on.
Zeiss is engaging onto Matthew. Matthew is just going to kind of walk away, but Polarizing is taking a lot of damage. Does look to fall to Thrakes. Thrakes looking to carry on. Flash charms Matthew. Matthew flashing out. Does get out? No. The Q coming out from Pedro just to pick up the kill. Matthew and Polarizing falling for the side of KIT. Pretty, like, detrimental at this point in the game. Pedro is carrying on. Gentleman Hero taking a lot of damage, but also Gentleman Hero is Vladimir. Striker is coming in from behind. P-James taking so much damage now from the Kindred here. Oh,
keep chasing.
my god. The Super Mega Death Rocket coming out to pretty much half health Lotus and Thrakes. Pedro's still full HP, not taking anything, but not able to get any much damage either.
They see the Vi bot and they're pinging Baron.
They are pinging Baron. Striker wants this mark. 11 marks now for the Kindred. Is flanking.
Oh, this flank is
P-James and Pedro do not know. Paul.
This flank is disgusting, actually.
Striker doesn't want to be in the face of an altered Nasus, but also does not want to be in the face of Pedro either. The ult coming out lets him survive for a little bit longer, but the shutdown coming out for P-James. Now Redeemed and Gentleman Hero coming in. Gentleman Hero's got that flank. Gentleman Hero has that ult and the ignite. 5 people now on Gentleman Hero, though, isn't going to be enough. The
this
pool
goes
not
so
able
wrong
to
for
allow.
Kit.
It goes so wrong.
This is going to be
Zai's
Baron.
going to be able to get on to to Redeemed, and yeah, like you said, this is going to be Baron. Thrakes is going to pick up the last kill onto Matthew, while Polarizing is still in the bot lane. No TP available.
I really like the flank there, potentially out of Striker, but it doesn't end up working out for them at all. They instead step up in a situation where you can't just 100-0 the Nasus. The Nasus is going to be tanky enough at this point to survive. Sure, you lose your bot lane tier 2 tower, but in response for 4 kills on the Baron, yeah, you're going to take that every day of the week. As this Italian squad, they're going to be very happy with the way they're playing. Whoever wins this one, to be honest, I'm going to be terrified as them as potential winners of this entire tournament, and really hope that we can get this matchup again in the playoffs, because I would love 5 games of this.
5 games of this would be absolutely insane. KIT and NA are proving themselves as the titans of this competition. I mean, Polarizing is going in, lands the E onto Zeiss. The Super Mega Death Rocket gonna miss just barely, but Striker is gonna be able to have the damage to pick up the kill. And with Dragon spawning, that's absolutely not what you want from the side of NA. You know, they wanted to secure that Dragon away from KIT, but they're not gonna be able to. And Striker is just gonna be able to pick up more and more marks. 12 marks now. It's a lot.
It's a real difference, isn't it, between people who are serious Kindred players and people who kind of dabble in Kindred, the amount of marks that you're actually able to pick up for yourself. And I think possibly even more important than all of these marks, although don't get me wrong, these marks are incredibly important, is the beginnings of these 2 to 3 items coming through. Second item now completing onto Redeemed, got both. You know, the Ire Edge is the big thing, obviously, but the Kraken's still going to be a huge part of this, and it means that the Jinx, once you do get that first kill, will be able to pop off that much more effectively. We've seen a lot of Super Mega Death Rockets just miss, but if those start hitting, there's a potential for this Jinx to just explode into this game. Not had the best start, still up by 30 CS though, so not going to be too unhappy about the way things have gone. Gonna see an engaged top lane.
P-James does not read it. P-James doesn't know that Polarizing is in the bush, but the ult coming out. Both Nasus ults coming out. Polarizing does look to fall. So much damage to the Super Mega Death Rocket is going to save Polarizing from the hands of P-James's Q. Absolutely insane Death Rocket coming out. Zeiss might look to go in here. Doesn't know where he is. Yeah, a little bit of an interesting play from Polarizing, hiding in the bush for P-James. P-James able to deal a lot of damage to Polarizing, and then the Super Mega Death Rocket able to come and save him. Striker gonna catch Zeiss out.
Can they just chase? I think the Zeiss might just die unless they've got one more dash away. Still go down. Obviously, there's no Baron because it was just taken. But what pressure can you get off of this one? You can see Pink's going down potentially onto the mid lane. See if you can get on top of Lotus. Has to cancel the back. Pedro's just caught.
Gentleman Hero popping the ghost, popping the ult. Pedro just running for his life. He's going to have to dodge back upwards, which slows his run away. Redeemed is too quick. And the Super Mega Death Rocket again. The cooldown on that is ridiculous.
It's so low, and you can see just the constant aggression that you can get. Managing to pick up that kill is Redeemed, and that's now 2 kills over to Redeemed. Like I said, it wasn't the best start, but now that you've got that Eye Edge completed, that's the point at which you can really begin to pop off as this Jinx. And now Onto the backline, Striker just pushing people away, gets chummed up, gonna take another tower shot, doesn't really care, does still have the ultimate available.
Striker really just, standing in the face of NA and just saying, I don't care. Ooh, the ult coming out from Striker is going to save his life. P. James is going to fall to Striker. Now, Zeiss getting into the middle, getting onto Striker, and is going to get the shutdown. Zeiss is going to fall, though. Redeemed is going to now be excited, but is going to fall to Thryx. Takes the true damage from the Q, and just tanks so much to the face. Now, I don't want to say who came out on top of that, but I do believe it was the Italian side. They got the shutdown on Striker, and they got the kill on Redeemed. They can now sort of, re-envision themselves and basically just re-establish themselves in the lane, get that vision control, get that farm, get everything pushed out, and get the control for both Baron and the Dragon spawning.
And look at the itemization coming through with these third items now being completed. Those are two Frozen Hearts right there, already going to be completed, and you can just tell who you're scared of right now as that Italian squad. You do not want to have to deal with the Jinx, and you don't want to have to deal with the Kindred, so stopping their auto attack, slowing it down is going to be a huge thing. Like you said, you get a lot of control on the map as the Italian squad off of that fight, but still, I don't think you're unhappy as Germany. You're able to pick yourself up a ton of kills, a lot of map pressure onto the tier 2 tower as well. Keep on pressing forwards, and you're getting kills where it matters as well. The Kindred and the Jinx are able to pick those up. I think these teams are both going to be relatively happy with who came out on top, who came out, slightly worse off is going to be a tricky thing to talk about. But with the next Drake spawning soon, the Baron also going to be coming up in, I think, a minute or so's time. Everybody's going to be able to take a reset, come out onto the map in their strongest state, and see what they can do.
I think both teams with, both these objectives spawning in a couple of minutes, it's going to be really important for both teams to get on those objectives, especially with a Kindred. It's going to be interesting to see if a Mark spawns on either of these objectives, and if Striker can carry on getting these, this power. Now, speaking of slowing things down, we do have a pause due to a player DC, so we are going to try our very best to get this game back to you as quickly as possible. But for the meantime, we can sort of break things down.
It gives us a nice second to pause, to breathe, because this game has been complete chaos from the very beginning up until this point, and I really don't think it's going to slow down in any way with the Baron with the Drake spawning in just a couple minutes. This is the point at which these teams are going to need to take resets, set their vision out, and then find those crucial picks. Who do you want to get on top of to find those big kills? It's got to be getting on top of the Jinx and the Kindred if you are NA, if you are the Italian squad. Who do you want to kill as Kit, though? Who do you think's the main carry right now?
I think Thryx is getting a lot of damage. We saw the damage straight onto Redeemed, but I really think they need to be focusing Zeiss in these fights, because Zeiss has the advantage of being able to just dive straight onto the backlines. Like we saw, Striker was forced to use his ult, forced down to such low HP to a point where Zeiss was able to get in, and even though Zeiss died for the kill, he was able to get that shutdown and was pretty much worth it. Dying for that 600 gold shutdown was absolutely worth it. Yeah.
P. James doesn't know that there's some extra friends in the wings. Striker not quite going to be able to get on top of him, though. If Striker is able to get that first initial tag, it's very, very hard to get away from a Kindred at this point. We've seen quite a lot of champions recently who it's hard to run away from. Fioras, Kindreds, all of those pretty difficult to get away from. And it is going to be a little bit of a pivot in the build by Redeemed, looking to be able to get through the opponent's mortar reminder on the way. Clearly worried a little bit about P. James, about Zeiss, with all of that armor stacking that they've got for themselves. If you can take out those big tanks, it leaves the carries very vulnerable. But at the same time, these Italian carries are super mobile. You've got yourself an Ezreal and an Ahri who can weave their way through fights so effectively, and locking them down, very, very tricky. One of the best ways to do it in this game, honestly, is putting down that Lamb's Respite. Nobody wants to step out of one of those. Oh, Thrax is just dead.
Polarized.
Oh, no.
So much damage coming out from polarizing now that he's picked up that Rabadon's Death Cap. He's got the Lichbane, he's got the Ludens. That's so much one-shot potential on the Silas. And, it's proven with Thryx. Thryx just bursting. And, with the Dragon coming up, that's pretty much it. KIT have that pressure for the Dragon, but the Mark has spawned on Baron, and it looks like Unina are going to make their way sort of in that direction, but KIT have the pressure in the bot lane. Somebody has to go and answer Polarizing, or he's just going to get these in hits and just going to get this Nexus.
Yeah, and who's really going to be able to step up to him right now when the rest of the squad is threatening on so much? Gentleman Hero steps up, but still has the pull, isn't going to be too worried about all of this aggression. Bot lane is going to be a bit of a scrapping fight. Polarizing does so much damage. P. James heals a ton though, both of them Nasa's ultied up, so it's quite funny to see that one. And the siege does get dissuaded. Drake did fall, obviously, but there is still a Baron available, and the next pick that goes down is likely to lead to a Baron for the other team.
Zeiss is getting a little bit aggressive here. Is he going to queue in? Is going to queue onto Striker. TP is coming in from Polarizing. The ult there from Striker is going to save him. Zeiss is still trying to get onto Striker and kill him. Is not able to. Striker has killed Zeiss. Striker has removed the threat of the enemy jungler, and I don't even think they need this Baron.
No, they potentially could just go for an end. Is Redeem going to flash over this wall? Not in the end.
Not. Polarizing able to get onto Lotus.
He could just keep going.
Just keep going, yeah. Polarizing, can he get the kill on Pedro? Is Pedro going to get close enough to let him do that?
Polarizing can just leap back over this wall, though. Is just going to be able to walk this one out. While all of this chasing is happening, you've got the top wave being pushed in. This tower going to get shredded through. With 3 grubs picked up, you get that little bit of extra damage. And this could potentially be the end. 15 seconds until that main carry and Thrax is going to be back here.
Striker redeemed. Everybody is attacking those towers. Nothing that Pedro can do. KIT have done it. They have gone 6-0 in this Swiss series. What a performance. What a performance. That was such a good game to watch.
It really was. And finally, we got to see a longer game between these two teams. A game where actually they were pushed. Kid SC White did not just walk through this Italian squad. I think you can be really happy with yourself as Unia. They did a really good job to actually stand up, be a real speed bump against Kit, and I honestly think if you gave us a full 5-game series between these two teams, I don't think it's a clean 3-0. I think that there's definitely enough there for the Italians to come away with at least a victory, if not a couple. Still though, Kit, they are the undisputed kings of this Swiss stage, 6-0. Most of their games were done quicker than everybody else's as well, and what an incredible performance out of these guys it was.
I don't think we can say anything about Kit going 6-0 without also mentioning the fact that Unina did go 5-1. That's still incredibly impressive, and they're going to be so happy with that result going into the next stages that nobody can seemingly beat Kit. Unina weren't able to. Unina, well, I know we didn't watch the other games, but it seems to me that Unina came very, very close to being able to, sway that game in the right direction, but were just caught right at the last minute.
Yeah, unfortunate for them. Either way, we're going to head to a short break. When we're back, we're going to have an interview with some of the players, and then we are done for today.
because I ran away, because I ran away. If you listen to the words I say, you know that I'm okay, you know it's just a phase. Don't think I'm leaving cause I'm not at all. And if you get hurt it's unintentional. I just wanted you to realize that I'm the one you like, that I'm the one you like. So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? I don't know. Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Baby, I've been busy missing you. Say, have you missed me too? Say, have you missed me too? Was this intermission good for you? Yeah, was it good for you? Or are you just confused? Don't think I'm leaving cause I'm not at all. So if you get hurt, it's unintentional. And I know that what I did was typical. I just needed time to show you what you got. So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? All I ever wanted was a sign from you, telling me you need me here just like I do. All I ever wanted was to make it through. Tell me, how about you? How about you? So where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Where do we go? Where do we go from here?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the University Esports Masters. We have just finished the final game of this Swiss series, and we are joined with a special guest. I'm going to pass over to you, Bloxer.
Hello, hello. We
Hello
are
there.
joined by a gentleman here. How are you doing?
Well, pretty good. We won everything. We're 6-0. So as far as I understand, we already qualified now for the playoff stage.
Yes,
Also,
absolutely.
I think as the first seed. So
Yes.
couldn't go any better. There were a few hiccups here and there, throughout the games, but overall, pretty happy with our performance. Yeah.
Yeah, so we managed to catch you in 2 different games. We managed to catch you just in your most recent one, and we also watched you earlier on in the day. Who did you feel was this toughest opponent you played against? Was it the most recent match that we just watched, or did anybody else that we didn't get to see really push you to that next level?
I think that the University of the Netherlands, University Leiden University, was pretty good. And the opponent, I just gotta check 1 second, which we faced in round 3. They were UDL Esports. They looked also pretty strong. I think that was actually our closest game. I think there were some things happened in the early game which made it unnecessarily hard. But yeah, I mean, people couldn't see the game, but it was very close. it could have gone either way, but like at the end we managed to clutch it out. Yeah, I mean that's special from our team too in the end. Like even if it looks bad, we always clutch it out. But yeah.
I mean, 6-0 is, very, very impressive. And obviously that puts you straight through to the, the next stage, the group stage. Do you think you'll be able to, carry on an unbeatable, streak in that next stage?
Yeah, so I think now that I got a feel, or we got a feel for like the different teams, I have a pretty good feeling that we can do really well in the coming stages as well. I think like especially like in a Swiss tournament or like just in best of ones, right? There's always like a chance of some unexpected variables like in one game which can cost you the game. But I think like that in like a best of 3, best of 5 series where we can also adapt, then we should always come out as a better team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was really impressive to see you guys play. Also, I wanted to talk about the sort of like, you had a little bit of a mishap early on in that last game. You gave the double kill away to the enemy top laner, but then also you kind of just forced him back. What was your sort of like thought process after that double kill?
Yeah, obviously it was very unfortunate. I think he could have capitalized on it better if he itemized a little bit differently. Like if he went like the really tanky route, there wouldn't be much I could do like to really force him like back anymore. But because he went like lucidity boots, that still gave me the chance to like push him under the turret, and then we tried again with the same play, and this time we properly executed in the first dive. I just went way too early. The reason was because I had like my empowered Q from Vladimir. I thought like, yeah, okay, now I can get the most damage out, but my jungler wasn't like ready. So when he was already coming, I had to get into like my pool, and then and the turret was obviously then overcharged, and he had not really lots of time to get damage in. So that was like a mistake on my part. But then when we executed it properly, then it went really well, and I could get back into the game. We managed to shut him down, so he couldn't overtake the game. Yeah.
Really impressive set of performances there. Obviously, you and Striker and Redeemed have been playing together for a really long time, but with a couple of new additions, with bringing Matthew in and moving people around, how do you feel like this squad is compared to those KSC Whites of old who managed to win this tournament in the past? Do you think this is a stronger roster? Do you think maybe there's more that you guys can unlock? How do you guys, feel you stack up?
I think the roster strength is pretty like even. I think like with with the strongest rosters we had. I think probably our strongest roster was like the first few Masters we played together. That was 2020, I think. It's pretty comparable to that. I mean, 2021 we were also like really, really strong, obviously. But yeah, I think this is comparable. I don't think we performed to that level in the Swiss stage yet, but there's the potential, obviously, like to be on the same level and to win it all.
That's definitely scary to hear that maybe you've got a little bit more to give. Thank you very much for joining us. Is there anything you'd like to say as a final thing? Anybody you want to shout out for watching? Say thank you to any of your teammates? Anything at all?
Yeah, obviously, thank you. Thanks for the teammates for always like participating. Thanks for the fans that are watching right now, and also like to everybody who's making this possible, to the production, like to you casters, obviously. It's always a pleasure to be a part of like this whole spectacle.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Gentleman Hero. Congratulations on your 6-0 today, and good luck for the next round in the playoffs. Let's see if you can continue that undefeated streak.
Yes, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye. Amazing. Well then. What a day.
Honestly, it's been really, really incredible. It's been a pleasure, and it's been really intense. There's been so many fast-paced games. There's been so much action, and everything has been so extreme. There's been no boring games.
No boring games whatsoever. Even the stomps, there were still bits that have kept you in it. Oh, maybe you can come back. Getting to see a Kale from Gentleman Hero, who we just spoke to, just wreck is always quite fun. Seeing them get first blood is a terrifying proposition, and especially the fact that he was saying, hey, I don't think that we're at full strength right now. I don't think we showcase the best of this squad. terrifying. If he thinks that they're on par with the squads who were able to win back-to-back UEM titles, well then, it's going to be a long ride for everybody else. Still, we're going to have a final look at the standings, see where people ended up. We're not going to be back tomorrow, despite the fact that there are going to be some tiebreakers. Anybody right now who is sat on 6, 5, or 4 wins will be going through, but the rest who are sat on that 3 wins bubble cusp, there's still 3 spots left within that top 8, and they're going to have to play for those in the tiebreaker tomorrow.
I mean, yeah, it's going to be really like interesting to see who actually ends up being our top 8. Obviously, we've spectated a couple of these teams that aren't currently in the top 8. I believe we spectated UDL earlier on today. They're not currently in that top 8, so it's going to be good to see if they can keep in that top 8. We spectated FOI and we spectated UVOT, mate. So it's going to be really good to see if they can solidify their position or they do end up going out. Unfortunately for us, you know, as Brits, both of our teams not able to get in there.
Nope.
You know,
We got to see some wins, we got to see some losses. It's, you know, the proper way to see this one. We would also just quickly like to mention that right now, Pezigod versus FOI is still going on. So there is potential for things to move around a little bit more once again. That's UDL. You know, close. Sat there looking on in. There is the potential for things to change around for them if they move down, if Pezigod, the other Italian team, moves back on up. Potentially having 2 Italian teams in that final 8 could be huge as well for the region, who've always performed well but not outstandingly. All of a sudden they're putting themselves in a really good position. Yeah, 50-minute banger, otherwise we would be able to bring you that final set of standings.
yeah, honestly, it's been an absolute pleasure, Bloxer. Obviously, you're going to be casting in the group stages. I unfortunately will not be joining you for that, but I mean, I know from the standings, it does look like it's going to be a pretty incredible group stages, and I am very, very excited to see who goes through. So, I mean, if you've got anything else to add, I think we might be looking to wrap up for the day.
Yeah, it's been an incredible one. Thank you everybody for watching, and especially big thank you to production. Whenever you've got these Swiss tournaments, it's a complete nightmare behind the scenes because you've got to do all of the seeding through. So thank you very much for everybody behind the scenes making it all so smooth and getting it working just as well as it has. Couldn't do it without you.
Thank you so much to everybody involved, and thank you to all of the players, all of the teams that are part of the tournament and part of the Swiss stage and that are going through to group stages. Even those that lost out, you know, there's always next year. So, I mean, thank you everyone for watching as well, and I hope that you guys carry on watching this tournament. I was Ashy, and this was Black Bloxer. You can, you know, follow us on our Twitters or anything like that. Thank you very much for watching University Esports Masters.